Our journey begins by the explanation of a game. It's one of those mobile with an automatic system generic AF. Blessing of Miracle. Probably choose because of course, it's full of the top tier waifus. Still, despite enjoying the game, our man never spent a cent and didn't even film at the end of it. Then the unthinkable happened. He was sucked into the game. As a playable character? As an NPC? No, he became a nobody, a random background figure standing still and isolated. His new name? Kongjima. By accident he bumps into a girl with blue hair and freezes, clearly startled because, oh no, it's a woman. Trauma? Most likely. He awkwardly asks if she's okay and she apologizes for the inconvenience. Fortunately for him, the game setting is Korea. Names, locations and geography are familiar, allowing him to adapt quickly. And so, for almost a year he lives an ordinary life as a simple teenager, not even sure if this reality is a game anymore. Then one day he arrives home to his overly excited mother, who calls him the pride of the Kong clan. She hands him an acceptance letter. He's been admitted to Joaquin Academy. Annoyed, he says he already knows and begs them to stop talking about it so much. But his blurred-faced mother and the rest of the family can't stop praising him. Tomorrow is the entrance ceremony, and they're all buzzing with excitement. Sitting in his chair, he sighs. Tomorrow's the day. There's no way out. He's begged countless times to quit, but it was pointless. He stares at a photo, exhausted, muttering that this is all because of the real Kong GM, the original owner of this body. Apparently, this Kong GM passed the Academy's difficult admission test just before he took over. The parents don't know anything, but for our guy there's no excuse. Getting into this academy is insanely difficult. Was Kong GM a genius? Did he have a blessing? In this world, blessings, special abilities, are a big deal. Not everyone has one because most powers are genetic, passed down from birth. Society is structured around this. The noble, common, and privileged ranks maintain the power of the elite. Joaquin Academy was built to train heroes, exclusively for the most important families. Recently, though, they introduced special admissions, likely because they need new heroes. Maybe it's the monsters. And Kong GM? He was one of the few accepted through this new system. Our guy knows he's in trouble. This isn't his reality. This is a school for war. Training heroes here is nothing like joining the army. Grudgingly, he opens his status window. His blessing? The ability to negate pain, for 30 seconds. But the cooldown? 12 hours. Useless, he mutters, frustrated. There's one more blessing though, the blessing of the sword god. The effect is straightforward. If he attacks, it will cut. No activation limit, but there's a catch. It only works with blades under 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. It's an ability he's never heard of before, even though he knows the game well. And while then when you attack, it cuts. Effect sounds simple, the activation condition. Oddly specific. A blade shorter than 30 centimeters, like a sashimi knife. With no idea what's expected of him, he prepares for the ceremony, or remembers too late that he still needs equipment. At Joaquin Academy, even the cheapest E-rank weapons cost millions. Anything above C-rank is worth hundreds of millions, and A-rank or S-rank weapons are priceless treasures. The academy itself already costs a fortune. Asking his parents for more money isn't an option, but they require him to bring equipment. So, he shrugs it off and decides to visit any random shop. His solution? Convenience store sashimi knives. After all, Japanese knives are known for being sharp. And a master shouldn't blame their equipment, right? The scene shifts to the entrance ceremony. Someone stares at him and asks, "What exactly did you bring?" Our guy stands there, awkward and silent, surrounded by a pile of sashimi knives. He knows the rules. Anyone who doesn't bring decent equipment gets marked, an easy target for the wealthy students' bullying. The evaluator slams the table, furious, demanding to know if Kong thinks this academy is a joke. Why would anyone bring a pile of kitchen knives here? Kong, maintaining a serious expression, calmly replies that this is his equipment. The professor looks baffled, nearly yelling, but Kong interrupts him, telling him to calm down. He explains that he was accepted through the new special admission system, and his family doesn't have the luxury of buying expensive equipment. Kong points to the badge on his uniform, which clearly indicates he isn't from a wealthy family. To him, it's ridiculous that a professor at an institution claiming to treat everyone equally would act so prejudiced. He adds with confidence that blaming equipment is something only amateurs do. A true expert never blames their weapon. The professor, though stunned, is impressed by the boy's unshakable confidence and wisdom. Reluctantly, he grants admission to Kong, who just thanks him and walks off. In the background, murmurs arise from other students who overheard. Some of them, clearly irritated by the special admission label, mutter insults, even saying Kong stinks. The professor quickly shuts everyone up and orders them to leave once the evaluation ends. Kong doesn't stick around to argue. He dashes out, wanting to avoid these lunatics. Outside, the day has barely begun, yet Kong already feels drained. He expected judgment like this, but living through it still stings. At least he survived the evaluation. Now the only thing left is the classroom qualification test. But he's too far into this to quit. The next 3 years at this academy feel inevitable. As he looks around, he's taken aback by how massive the place is. It's more like a small city than a school. He has to admit though, it's pretty cool. It's surreal for Kong, who dropped out of high school in his old world due to family issues, to be standing here now. Then a voice over the intercom announces that tests are starting and instructs new students to gather in the training area. Everything feels like it's happening too fast, but a test is a test. Kong is determined to give it his best. Except for one little detail. He's never actually used a knife since coming to this world. He's completely unprepared. He remembers the professor's words, never let go of the knife no matter what. Holding it now, he wonders if the original Kong GM had been slicing sashimi at 2 years old or something. Kong unsheathes the knife and immediately, a blue aura surrounds it. The equipment meets the conditions, activating the blessing of the sword god. However, there's a catch. Kang's physical strength is too low, and the knife itself is at an equally basic level. To compensate, suppression kicks in, synchronizing the equipment with his abilities. Kong stares, amazed that just pulling the knife out triggered the blessing. Before he can process what's happening, something approaches, an overwhelming force that sends him into agony. He starts screaming as reality itself begins to warp around him. It's like he's rupturing the world. Desperately, he drops the knife and everything immediately snaps back to normal. He's left gasping on the ground, clutching his pounding head. So that's what activating the blessing feels like. If every use comes with this much pain, then he can't rely on it at all. The intercom voice drones on, calling students to the training field. Kong hesitates, staring at the knife on the ground. He doesn't want to leave it there, it's still technically his equipment. Summoning his resolve, he picks it up by the handle, only to be struck by another jolt like lightning. He screams again. The scene shifts to the training hall, located in a massive coliseum filled with spectators. Nobles are gathered, whispering about their children entering the academy. All eyes turn to the arrival of someone significant, the Sword Emperor Siegfried von Nibelung. His name alone draws reverence. A messy-haired chubby guy nearby declares Siegfried to be the strongest human alive. Siegfried descends, his gaze shifting sideways. Someone else has arrived, Medea Poison. Her name suits her venomous aura. She greets Siegfried playfully, noting it's been half a century since they last met. He remarks on her academy attire, mocking her for acting senile at 70. She retorts that every woman wishes to stay beautiful, offering to make him 10 years younger with her powers. Siegfried scoffs, saying character is what matters, not appearances. Medea laughs, amused that Siegfried hasn't changed. However, she slyly points out that his presence here signifies something unusual. Normally, Siegfried avoids mingling with the elite. Perhaps, she suggests, it's because of his granddaughter, who is among the new students. Siegfried dismisses the comment, calmly stating that things are about to begin. The artist must have decided to give everyone ridiculous UGO-level hairstyles. Meanwhile, our boy stands there with his plain black hair, wondering if he's the only one with a normal look. Everyone whispers about him being a special admission student. So, this is what it feels like to come from humble origins. Suddenly, there's a flash from the back and the murmurs intensify. Who's arriving now? Oh, the blue-haired girl. He already knew she studied here. Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the sword god and, more importantly, the heroine of that game. The reason he got addicted. Hot and sneaky. The story explains the existence of a subspace, a separate reality where all attacks feel real, and the pain is fully experienced. However, since it doesn't interfere with the actual world, even murder is allowed there. The upcoming test is revealed. A battle royale competition inside the subspace. Students will be grouped in tens and their survival will determine their ranks. Medea announces there will be no equipment restrictions, while Siegfried points out this unfairly benefits the wealthy. She counters that the wealthy fund the academy, and the new special admission system was already a huge concession. In the crowd, Kong blushes. She's so much more beautiful in 3D, just looking at her leaves him rattled. Seeing the hopeful gazes of the other guys, he feels sorry for them. He knows the game well. Abel von Nibelung has a miracle blessing. In other words, she's tied to another protagonist. Beautiful people always have someone destined for them, so Kong decides it's best not to get involved. His goal is simple: live a peaceful, ordinary life. Finish school without trouble, get a safe desk job, and that's it. Then a paper catches his eye: heroes earn the highest salaries. But after the agony he felt from drawing that knife earlier, he knows hero work is out of the question. Those roles are for people who can protect the world. He'll stick to his comfortable desk. A crystal in the sky suddenly announces the Academy's test, a battle royale. Last one standing receives the star rank. Second and third place earn the dragon rank. Fourth through seventh get the wolf rank. And 8th to 10th? They're labeled common trash. The scoring is automatic and there's no time limit. Kong recognizes it immediately. This is just like the game. His strategy is to avoid drawing attention and finish quickly. A blue energy spreads as the test begins. May the blessing of the heroes be with you. Kang, however, is determined not to use his weapon. Cut to the next scene. Most students are already defeated. The top rankings are announced as 24 groups wrap up. Siegfried observes that this year feels unfair, with Abel and the descendants of the Shang and Jiao families competing. The results were predictable. Abel finishes her match in just 7 minutes and 14 seconds. It doesn't break her grandfather's record, but it's still one of the Academy's top 10 times. Siegfried shrugs it off. It's only natural for a Nibelung descendant to have that talent. With things wrapping up, Siegfried decides to leave. Abel asks if he wants to watch the other descendants, but he dismisses them as a bunch of pigs. Classic humility. He doesn't like nobles at all. Fair enough, he fought in the war and earned his authority. Suddenly the atmosphere shifts. A strange energy surges, startling both Abel and Siegfried. They look up, confused and alarmed. Pieces of the subspace begin to shatter, crashing to the ground and exploding among the students. People panic, wondering if someone fell from the alternate space. A blue light flashes in the sky. Siegfried watches intently as a small knife falls, embedding itself in the ground. Midia immediately calls for medics and orders cadets to help. And lying there, unconscious? Yep, it's Kang. The outcome seems decided already. A blonde noble yells that he'll take Kang out, but another grabs him by the neck and punches him. Kang snaps to his senses, realizing he's now in the middle of the battle royale. Worse, the June brothers are here, infamous for their brutality. Horrified, Kang watches as the brothers torture students for over 30 minutes instead of killing them outright. But why are they leaving him alone? Is he so weak they don't even consider him worth fighting? One of the brothers, holding the blonde noble by the neck, checks if he's dead yet. Then he throws another student to the ground, complaining that it's getting boring. He begins to count the remaining people. He glances at his brother and tells him to slow down, he's killing too quickly. Then he stomps on another person, crushing them underfoot. Sarcastically, he apologizes, saying, "Oops, there goes another one." Pointing to a terrified girl nearby, he says, "You can have her for some fun." The girl freezes in fear. Hiding nearby, Kang is paralyzed. Ever since the torture began, everyone has panicked, but the brother's sadistic behavior hasn't changed. The brother in red begins walking toward the girl. He smirks, saying she's just his type and that he's already imagining the screams coming from her mouth. His brother in blue calls him a pervert, but the red brother insists, "I'm just going to start tearing her apart." Suddenly, a voice shouts out, "You damn bastards." It's Kang, his voice trembling as he calls them out for their psychotic behavior. Even if this is a separate space, this is too much. The brothers pause and turn toward him, curious about who dared to speak up. They quickly notice he's a special admissions student. The red brother sneers and promises to crush Kang's head in an instant. As he advances, he adds that he'll rip Kang's tongue out for the insult. Kang panics, scrambling for a plan. He considers using his pain-nullifying ability, but it only lasts 30 seconds. The brothers have been at this for half an hour. What chance does he have? Then he remembers something, the sashimi knife in his bag. But there's a problem. Activating it will also trigger his blessing. Still, it's his only choice. The brothers hesitate as Kang pulls out the knife, which glows with a faint blue aura. He expects them to be frightened, but instead they burst into laughter. "Are you serious? What's that supposed to do?" Kang glances at the girl. She's alive for now. He steels himself. The red brother laughs again, promising to give Kang a painless death since he's so amusing. Then he lunges, aiming for Kang's head. Kang activates the pain-nullifying ability for 30 seconds, knowing this is his only shot. As the brother mocks him, calling it a kitchen knife, Kang prepares to strike. He knows it's now or never, cut or be killed. He remembers questioning why gangsters always use sashimi knives in movies. Back then he thought it was exaggerated. But now, as the knife slices cleanly through flesh, the brother's laughter turns to a blood-curdling scream. The chubby brother stares in horror as his arm falls to the ground with a heavy thud. A flashback hits. Kang, in a kitchen long ago, once asked his mentor about those movie scenes. His mentor, a former gangster, smacked him and explained, "In real life, skin and organs contract when stabbed. Cutting cleanly? Impossible." But Kang, as clueless as ever, joked that maybe his mentor wasn't skilled enough, earning another smack. Back in the present, the truth speaks for itself. The severed arm lies at Kang's feet while the brother screams, clutching his bleeding stump. In a panic, he turns and bolts toward his sibling, crying for help. But the red-clad brother freezes, his face pale with fear. Snapping out of it, he shouts, "This brat will slice us both up," and charges forward. Kang doesn't hesitate. The blade slices cleanly again as if cutting through paper. The fallen brother watches in horror as his sibling collapses. Looking down, he sees half of his brother's face staring back at him. The air is heavy with shock. A red-haired observer watches silently from the sidelines, stunned by what just happened. The blue brother tries to regain his composure. He reasons that they're in the void space, This must have been a fluke. Judging by Kang's awkward form, he's clearly an amateur. But one thing is clear, that knife is dangerous. Realizing his brother lost due to recklessness, the blue brother prepares. He activates 3 blessings simultaneously: a defensive shield, a jump boost of 200%, and spiritual damage for his fists. With confidence he declares, "This time you're done for." Meanwhile, Kang is still counting down the seconds left on his pain-nullifying ability. The blue brother charges, confident that his fists will crush Kang's head. But suddenly he's stunned, his body freezes. Kang has used him as a target for a throwing knife. The brother stands dazed, not understanding what just happened. Time is almost up. 5 seconds, then 2, then 1. The brother collapses unconscious, and at that exact moment Kang's blessing ends. The pain hits him like a truck and he starts screaming. Sometime later Kang wakes up. He's lying in what looks like a hospital room, disoriented and unsure of how he got there. As Kang gets up, a blonde boy bursts into the room and dashes outside, shouting that the student has woken up. Moments later, someone enters the room and Kang immediately recognizes the man, not personally but from stories. This is Siegfried, one of the 7 heroes of the 7 stars, the strongest man in humanity, and the one who destroyed the Demon Lord's Legion 50 years ago. Accompanying him is Media, the academy director. Kang wonders why 2 such prominent figures are here. Siegfried wastes no time and asks for Kang's name. After Kang introduces himself, Siegfried gets straight to the point, demanding to know what Kang did during the test. Although Kang himself isn't sure, he's painfully aware that he caused everything. He notices Siegfried's hand resting on his sword and feels a wave of dread. There's no way he could survive against someone like him. Nervously, Kang admits he may have gone too far during the evaluation and is prepared to accept the consequences. Siegfried stares him down, but Media interjects, telling Siegfried to stop intimidating the boy. She explains to Kang that Siegfried cleared his meridians while he was unconscious, which stuns Kang further. Media then says she finds him interesting. Siegfried reprimands Media for being so casual, but she brushes him off, saying she reviewed the test footage while Kang was out. She confesses that watching Kang risk everything to protect another student moved her deeply, even calling him a hero. Siegfried, ever the stoic, tells her to act more dignified. Media assures Kang that he won't be punished for his actions, though she mentions that the Mao brothers are on the verge of dropping out. Relieved, Kang feels some weight lift, knowing he won't have to deal with them again. Then Siegfried drops a bombshell. Kang ranked as the top student in the evaluation. Kang is floored. His whole plan was to stay under the radar and live a quiet, uneventful life. Later, in Media's office, she reflects on her 2 decades as academy director, admitting she's never seen anything like this. Meanwhile, Kang expresses his dislike for being named the top student. This surprises both Siegfried and Media. They explain that the subspace itself determines such rankings, but Kang still refuses to accept it. Siegfried, puzzled, wonders aloud how Kang, a seemingly ordinary boy, could possess such extraordinary skills. He admits that if Kang had an incredible physique, immense experience or even natural talent, it would make sense. Yet Kang has none of these. In fact, his untrained body contradicts the master-level swordsmanship he displayed. Siegfried feels an uncharacteristic surge of competitiveness, unable to understand how someone so young could perform at such a level. Media, ever eccentric, teases Siegfried, suggesting Kang might be worth pursuing romantically despite his age. Siegfried, unimpressed, spells out what people at the academy call women like her. Media loses her temper, but the focus shifts back to Kang. Through some maneuvering, Kang manages to get himself downgraded to the wolf class. This is a relief as he had no desire to remain at the top and become a target for power struggles. While some argued for placing him in one of the elite classes, Media ensured the matter stayed quiet, honoring Kang's wish for a low profile. When Kang enters the wolf class, all eyes are on him because of the badge on his chest. After a few moments, the students return to their conversations, allowing Kang to breathe easier. He hopes this means they'll ignore him. As he takes his seat, enjoying the solitude, a voice calls out to him. Turning, he sees the red-haired girl from the test. She thanks him for what he did. Kang brushes it off, saying anyone would have done the same, though deep down he feels like a hypocrite. Everyone sees him as a hero, but in truth he only acted to save himself. Kang introduced himself as Kang Jianma, and the girl introduced herself as Chloe. He politely commented that it was nice to meet her and added that he hadn't expected them to be in the same class. Internally though, he was puzzled. He had played the game countless times and had no memory of a character named Chloe. Since the main story didn't involve her during the Demon Tribe War, he concluded she must be just an ordinary person like himself. Kang asked her to keep what happened earlier a secret and she agreed. Chloe then mentioned she had a question for him, but before she could ask, the professor interrupted, telling everyone to take their seats. They agreed to continue their conversation later. The professor slammed a notebook onto the desk, congratulating the class on their admission and reminding them they carried the pride of the hero Valor Draken. He introduced himself as Lee Won-bin, the instructor for the Wolf class, and ordered everyone to change into their physical training uniforms. Training would begin in 30 minutes. When a boy with glasses asked about the training objective, Kang immediately guessed it: Saitama's regimen. He joked internally, wondering if this meant everyone would eventually go bald. Kang approached the professor, who immediately called him by name, surprising Kang. He explained that he wasn't feeling well. The professor pondered aloud, saying basic training might not benefit the academy's top cadet, and suggested Kang move to the star class. Realizing that media must have informed the instructors, Kang quickly clarified that he just needed to use the bathroom and would return for training. Outside, Kang joined the others in running. Or more accurately, he lagged behind, struggling with his unfit body. He hadn't even finished the warm-up and was already exhausted. Chloe caught up to him, asking if it was really that difficult. Kang denied it, insisting he was fine, though he'd only managed 5 laps, while Chloe casually mentioned she was on her 9th. She encouraged him to keep going and ran ahead, leaving Kang stunned by how unprepared he was. Later, back at home, surrounded by empty bottles, Kang slammed one on the table in frustration. He was completely drained and starving. After just 1 week at the academy, he faced an unexpected problem: food. The scene shifted to the cafeteria, where Kang, desperate for pork, was told by the counter lady that he needed a meal ticket. When he checked the price, 50,000 won, he was devastated. That amount was nearly what he used to spend in an entire month. Frustrated, he leaned against the wall, sipping what little he could afford. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. His physical stats had reached level 12. This meant fewer restrictions and the ability to wield a weapon up to 38 centimeters long. He noticed his body becoming more defined, his evolution progressing rapidly thanks to the sword god's blessing. He realized his fear of using a sword during the ceremony was fading. Now, being without one felt strange. As Kang pondered the system's influence on his psyche, someone knocked on the door. It was Chloe, asking politely if she could come in. She noted she hadn't seen him in the cafeteria all week and wanted to check if he was okay. Kang explained he had been bringing food from elsewhere, reassuring her not to worry. Chloe mentioned she was planning to cook dinner but needed to buy ingredients. Before she finished, Kang was already outside, telling her to hurry up. He offered to cook instead, and later, after Chloe finished her meal, she praised how delicious it was. Noticing the empty plates, Kang asked why her fridge was stocked with so much fish. Chloe explained she lived near the beach. Kang remarked that it was perfect, as cooking fish was his specialty. Deciding to show off, he prepared sashimi using the sword god's blessing. With impressive precision, he finished in just 21 seconds, marveling at his own work. When Chloe asked how he became so skilled at cooking, Kang explained he had worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Chloe seemed unfamiliar with the concept of part-time work, highlighting their difference in social statuses. Kang simply smiled, saying he was glad she enjoyed the meal. Chloe offered to handle the dishes, leaving Kang to relax after a surprisingly eventful day. He stepped outside to admire the moon, feeling a rare sense of satisfaction after a grueling week. But his peace was interrupted by a sudden noise inside. Turning back, he saw Chloe struggling with the dishes. Clearly, this was her first time attempting such a chore. As he moved to help, a book tumbled from the shelf and landed open. Glancing at it, he realized it was a diary. His curiosity got the better of him and he began reading. One entry caught his attention. She had received help from someone in class and felt indebted to repay the favor. Smiling at the stickers adorning the diary, he thought it was endearing for someone her age. Flipping another page, he read about how her heart wouldn't stop racing whenever she saw the person who helped her. It dawned on him that she was talking about him. Amused, he turned another page only to find it filled with "I love you" scrawled over and over. Alarmed, Kang thought it might be time to quietly slip away. But Chloe had already noticed. Dropping a glass, she stared at him in shock and demanded to know if he had read it. The scene shifts to Chloe's backstory. Born into the infamous Cecilia family, she was trained from childhood to be an assassin. In their tradition, emotions were weaknesses, suppressed through rigorous conditioning. By the age of 15, Chloe had taken her first life. The family motto drilled into her was clear: assassins don't deny their talents. Despite her skill, the Cecilia family insisted their children keep a low profile at the academy, always enrolling in the lower-ranked common classes. Chloe accepted her fate, believing it was impossible to break free. Her life seemed predictable, until Kang appeared. During a subspace trial meant to test her resolve, she was prepared to face death calmly as she always had. But Kang disrupted the narrative. He yelled at her attackers, standing between her and harm. In that moment, Chloe saw something she had never experienced: someone fighting for another person. The memory of childhood fairy tales flashed in her mind, and for the first time, her heart raced uncontrollably. Was this love? Back in the present, the atmosphere between them grew tense. Kang, awkward and clueless, tried to shift the mood by commenting on the beauty of the night and thanking her for the meal. As he turned to leave, Chloe stopped him. "Did you see it?" she asked, her voice sharp. Feigning ignorance, he stammered, "See what?" But Chloe pressed on. He tried to deflect, mentioning the book and hoping she'd let it go. She didn't. Realizing there was no escape, Kang admitted he had read the diary. The air around her changed instantly. Chloe's demeanor grew cold as she reached for her sword. Kang's mind raced. He was on the 4th floor with no chance of jumping out the window. The only exit was through the door, but she stood between him and it. As she dragged her sword along the ground, her eyes lifeless and her movements mechanical, he realized she had entered an entirely different state, one far more dangerous. She wasn't the shy, awkward girl he had spoken to moments ago. This was her assassin side, awakened and intent on eliminating him. Piecing things together, Kang understood her diary was the trigger, and now her lethal instincts were in full control. He needed a plan. His sashimi knife was in his room, but the only nearby weapon was a box cutter on the table. Chloe lunged. Kang snatched the box cutter, regretting that it had come to this. All he could do now was defend himself and hope for a chance to break through her icy resolve. Kang activated the sword god's blessing, hearing the familiar phrase, "May the blessing be with you." As Chloe charged at him, he made an offhand remark about her hair being too long. With a single clean strike, the scene shifted and Chloe was lying unconscious on the floor. When she woke, she seemed dazed, muttering about where Gemma had gone. Her memories were fragmented. She recalled glancing at him by the window while washing dishes and wondered where her katana was. Spotting it nearby, she felt relieved but also remembered how she often lost consciousness after wielding it. Typically, her only memory after such moments was the old man's voice, praising her talent as an assassin. Collapsing face first onto her pillow, Chloe groaned in frustration. She had fainted at the worst possible time, while he was in her room. Her mind raced as she wondered if she had said anything embarrassing. Then she noticed the box cutter on the floor and touched her hair, realizing it was shorter. Confused, she checked the trash and saw the strands he had trimmed. As unstable as she was, Chloe interpreted this as an act of kindness. To her, he had been considerate enough to give her a haircut. Feeling touched, she opened her diary and began writing a heartfelt entry about how much she adored Gemma. Meanwhile, outside, Kang was throwing up. The blessing had saved his life, but he had overused its effect, burning through 5 extra seconds beyond the 9-second limit. Completely drained, he slumped onto a bench, lamenting how even the energy from dinner was gone. He started reflecting on Chloe's fighting style. Unlike most swordsmen who aim to disarm or incapacitate, Chloe's every move was designed to kill. Her strikes targeted vital points with terrifying precision, like a trained ambush specialist. Fighting her, Kang had genuinely feared for his life and instinctively aimed to counter with a lethal blow. Thankfully, the box cutter's short blade only managed to give her a haircut. Though she had fainted afterward, Kang was grateful the situation resolved itself. Life at the academy was proving far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Sitting there, Kang thought back to his life before falling into this world. He had been ambitious, a master of sashimi knives who had reached the pinnacle of his craft. Now in this game-like world, everyone seemed bound by their roles. The game was called Blessing of Miracles, named after the legendary blessing granted to the protagonist. Another blessing, Valor, was tied to Baylor Wakim. As far as Kang could remember, these 2 blessings were central to the story. The protagonist's mission was straightforward: save the world from the Demon King. But Kang? He had been chosen by a sashimi knife. Slapping himself in frustration, he tried to make sense of his predicament. The events at the academy were making him lose sight of his original goals. While he knew the key characters and major story beats, he didn't fully understand how this world worked. What he did know was that the game's main storyline was about to begin. The protagonist's blessing should have activated by now, signaling their arrival at the academy. According to the storyline, major events would escalate in the 2nd semester of the 3rd year. That's when the demon race would attack the academy, igniting a war between demons and humanity. This conflict would eventually spiral into a full-scale world war. Kang couldn't deny the story's cliches. Back when he played the game, he had quit halfway through, finding it predictable despite its challenges. But now, living in this world, the looming war felt terrifyingly real. The question wasn't if it would happen, it was whether he could survive it. For now, Kang had 3 days to prepare. He could either find a way to escape this world or, failing that, grow stronger to endure it. Somewhere in this chaos, he hoped for a happy ending. After all, the protagonist would surely survive, but Kang needed power to protect himself. Yet he couldn't draw too much attention, or he'd be dragged into the front lines against the Demon King's army. The day's events taught him he needed to be more cautious when using the Blessing of Pain. Checking his stats, he noted that his performance was better than expected. Strangely, the interface seemed to reveal more information each day. While stats like mental strength made sense, the assimilation rate stat puzzled him. Clicking on it only brought up a message: access restricted. The more he tried to unravel the mysteries of this world, the more questions arose. But one thing was clear: he needed a real weapon. Relying on a box cutter and the Blessing of Pain for 30 seconds wasn't going to cut it anymore. He needed a sword that wouldn't activate the blessing. Luckily, he remembered that next month's exams offered a reward, Murasame, a rank B blade. If he could master it, it would be sufficient to graduate from the academy. Its design ensured the sword god's blessing wouldn't trigger, making it an ideal primary weapon. Of course, this meant more effort than he wanted to put in, but there wasn't much choice. As he sat, someone called out and he turned to see a girl with cyan-colored hair. It was obvious who she was. Looking battered, she boldly claimed the bench as hers. Kong just stared at her, dumbfounded and unsure how to respond. "Say something, man," she yelled again, telling him to move aside. Caught off guard, Kong couldn't help but notice how surreal she looked, even after seeing her multiple times. Spacing out for a moment, he was about to get up when she clarified that he didn't need to leave, just sit next to her. Even though she was stunning, her claim about the bench being hers was ridiculous. It was public space after all. Deciding it was best to avoid any unnecessary interaction, Kong stayed quiet, hoping to steer clear of the protagonist's storyline. Still, her beaten-up appearance caught his attention, and he found himself glancing at her, marveling at her beauty despite her condition. Out of nowhere, she mentioned that the stars were most visible from this spot. Her sudden comment left Kong scrambling for words, his lack of social skills painfully evident. Was this really Abel? The granddaughter of the sword saint and the protagonist known for being hard to approach? She turned to him asking if he used the sword. Kong, confused, wondered how she knew. She explained that her grandfather had told her that swordsmen have a certain look in their eyes. For a moment, Kong worried that she might have figured out his secret. Abel then asked if he wanted to hold her sword, making it clear she knew he recognized her. Kong found it odd. Why would she bother asking that when everyone at the academy knew who she was? He admitted he sort of knew her, to which she replied that she didn't know him. Her bluntness only added to his confusion. She commented that it was a cliché for someone to know her name while she didn't know theirs. Kong, uninterested in getting involved, questioned why he should share his name with someone he'd just met. Abel explained it was always good to know people. You never knew who might be a spy for the Demon King. She added that it was suspicious for him to be alone in a spot where she usually trained. Realizing he was being indirectly threatened, Kong quickly turned the tables, suggesting she could be the spy. Abel clarified that she was there to train. Kong responded that he was doing the same. Curious, Abel asked what kind of training he was doing to remain so calm. Kong said it was breathing exercises. Noticing the wounds on her hands, he complimented her dedication. Abel confirmed that people didn't understand the pressure of carrying Siegfried's bloodline. She explained that she needed to be perfect because any sign of weakness would attract opportunists. This year she admitted she wasn't the top student. It was the first time she had been defeated, and while it was frustrating, she also found it oddly relieving. However, she was determined to find out who had surpassed her and defeat them next time. Kong asked if it was worth taking so seriously. Abel replied that it was a matter of pride. She even begged her grandfather to reveal the person's identity, only to learn they weren't even in her class. The worst part? They had just joined the academy. Realizing she was oversharing, Abel apologized, saying she shouldn't talk about such things with someone she'd just met. Intrigued, Kong asked why she was telling him all this. Abel replied it was because he seemed weak. Her family's motto was to be firm with the strong and kind to the weak. Finally understanding her kindness, Kong realized she thought he was trash. Well, that explained why she was so difficult to approach in the game. Deciding it was time to leave, Kong wished her a good night. As he turned to go, she demanded his name. The scene shifted to the classroom. Life at the academy was calmer than Kong expected. Chloe had quickly made new friends and blended into the class, while Kong did his best to avoid eye contact. Whenever she approached Kong, her friends would cast judgmental looks. But Kong didn't care. Likely because he was a special student. And besides, he wasn't the only one in the Tiger class this year. Kong thought it was a relief he ended up in this class. At the start of the semester, the Star and Dragon classes would usually form political factions. Even in the game, that nonsense had annoyed him. Now he was glad he didn't have to deal with it. Walking with his phone in hand, Kong wondered what to eat. That's when Medea handed him a black card, apologizing for forgetting to give it earlier. Apparently it was her personal card. Kong was stunned. So this is what being a sugar baby feels like, he thought. Still, the best part was that he hadn't disrupted the flow of events so far. If he kept this pace for the next 3 years, the future he envisioned might come true. Despite this optimism, the war looming ahead was never far from his mind. Later, in class, a professor lectured about a war 700 years ago between the Demon King and the hero of Wacken. Afterward, Draken founded the academy with his 7 disciples to prepare future heroes. The professor emphasized this would be on the test, but Kong was nearly falling asleep. He already knew the story. Jaqen Baylor, the founder, had fought demon commanders for 20 years, leading humanity against the demon army. In the end, he lost an arm and could no longer fight. The war ended in a bloody stalemate, resulting in a fragile truce between humans and demons. Jaqen then established the academy to ensure peace. The professor reminded the students that this truce was why they had peace today. But Kong knew better. Those 700 years of peace were about to end. As the lecture wrapped up, Kong wondered if he should tell Medea. But what consequences would that bring? Medea often seemed like she wanted to leave the academy as soon as possible, but Abel was the first to awaken an anomaly thanks to the Lord Poet. She was also the first of the 7 heroes to step forward and protect the students. Unfortunately, Kong also knew her fate. She would be the first to be sacrificed by the Demon King. He wished he didn't know that. The professor ended class, reminding everyone about the upcoming exam in 2 weeks. As students left, they chatted about something exciting. Kong stayed behind trying to recall what it was. Then it hit him. It was May 5th. He overheard students by the door saying someone wasn't destined for their class but for the star class. Kong knew exactly who they meant. Today marked the arrival of the protagonist of this world, Leon von Reinhardt. With him came the end of 700 years of peace. Kong already hated Leon with his ridiculously cliché face and the way every woman fell for him. If only this were an R-rated story where guys like Leon met early, tragic ends. Leon's charisma had already drawn in Rachel, the Saint of the Sword, Saki Ryojo, the daughter of the Saint of the Bow, and even Abel. His party members were extraordinary. Despite Kang's disdain, Leon's blessing of miracles made him humanity's first choice for the hero's journey. Except calling it a choice was generous. People were forced to join the war. Kong remembered that even the legendary hero Valor had only managed to defeat the Legion's first commander. Imagining the strength of the true Demon King was surreal. Leon walked into the classroom, greeting students with his radiant smile. Then he noticed Kong and flashed him a grin too. Kong immediately sensed something off but reminded himself of what the blessing of miracles could do. He was sure Leon would handle everything. Leon's trustworthy aura made it seem like he could solve any problem. Suddenly the scene shifted. Kong was at the training hall swinging a sword. Since it was a longer blade, the blessing of the sword god didn't activate, allowing him to practice uninterrupted. He desperately needed to master the basics of swordsmanship. Earlier, Rachel had approached him, asking if she'd done something wrong. Kong almost lost his composure but kept calm since they'd be stuck together for at least a year. He assured her everything was fine and she looked relieved. But Kong was still confused, trying to piece together her identity. There was also the mystery of how she could wield a sword even when unconscious. Her expression seemed to cry for help, yet her sword radiated murderous intent. If it came to killing, Rachel might be more dangerous than even the notorious evil brothers. Rachel apologized for what had happened earlier and offered to make it up to Kong by cooking him another dinner. She promised to do her best, even if her cooking wasn't as good as his. Kong hesitated, vividly recalling her wielding a sword. The problem was the way she seemed to glow as she begged. It was hard to refuse. But in his mind he pictured himself waking up in the morning, sliced into pieces and stuffed in the fridge. That's when an idea struck him. Instead of dinner, he asked if she could do him a favor. Rachel looked puzzled and Kong explained it was something only she could help with. Blushing, she asked what it was. Kong then requested her help with swordsmanship training. At the training hall, Kong realized how urgently he needed a teacher. Chloe with a sword in hand was terrifying. Every night before bed he'd watch YouTube videos on how to survive Yandras. When Chloe arrived, cheerful as ever, she asked when he'd gotten there. Kong, already on edge, replied he had just arrived. Chloe mentioned she'd been waiting for him since 6:30. Kong frowned, reminding her they'd agreed to meet at 8. Her innocent expression didn't fool him, and he was reminded of her unhinged nature. Still, his attention momentarily drifted to her toned abs, finally understanding the source of her strength. Chloe handed him a sword and asked why they weren't using real ones. Kong was stunned. Who trains with a real sword? He explained that, since it was just practice, wooden swords were safer. Chloe gave him a sweet smile and said he was kind for not wanting to hurt her. Then she swung the wooden sword, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Kong broke into a cold sweat, realizing even a wooden sword could shatter his skull. He checked the system, relieved the blessing of the sword god hadn't activated. Yet, the synchronization stats still confused him. Chloe called out, asking if something was wrong. Kong quickly reminded himself only he could see the system. Turning to her, he said, "It's my first day, so maybe go easy on me." Preparing himself, Kong asked if they could start. In his past life, he had always valued practice. He believed that mastery required more than just physical effort. It demanded total dedication. At the academy, his progress came from observing himself and learning to self-correct. He noticed his sweaty palms and unsteady stance. Reminding himself that swordsmanship required precision, he braced for the training. But Chloe leaped toward him. Kong wasn't fully prepared and the blade was already near his neck. It wasn't clear if he dodged or if the blade nicked his cheek. Panicking, he yelled, asking why she wasn't going easy on him. Chloe, unfazed, switched the blade to her other hand and prepared another strike. Kong managed to block it, but the force sent his arm flying upward, leaving him trembling. Feeling a surge of confidence after the block, he attempted a counter-strike. But before he could land it, Chloe was already airborne. Kang found himself questioning how Chloe kept getting faster with every move. Perhaps her first attack had been just a warm-up. He blocked again, but the force cracked the wooden hilt, sending him stumbling backward. Chloe's relentless barrage continued. Though Kang managed to hold his defense, each strike made him fear for his life. Worse, he couldn't find any opening to counterattack. Suddenly his wooden sword shattered. Chloe apologized, saying she didn't mean to break it, but admitted she hadn't thought it was so fragile. Then she froze. The broken sword's altered length activated the blessing of the sword god. The system kicked in, reshaping Kang's personality and reducing his humanity. A dark aura enveloped him as the heat activated, and Chloe instinctively backed away, visibly terrified. The system coldly announced Kang's humanity was slipping away. In the midst of this transformation, Kang's perception shifted. He was now standing in his old kitchen under a bright spotlight. Confused, he wondered if everything had been a dream. Noticing a fish on the counter, he remembered he was supposed to prepare it. Thinking he'd used the chef's Chinese knife, the system interrupted, rejecting his choice. Trying another knife, he faced the same denial. In the end, his only option was the sashimi knife. Reluctantly, he picked it up, fearing the pain the system might inflict. But instead, he felt rejuvenated. Determined, he declared it was time to create a masterpiece as the heat activated fully. Meanwhile, back in the training hall, Chloe was shouting his name, asking if he was okay. Kang, pacing aimlessly, suddenly vanished in a flash of blue light and reappeared in front of Chloe in an instant. She barely managed to block his attack, but the impact sent her flying, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Chloe, shaken, realized Kang had become an entirely different person in mere moments. His behavior now resembled a deranged protagonist's. When Kang struck again, she dodged narrowly, struggling to comprehend how a single hit had overpowered her. Weak and unable to stand properly, Chloe begged him to stop. Inside Kang's mental world, he was baffled. The fish on the counter was now dodging his cuts and, even more bizarrely, speaking. Listening closely, he realized it was calling his name, Jama. Looking at the sashimi knife, Kang remembered who he was. Then, as if awakening from a dream, he recognized the fish as Chloe pleading for him to regain control. The blade slammed into the wall beside her, missing by a hair. Kang, barely managing to stop himself, let go of the sword just before it struck her. Chloe opened her eyes, stunned she wasn't hurt. Kang suddenly pulled her by the waist. For a moment, it seemed like a setup for a kiss, but instead he told her they should stop for the day. Chloe asked if he was okay, but Kang casually thanked her for the practice and walked away. She couldn't believe this lunatic had almost killed her and then left as if nothing had happened. Later, as Chloe returned to her room, she reflected on the day. Kang's power wasn't just raw strength, it carried an unusual, almost instinctive energy. Even with the broken sword, she realized she had no chance against him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Knox Audier, a second-year student she addressed as her brother, commented on her enjoyment. Chloe's demeanor shifted instantly. Knox mocked her, asking if she was now associating with insignificant people like Kang. Chloe snapped back, telling him not to insult others. Smirking, Knox warned that if she continued spending time with Kang, the Audier family would eliminate him. Lowering her head, Chloe retorted that even if the entire family came after Kang, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Without waiting for a reply, she walked away. Knox remained behind, pondering Kang's name. Meanwhile, Kang was beginning to realize that his power wasn't a blessing or divine favor. It felt more like a curse. Determined to stop relying on the sword god's dangerous influence, he resolved to find new equipment. Yet the strange power seemed to defy his will, controlling his body and urging him to cut deeper, destroy more. For a fleeting moment, he lost all control, feeling utterly free yet bound like a puppet. It was only Chloe's desperate scream that finally snapped him back to reality. He glimpsed fragments of another reality and instinctively let go of the sword, breaking its hold over him. His body seemed to know that holding onto the blade any longer would mean losing himself forever. Strangely enough, it was Chloe, the Yandra girl who once wanted to kill him, who snapped him back to his senses. While part of him resented that the power had activated because Chloe broke the sword, he couldn't deny his gratitude. He left quickly, but the question lingered: how could he prevent this power from ever awakening again? This so-called blessing from the sword god was far more of a curse. Kang began to realize that activating it came at the cost of pieces of his life. 3 days later, the classroom buzzed with energy. A purple-haired student tried to chat with Chloe, but she brushed him off, saying she'd check it out later. All she could think about was Kang Jiama, who hadn't shown up that day. Earlier, she had knocked on his door and heard groans of pain but hadn't dared to barge in. She feared breaking the door might make him hate her, so she left. Yet she realized how much she enjoyed secretly watching him, whether he was fighting or simply lost in thought. Oh Chloe, you're the definition of a Yandra. She'd lost count of how many times she'd spied on him, always making sure not to get caught. Another day passed, making it 4 since anyone had seen Kang. The teacher silenced the class, scolding them for wasting the opportunity to study at such a prestigious academy. Since it was raining, they would have an indoor study session. But even the teacher couldn't help noticing Kang's prolonged absence. He chose to trust the boy and hoped he'd return soon. As the lesson began, the classroom door opened, startling the teacher. "Who dares to arrive late?" he barked. The figure approaching was unfamiliar, taller, colder, and more imposing. Chloe called out to him in confusion. Wait a second, where was the kind-hearted Kangjiyama? This version looked like a bad boy, and naturally the girls were swooning. The teacher dismissed the commotion, urging everyone to take their seats. Whispers filled the room as students wondered if this was the same special admission student. Someone even commented that he looked more handsome now. Of course they love bad boys. Kang sat with a brooding expression that practically screamed he hated the world. When class ended, everyone headed to the cafeteria. Chloe approached Kang asking what had happened. He brushed it off, claiming it was nothing serious. She pressed further, mentioning his absence and expressing her worry. Flashing a faint smile, he thanked her for her concern, but Chloe could tell he wasn't being entirely honest. In truth, Kang had endured a harrowing 3 days. He had been bedridden, convulsing, and mentally drained. The curse of the sword god had inflicted unbearable pain, leaving him too weak even to eat. When he finally looked in the mirror, he barely recognized himself, skeletal and with strands of his hair turning white. This was the price of meddling with that cursed power. Spotting Chloe's guilty expression, Kang decided to ease her mind. "Is your dinner offer still open?" he asked casually. Chloe, flustered, misheard him and asked him to repeat it. When he did, she lit up with joy, eagerly agreeing. Kang felt relieved to see her so happy. She asked what he'd like to eat, promising to prepare anything. He requested fish, mentioning it had been a while since he last ate it, and the last time hadn't ended well. As he began to explain, something red brushed past his neck. Turning his head, he noticed a strange plant radiating energy. He shifted his gaze and spotted someone standing nearby. It was Nox Audier, his crimson eyes glowing with mischief. Chloe froze in fear. Kang immediately asked if she knew him. Locking eyes with Nox, Kang stepped forward, demanding he speak. Nox didn't say a word, simply smirking as his aura intensified. Kang braced himself, wondering what kind of trouble was about to unfold. Chloe urged Kang not to get involved with Nox and demanded the man leave. Despite her attempt to sound firm, Kang noticed her trembling voice betrayed the fear she held for this individual. Nox sneered, questioning whether Kang was worth breaking the rules for. He added that Chloe, no matter what she claimed, could never truly sever ties with the Cecilia Audier clan. Chloe snapped back, declaring she had no connection to the clan anymore. But Nox only laughed, saying the blood on her hands bound her forever. The family she was born into would always claim her. Kang silently observed, piecing together that Chloe was being treated as some kind of renegade, caught in the middle of a deep family feud. Nox demanded she abandon that thing and return to the clan. But Chloe's anger flared, shouting at him not to call Kang a thing. Kang, already weary of his growing list of problems, began recalling what he knew about the Audier clan from the game. They were infamous for their unmatched skill in assassination, a shadowy group that emerged halfway through the storyline. Despite their lack of raw power compared to other heroic houses, their precision and brutal upbringing molded every member into a deadly weapon. To Kang, Nox seemed to fit the mold perfectly. The real oddity was Chloe, so cheerful and kind in contrast. Still, as Nox stared down at them with unshaken resolve, Kang noticed Chloe trembling beside him, biting her lips so hard it bled. She just wanted a normal life. But Kang knew that for someone like her, born into a clan like the Audiers, that dream was nearly impossible. Just as his cursed blessing tied him to a cruel fate, Chloe's birth had chained her to a life of violence. Kang wasn't a hero, nor did he aspire to be one. But he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Deciding to face Nox, Kang felt a rush of determination. If he couldn't escape his curse, then he'd use it. He asked Nox if he was ready, calmly declaring that he wouldn't run anymore. The time had come to move forward. Elsewhere, their instructor was deep in thought, concerned about Kang's recent demeanor. A student interrupted with a teasing comment about his grumpy expression leading to baldness, but he brushed it off irritably. Suddenly, an urgent call came through. The instructor's expression darkened as he learned about the brewing confrontation between Kang Jianma and Nox Audier. The subspace arena was being prepared. In the arena, Kang stood ready. He hadn't expected the setup to be so quick, but it didn't matter. This wasn't reality, so physical harm wasn't a concern, though the mental strain would still be real. As the crowd gathered, Kang couldn't help but note the irony. All he ever wanted was to avoid attention, but now he stood center stage, a gladiator in a coliseum. Chloe, visibly shaken, stood by his side, guilt weighing heavily on her. Kang reassured her, thanking her for the equipment she'd lent him. She warned him that Nox was dangerously strong, the greatest genius in the family's history. Kang dismissed the title as overdramatic. Titles didn't matter, winning did. The announcement for the duel rang out. Kang turned to Chloe one last time, telling her not to worry. "The world is full of geniuses," he said with a confident smirk, "and that's why I'll win." As the doors opened, Kong stepped into the subspace arena. The crowd roared, and he felt like a gladiator under the watchful eyes of the elites, even spotting familiar faces like Abel. Nox appeared on the other side, his temper barely restrained. Kong smiled to himself. If nothing else, this fight was going to be unforgettable. Nox demands to know if Kang can't differentiate between bravery and foolish arrogance. He questions why Kang even showed up wielding such a pathetic excuse for a blade. The dark aura surrounding him begins to ripple toward Kang, who instantly recognizes it as pure killing intent. Kang smirks, replying, "A skilled fighter never blames their weapon." Nox, visibly on edge, opts to end things swiftly. A crow materializes behind him, and he declares he'll begin by ripping out Kang's insolent tongue. Kang takes a moment to analyze the situation, noting Nox's outrageously overpowered equipment. Wait, he's using a Hongran blade? An S-rank weapon? That's just ridiculous. Still, Kang isn't surprised. He expected the guy to have an advantage, but Kang came prepared too. His weapon of choice? A simple sashimi knife borrowed from Cielo's kitchen. The drone descends, signaling the start of combat with a radiant blue light. "May the blessings of the heroes guide you," it announces. The crowd quiets as the two opponents face off. Kang wastes no time, activating blessings to suppress pain and calling upon the sword god's blessing. His eyes glow white, giving him an almost demonic presence. The spectators whisper in shock. Was this going to be more than the simple mismatch they expected? The battle erupts with a flurry of strikes, each faster than the last. A blonde observer comments on the unexpected speed of the duel, while Edbull, watching from the sidelines, struggles to reconcile this skilled fighter with the supposed weakling he'd seen before. Nox presses the attack, sending purple slashes of energy ripping through the ground toward Kang. Yet every strike misses. Frustrated, Nox leaps into the air, activating his three-headed crow technique. A violent purple aura surrounds Kang, and Nox is confident the boy's finished. But in a blur of blue, Kang vanishes, reappearing on the opposite side of the arena, untouched. The crowd gasps as whispers ripple through the stands. Even Abel can't figure out how this newcomer is holding his ground against someone as formidable as Nox. Nox recalls Cielo's warning that Kang wasn't ordinary, but he convinces himself Kang is merely relying on agility. Still, seeing Kang fight with kitchen knives fuels his rage. When one of Kang's knives falls to the ground, Nox sneers. "What kind of plan is this?" he demands. Kang remains silent, extending his arm and pointing the remaining knife, adorned with floral designs, at Nox. The absurdity of the gesture leaves Nox baffled, but he decides to end this farce with his full power. He boasts about the might of his Hongran blade, but before he can strike, Kang disappears again. Time seems to freeze as Kang reflects on his desire for a simple, unnoticed life. But since he can't escape this path, he resolves to cut through it perfectly. In an instant, Nox's arm is severed, flying across the arena. The audience falls silent as Nox stares in disbelief, and Kang appears behind him. The crowd erupts in chaos as Kang slashes again, this time decapitating his opponent. The once calm protagonist transforms into a merciless warrior, leaving everyone stunned. Nox collapses, motionless, while Kang calmly sheathes his makeshift blade. Abel watches in shock, while her friend gazes at Kang with heart-shaped eyes. The drone hovers overhead, announcing, "Winner, Kang Jayama." Duel completed in 26 seconds? The crowd roars in disbelief. A first-year student had just defeated a second-year prodigy. Though victorious, Kang knows he's shattered any chance of staying under the radar. The academy buzzes with gossip about the boy who defeated an audier, and Kang resolves to face whatever comes next head-on. Meanwhile, Abel finds herself unable to stop thinking about him, hearing his name at every turn, a constant reminder of the duel that changed everything. When Nox's arm hit the ground, Abel stood frozen, her mind racing to comprehend how Kang wielded such flawless swordsmanship using nothing more than kitchen knives. She had always been proud of her knowledge, being the granddaughter of a sword master, but this moment made her realize just how naive she had been. A memory flashed in her mind, her smugly saying she was curious about the person who had beaten her. She'd vowed to crush him the next time. She also remembered teasingly making a cute face, claiming to share everything with him because he seemed weak. Now, as the puzzle pieces fit together, she wondered if Kang was this year's top student. Her face turned crimson as she muttered under her breath, "It must be this damn guy who's stronger than me." Abel's thoughts spiraled, and she desperately wanted to know what had been going through Kang's head at that moment. Suddenly she woke up startled, her heart racing. Her blonde friend Rachel leaned closer, asking what was wrong. Abel quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing. Rachel wasn't convinced. "Are you sure? Did you forget your gear? Are you hungry? Do you need the bathroom?" she teased, one question after another. Abel snapped, telling her to shut up. Then Rachel smirked. "Wait, is it about a boy?" Abel's face turned tomato red and Rachel burst into laughter. "I never thought the legendary Abel would be caught up in romance. Abel stammered, denying any romantic feelings, but Rachel was already curious. Who's the lucky guy? Is it Leon? He's handsome. Abel's expression gave nothing away, but Rachel's gears were turning. Then it hit her. Wait, is it that special student from yesterday? Kang? Abel froze and Rachel's grin widened. Oh, I'm a genius. Grabbing Abel's hand, Rachel announced, we're going to the Tiger's classroom. One dramatic entrance later, Rachel burst through the door, stunning the students inside with her beauty. She climbed onto a table shouting, where's that black-haired guy? Someone meekly pointed out that standing on tables wasn't appropriate, but Rachel waved it off. I'm pretty enough to get away with it, she said confidently, and the poor guy agreed. Abel meanwhile stood awkwardly at the door, mortified by the scene. Then Rachel's eyes lit up as she spotted Kang. Found him, she exclaimed. But she also noticed Kwa, a girl nearby, looking at Kang with unmistakable admiration. Rachel's grin turned mischievous. This just got even better, she muttered, starting to unbutton her shirt and loosen her tie. Kwa, sitting quietly until now, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Rachel approached Kang, sniffing him playfully, leaving everyone including Abel and Kwa thoroughly confused. Rachel shrugged and dramatically flopped onto the table in front of Kang, who was just waking up. Kang blinked groggily, his brain struggling to process Rachel's presence. Are you Kang Jayama? She asked, leaning in closer. Kang's instincts screamed danger, but before he could react, Kwa grabbed Rachel's arm, demanding to know who she was. The tension in the room skyrocketed as Rachel smirked, clearly enjoying the chaos. Kang finally understood why his gut had been warning him. Rachel's demeanor shifted and she pulled out a dagger. A fight was about to break out in the middle of the classroom, something Kang had never expected. Abel stepped forward, her voice sharp. Rachel, what are you doing? Rachel casually replied, just saying hi. Abel sighed, placing a hand on Rachel's head. Drop the dagger and don't interrupt when adults are talking. But Ko wasn't backing down. She lunged at Rachel, shouting, die already. In a blur, Rachel deflected the attack, spilling what looked like strawberry juice. Tauntingly, she glanced at Kwa and said, you're weak, short, slow, and completely out of control. The room held its breath as tension crackled in the air. One thing was clear, Rachel wasn't just here to visit, and this situation was far from over. Rachel grips Kwa's arm tightly until Abel yells at her to stop. With a swift motion, Rachel flings Kwa across the room. Miraculously, Kwa lands gracefully on her feet like an angel. The guys in the room are enjoying the drama unfolding. Here's the truth. Rachel hails from the Sword Sinks clan, where raw power is everything. She turns to Kong and asks, is that girl your girlfriend? Kong quickly responds, no. He notices Kwa doesn't seem happy to hear that, but it's the truth. We're just friends, he adds, still trying to make sense of the chaotic situation he's found himself in. It's only now that Kong realizes Abel is also here. She awkwardly asks why they came looking for him. Rachel smirks, saying, Abel's interested in you and I wanted to see for myself. Abel immediately flushes and stammers, when did I say that? She tries to explain but only ends up confusing everyone even more. Embarrassed, she turns away, muttering that this is all a misunderstanding and that she never asked to come here. Unfazed, Kong says, if that's the case you can leave now. Rachel's hard eyes soften slightly at his bluntness. It seems she's drawn to guys who reject her as she quickly replies, you're interesting just the way I like them. Kong retorts, good to know you like interesting guys but I'm not one of them. But Rachel isn't discouraged. Don't be like that, she says. How about coming to my dorm after class? She makes her intentions clear, drawing out the invitation to make sure there's no misunderstanding. Kwa snaps, yelling, take your hands off Kong. Rachel bursts out laughing, finding it hilarious that Kwa thinks he belongs to her. Abel, having had enough, calls out to Rachel, trying to regain control. Rachel stands up, brushing herself off. Well, it was nice meeting you, Kang Jayama, she says, her eyes full of hearts. I'll see you later. She waves goodbye, leaving Kong wishing the whole scene would just disappear. The moment they turn around he goes back to sleep. Abel pauses for a moment, glancing back at him, and oh no, she has that look. She's definitely crushing. She quickly turns away and follows Rachel out. In the corridor, Rachel reflects on Kang's cold gaze. She realizes there's a difference between someone being cold and the sheer intensity in his eyes. When he looked at her, she felt like her throat could be slit. The encounter had far exceeded her expectations. She had gone there just to toy with him, never expecting to find someone like this. For her clan, finding exceptional warriors for breeding purposes is a priority. She starts considering Kong as a valuable resource. Maybe that Netflix invite could lead somewhere after all. She teases Abel, saying, it's no wonder Kong caught the attention of the invincible princess. Then she abruptly apologizes. Abel brushes it off, saying, you should apologize to the students whose class you interrupted. But Rachel replies, I'm not apologizing for that. I'm apologizing for Kang Jayama. Unfortunately, I'm the one who's going to enjoy him. Meanwhile in the hospital, Nox has just woken up, muttering, "I'll kill that bastard." Before the fight, he was known as the genius of the audiers, and his body had never known defeat. Nox considers sneaking into Kang's dorm at night to kill him but hesitates as he recalls the sheer aura Kang exuded during their duel. Determined nonetheless, he shoves a nurse aside and storms out, vowing to rally every audier to take Kang's head. Nox also plans to reclaim Chloe, whose potential he believes might even surpass his own. The timing feels perfect. His nocturnal techniques are at their peak effectiveness. Confident, he opens the door only to freeze in shock. There sits Kang casually eating an apple. Nox expected some sort of peculiar defense, but Kang simply looks up and asks, "What's the senior doing here?" Nox is caught off guard and can't respond. Nothing happens and we cut to the next day where Chloe nervously bites her nails. Despite her frustration, she's the one who drew her blade. Irritated, she mutters about whether Kang prefers women with huge airbags. If that's the case, she might have to kill someone. Kang interrupts her thoughts by calling her name. Snapped back to reality, Chloe asks what he needs while reluctantly lowering her blade. Kang calmly asks, "How's Nox doing?" She hesitates before replying, "He's in the medical wing." "That's strange," Kang muses. "I don't remember injuring him." Chloe shrugs, saying she hasn't visited him but heard he was admitted despite showing no visible injuries. "Don't worry, I'm sure he's fine," she adds. Kang doubts Nox is the type to break down from a trivial defeat but can't shake the feeling that he might be planning something. Curious, he asks Chloe, "Where's Nox's room?" Back in the present, Nox trembles as Kang calmly eats an apple in his dorm room. Nox, his voice shaky, asks, "See, can I have an apple?" Kang raises a brow and points out, "You're asking while I'm already eating it?" Kang glances around and comments, "The Audier family must be loaded to give you a room like this all to yourself." Nox, still confused, stammers, "How did you even get in here?" Kang doesn't answer. Instead, he picks up a knife, making Nox tense up. Is Kang here to finish the job? But Kang simply resumes slicing his apple with expert precision. Nox can't help but marvel at his skill, wondering why he's so good at cutting fruit. Kang places the neatly sliced apple on Nox's desk. "When your digestion's not great, fruit can help," he says. Nox realizes he's being humiliated. Anger twisting his face, he grabs his blade, ready to retaliate. But Kang freezes him with his next words. "If you even think about revenge, I'll personally go after the entire Audier family." Nox is stunned into silence. Kang walks to the door, shuts it behind him and leaves without another word. Outside, Kang sighs, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Just a candlelight can snuff out any moment," he mutters, referring to Nox. He knows he likely crushed whatever willpower Nox had left. Of course it was all a bluff. Kang couldn't possibly wipe out the entire Audier family in 30 seconds. Maybe a few, but he'd rather avoid unnecessary bloodshed. As he walks away, Kang reflects that he feels like he's in the eye of a storm. This wasn't the plan, but he's adapting. If Nox backs off, it'll be one less problem to deal with. But Kang's real concern lies elsewhere, with the crazy girl who was meant to be the protagonist's first approach in the original story. He knows he needs to plan his next move carefully. With the upcoming competition looming, Kang resolves to take it seriously. The reward, the legendary Murism, is something he desperately needs. The challenge? It's going to take longer than 30 seconds to win. The test involves defeating demonic monsters in teams of 5, emphasizing teamwork over individual strength. Fortunately, Kang already knows the monsters will be D-ranked mermen. Unfortunately, he remembers how awful they were in the game. Facing them in real life? Not ideal. At least they aren't sirens, demonic humans far worse than mermen despite their pleasing appearance. Sitting on a bench, Kang reflects on his month in this world. The peaceful evening reminds him of the tranquility he once hoped for. Even though 700 years have passed since the humans and demons signed a peace treaty, skirmishes and conflicts have persisted. He recalls the Vasman dispute 50 years ago, when the 6th Legion's commander claimed to have resurrected the 1st Legion commander, breaking the treaty. Flashes of the past surface in Kang's mind. Vasman landing a punch on a white-haired soldier while media clamored for Sieg. A younger version of the legendary hero emerges, cutting through demons with his blade. Humanity triumphed, birthing 7 heroes, sacrifices in their own right. The outcome deterred both factions from escalating the conflict further. Yet, Kang vividly recalls someone mocking, calling him humanity's strongest as absurd when all he did was kill the 6th commander. Sitting on the bench, Kang reflects, is this really the peace they fought for? Memories flood back, especially of the 1st commander, Baylor Jokum, who sealed away the 1st Legion leader. He knows that in 4 years the demons will launch their second assault, bringing the Demon King's first appearance. But for now, dwelling on it won't help. Kang shifts his focus to the upcoming tests. Annoying as it may be, he knows he needs allies. The problem? His phone's contact list is completely empty. No friends, no connections. It dawns on him that his newfound fame at the academy could work in his favor. If that's the case, he's determined to recruit the best people to secure the top score. Despite his dream of a quiet life, he's resigned to the fact that he'll have to achieve it the hard way. A week passes and Kong grows increasingly anxious. Not a single person has approached him to join their team. Reflecting on how he sliced through Nox, he wonders why no one has reached out, only to realize everyone is terrified of him. Looking around, he notices Chloe, also an outsider, hasn't been invited to any group either. Approaching her, he asks if she's found a team. She admits she hasn't. Kong is surprised since she once had friends. Seeing an opportunity, he suggests she join him. "We just need 3 more people," he says. Chloe agrees without hesitation. She's an exceptional fighter and Kong feels confident in his choice. Considering his limited stamina, Chloe's strength is worth 1,000 of him. As Chloe beams with happiness, their moment is interrupted by someone shouting Kang's name. It's Rachel declaring, "I'm back to play with you." Kong sighs, already annoyed. When he asks why she's there, she replies, "I just told you, didn't I?" Rachel starts muttering something about the big guy arriving, prompting Kong to demand she get to the point. On the verge of tears, Rachel complains about his cold demeanor. Ignoring her theatrics, Kong tells her to stop calling him my Jiang. Rachel feigns deafness, pretending she didn't hear. In her usual clumsy manner, she collapses onto a desk, her airbags landing first, and claims she's just a bit unsteady today. Switching topics, Rachel asks if Kong has a group for the test. Without thinking, he says no. Rachel's eyes light up as she invites herself to join his team. Grabbing his chin teasingly, she says, "Gotcha now?" Kong brushes her hand away, questioning why she'd want to team up with him when she has plenty of admirers. Smirking, Rachel responds, "Because it'll be way more fun with you." Kong explains he already has a team with Chloe. Rachel grins and declares that's perfect. Now they only need 2 more people. Kong, baffled, wonders if she realizes she's risking her score by teaming up with him. He looks at Chloe, who seems fine with the idea. Reluctantly, he agrees. Rachel claps her hands, declaring, "No turning back now." When Kong asks who else she plans to recruit, Rachel grins and mentions a name that freezes him. Leon. The protagonist. Kong trembles, questioning what karmic misdeed led to this. All he ever wanted was a quiet life, and now he's stuck with Leon, Rachel, and Abel, characters he desperately wanted to avoid. While the girls might be manageable, Leon's presence threatens to completely derail everything Kong thought he understood about the future. He considers backing out, but Rachel doesn't give him a chance. The moment he agrees, she submits the team registration, locking him in. For the first time, Kong genuinely feels the urge to stab someone. Chloe notices his distress and asks if something's wrong. She mentions that since Rachel entered, Kong hasn't seemed like himself. He brushes it off, saying he's just surprised to be in this situation. Chloe reassures him, stating she's confident in his abilities. Kong starts reconsidering. He invited Chloe, so he can't abandon her now. Besides, this group is probably the strongest in the academy. Maybe he just needs to stay optimistic. When he asks about the team meeting, Chloe replies, "That giant blonde said it's at 6 in the cafeteria." The scene shifts to a cafe humorously named Starbucks with 2 S's. Chloe slams her cup on the table, declaring how delicious her drink is, while Kong looks horrified at its $35 price tag. Muttering robbery, he begrudgingly buys a $7 espresso, the cheapest option, and hates every sip. His phone buzzes. It's Rachel, claiming she's already at the cafe and asking when he'll arrive. Annoyed, Kong tells her to just come in. Moments later, Rachel bursts in, apologizing for being late, with Leon following behind her. Rachel scans the room, spots Kong and Chloe, and asks if they've been waiting long. Meanwhile, Leon's gaze locks on Kong. Kong immediately notices Leon's striking orange hair. His first thought? This guy looks like a delinquent. I expected Abel, but it's this guy instead. Leon steps forward, extending a polite greeting and introducing himself. He compliments Kong on his fight against Nox, calling it impressive. Observing Leon, Kong notes the balanced tone of intelligence and class in his voice, undeniably the protagonist of this world. As they sit down, the introductions begin. Leon starts by introducing himself as a student from the star class and the leader of their group. A pang of jealousy hits Kong. Not only is Leon skilled, but he's also incredibly handsome, while Kong feels worn out by life. Rachel skips her introduction, already familiar to everyone, passing the spotlight. The next to speak is a guy introducing himself as Speed Weapon, another star class student. Kong finds the name ridiculous and thinks it needs better context. Speed Weapon even has a superhero tattoo on his neck, clearly a fanatic. Chloe introduces herself next, stating her name as Chloe Audier from the Wolf class, adding that she's here thanks to Kong. Rachel can't resist teasing, repeating Kong Jayaman in a sing-song tone. Chloe frowns but quickly regains composure, politely greeting everyone. Finally, all eyes turn to Kong. He keeps his introduction short. Kong Jayama, same class as Chloe. The atmosphere turns awkward, but someone breaks the silence by opening a laptop and declaring it's time to start the meeting. A hologram of an island appears on the screen. Leon explains that earlier team leaders received files detailing the upcoming test. The island, while real, will be accessed through subspace teleportation. Injuries from the beasts there, however, will also be real. Leon zooms in on the map, showing their assigned northern region. Their objective? Kill as many mermen as possible since the number of creatures is limited. He adds that 3 other groups will be on the island. Leon asks if anyone has questions. Speed Weapon raises his hand, asking if the island has sirens and whether they pose a risk. Leon reassures him, saying the professors have already accounted for such threats. Chloe then asks if teams can attack each other. Leon clarifies that sabotage is grounds for disqualification, as the focus is on killing beasts. Kong quietly notes this news is likely disappointing for Chloe, given her assassin background. With the meeting concluded, everyone begins to leave. Leon lingers, gathering his things. As Kong rises intending to slip away, Leon calls out to him. Kong turns, confused. Leon asks, "Where are you from?" Though simple, the question feels loaded, as if it carries a deeper meaning. Before Kong can answer, Leon apologizes, saying it was rude to ask so suddenly. He explains he just had a strange feeling they were alike. Kong, puzzled, wonders why Leon would ask something so obvious. Kang's Korean heritage is clear to anyone. Leon dismisses it, telling Kong to forget the question and begins to leave. But Kong instinctively places a hand on Leon's shoulder, stopping him. "Wait," he says, surprising even himself. Without thinking, he asks, "Where are you from?" Leon raises an eyebrow but replies calmly, "Germany." He gently removes Kang's hand and walks away, leaving Kong standing there, confused and questioning himself. Why did he feel compelled to ask that? Could Leon be from another world just like him? The idea seems absurd, yet Kong can't shake it. If someone had to take over a body, the protagonist would make far more sense than a random side characters. He glances at his blade, recalling how his reasoning sharpens when its power activates. Determined, he focuses on the existence of Leon in this world. A familiar voice whispers to him, confirming what he suspected. This Leon is exactly like the one from the game. But the revelation comes with a piercing headache, one even his pain suppression blessing can't fully dull. Even so, Leon's earlier comment about their similarities lingers. Seeking answers, Kong looks up Leon online but finds nothing useful. He curses himself for never paying attention to the male characters' backstories in the game. Trying to reassure himself, Kong thinks, it's just one encounter. Nothing will go wrong, yet the unease remains, leaving him with more questions than answers. If it happened again, Kong decided he'd consult the media. One thing he noticed was how much calmer he'd become in situations he'd normally avoid, possibly an effect of one of his blessings. Opening his skills menu, he saw his assimilation rate had increased from 2.5 to 6.8. Mental fortitude and weaponry stats were unchanged, and while his physical power had slightly improved through training, Kong was confident his weaponry skill would rise once he got his hands on the Murasum. But what exactly was this assimilation stat that kept increasing? The only unusual events recently were his fights with Nox and CLO. Could it be related? Unfortunately, he had no way of confirming it and no one to ask. Suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that he'd achieved a certain number of blessings, triggering adjustments. He noticed his pain suppression blessing had been upgraded from 30 to 40 seconds. Finally, his efforts were paying off. Time flew as Kong trained physically, attended group meetings, sparred with CLO and dodged Rachel, who seemed glued to his side. With just one day remaining, Kong threw himself into training, slicing even the droplets of sweat that fell. His precision was impeccable and he felt ready for the exam. When the day arrived, an enormous subspace gate loomed before him, radiating a far more imposing presence than the training gates. Someone called his name and he turned to see his group fully armed and ready. Among them, Rachel's oversized halberd stood out, though her weapon wasn't the most intimidating thing about her. She teased him about being late as Leon urged him to hurry, while Speed Weapon stayed silent as usual. CLO greeted Kong cheerfully as he joined at the back of the group. Walking with them, Kong was impressed by everyone's equipment. Rachel wielded an S-rank halberd called Vermilion Phoenix. Leon didn't yet have his iconic Balma, but Speed Weapon wore a strange tube-like device on his chest. When Kong stared at it, Speed Weapon snapped, "What are you looking at?" CLO explained it was a healing support item, an S-rank artifact worth millions. Kong thought it was impressive, but Speed Weapon warned him to stay away. Suddenly, a voice announced the start of the exam. The professor addressed them, saying, "You seem ready, but remember, you're cadets, not heroes. Be cautious and don't take unnecessary risks for extra credits. Anyone injured can withdraw anytime." Leon stepped forward, rallying the group. "The time has come. Let's give it our best." The day Kong had prepared for was finally here, though CLO seemed uneasy. When Kong asked, she admitted her fear of sirens appearing on the island. He reassured her, reminding her that the instructors had cleared the area. Later, he learned her homeland had been devastated by siren attacks in the past. The professor signaled for them to step through the gate. Ruffling Cielo's hair, Kong said, "Let's go." Blushing, she stammered, "With Jayama around, there's nothing to worry about." As they entered the portal, Cielo suddenly heard Kong shouting her name. Snapping out of her daze, she realized she had zoned out. The group was discussing whether to call an instructor, frustrated by their lack of connection in subspace. Someone was already sprawled on the ground. The nightmare had begun. A siren appeared before them. Before that moment, the group had arrived on the island of Scapulae. The journey left everyone vomiting except Kong, who stood unfazed. Leon, impressed, asked how he was fine. Kong shrugged. "I never get seasick." Before they could regroup, a merman appeared. Smaller than expected, Kong felt foolish for taking the mission so seriously. It seemed easier than anticipated. Leon clarified these were the smallest mermen, and they'd grow larger closer to the central area. Their priority was finding CLO, who had somehow been separated. Moving through the forest, Leon warned everyone to stay alert, sensing her nearby. Suddenly, a red blur descended from the trees. CLO landed in front of them. Leon scolded her. "Why were you swinging like a monkey?" CLO admitted she was trying to stay unnoticed. She reported a cave 500 meters ahead. The group soon stood before the cave, its entrance dark and foreboding. Inside, dozens of glowing eyes reflected the firelight. Mermen filled the cavern. Rachel estimated 50 to 60 of them. They discussed their options. Clearing this horde could secure first place, but the risks were high. Ultimately, the decision rested with Leon. Earlier, they had agreed CLO would scout the island. Now their resolve was about to be tested. Leon had assigned Kong to the rearguard to deal with any threats from behind, a role Kong gladly accepted, appreciating the relatively light responsibility. Leon himself planned to stay in the center, ready to step in only if absolutely necessary. When Rachel asked about his strategy, Leon revealed his plan. On the island, Kong noticed the determination in Leon's eyes. Leon called on Rachel, who prepared her halberd, charging it with energy. With a Spartan-like throw, she sent it hurtling toward the merman's fire pit. The rest of the group stood in shock, questioning if such an elaborate move was necessary just to deal with fish. Before the merman could react, CLO darted in, snatched up the halberd, and used it to cut through two of the creatures with swift precision. She recalled Leon's directive, "Take down as many as you can." Her confident response echoed in her mind, "Of course." Meanwhile, Speed Weapon played a melody on his flute, activating a blessing that threw the mermen into a panic, scattering them in confusion. Empowered by the blessing, Rachel began dispatching the creatures with astonishing speed, counting each kill. 11, 18, 22, 24, she muttered as her blade danced through the air. Thanking Speed Weapon for his support, she switched to her personal weapon, activating her cat blessing. With a single strike, she felled 8 mermen. 2 more lunged at her from above, only to be swiftly cut down. On the other side of the battlefield, Rachel had already dispatched 45 enemies. The two women soon found themselves heading toward each other. Just as they seemed on a collision course, a massive merman leaped onto their path. Without breaking stride, they obliterated it simultaneously, its remains scattering in all directions. Rachel smirked, "You're faster than before." CLO replied sharply, "That one was mine." The two then separated, continuing their carnage in opposite directions. Kong, relieved that their competitive clash hadn't turned violent, observed Leon taking down a merman with pinpoint accuracy. Leon turned to him and said, "You're worried about them?" Kong shrugged. "I was, but clearly I didn't need to be." The 60 mermen in the cave had been utterly decimated. Leon, satisfied, reminded Kong to trust in his allies and declared it time to move forward. Kong couldn't help but admire how well the plan had worked. Though in truth, it mostly relied on sending the two powerhouses to handle the heavy lifting. As Kong mulled over their success, a sudden blue flash appeared. Before anyone could react, the light pierced Leon's chest. Time seemed to stand still as gasps echoed through the group. Kong turned to see the source, a demonic siren, its presence chilling. Rachel screamed in disbelief, "Why is it here?" Speed Weapon questioned how this could happen when the cave had already been cleared. Panic threatened to overwhelm the group, but Kong forced himself to stay composed. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. "I'm the only one thinking clearly right now." Kong ordered Speed Weapon to heal Leon immediately. Turning to CLO, he instructed her to escape and warned the cadets and instructors to evacuate. CLO hesitated, but Kong reasoned that fleeing with Leon in his condition was impossible. It was imperative to alert everyone before more enemies arrived. After a moment's hesitation, CLO nodded and ran off to carry out the orders. Rachel, furious, demanded to know Kang's plan. He simply told her and Speed Weapon to focus on the smaller threats. Closing his eyes, Kong muttered, "I've never enjoyed dealing with small fish. It's the big catches that show real skill." He then turned to them with a smirk. "This is my specialty. Demons wield a unique power akin to human blessings. Magic." Leon fell to a single ordinary attack powered by it, underscoring the stark difference in strength between humans and demons. Despite wielding the blessing of the sword god, Kong isn't confident he'll emerge victorious. As he moves forward, the narrative highlights that even in the original game, subduing a magic-wielding demon required a full party. Now standing face-to-face with the demon mermaid, Kong acknowledges the impossibility of soloing a raid boss. But with Chloe still 10 minutes away, his only option is to cut down this monstrous fish in 40 seconds. Equipping 2 sashimi knives, Kong shifts from a single sword style to dual wielding. The system informs him that his nerves have steadied, his mental fortitude has increased, and his blessing will now adjust to his level. The blessing of the sword god activates, and Kong, now looking more demonic than the mermaid, thinks it's been a while since he's done proper sashimi. While Kong readies for battle, Rachel is a powerhouse on the battlefield, skewering mermen left and right with her halberd. One slimy creature attacks her from the side, but she blocks and retaliates, obliterating several in a single strike. Despite her strength, Rachel begins to tire as the mermen keep spawning. Speed Weapon, overwhelmed with healing Leon, can't assist her. Leon's wounds are deep but slowly recovering. Watching Kong prepare, Speed Weapon recalls the absurd strength he saw in their duel and wonders if Kong is simply insane. The mermaid powers up but Kong doesn't care, he's ready. Speed Weapon, unnerved by the oppressive presence of both Kong and the mermaid, fears it might be too late to stop him. The mermaid launches a water beam but Kong, fully focused, dashes forward, evading it. While dodging, Kong assesses her as a long-range attacker using water magic. He doesn't know much about magic but to him she's just flesh and bone. When the mermaid fires another beam, Kong jumps over it and slashes at her. She uses her water magic to distort the attack, making it feel as though he's cutting through water. Attached to the pond, she readies a water drill aimed at Speed Weapon. Just as she's about to strike, Kong slashes off one of her fins. The cut is too shallow and she retreats into the water before he can follow up. Kong recognizes the difficulty of predicting her movements and wonders if she's targeting the injured on purpose. Speed Weapon calls out to him and Kong briefly checks on Leon, asking if they're holding up. Speed Weapon confirms they're fine, and Kong charges back into the fight, telling Leon he's counting on him. Speed Weapon, reflecting on Kang's words, recalls a past conversation about heroes sacrificing themselves for hope. While the academy is full of aspiring heroes, Speed Weapon hasn't seen anyone embodying those ideals, at least not in the dragon class. Watching Kong fight, Speed Weapon realizes that Kong might be the hero he's been searching for, even if Kong himself rejects the title. The mermaid summons glowing piranha-like creatures and launches them at Kong. With impressive agility, he dodges and spins through the attack, noting that these magic fish are slower than the water beam. The fight intensifies as Kong continues his relentless assault. The magic fish missiles begin tracking Kang's movements, adapting to his evasive maneuvers. The mermaid, clever and cunning, hurls a massive stone at him, aiming to trap him between the homing fish and the rock. But Kong, ever resourceful, slices the stone into blocks midair and avoids the attack entirely. As the battle progresses, Kang's movements become sharper and faster. He effortlessly dodges the homing fish, frustrating the mermaid, who grows more annoyed with each passing moment. In retaliation, she launches even more fish his way and swiftly moves to target Speed Weapon. Rachel yells a warning, snapping Speed Weapon's attention to the mermaid's true intentions. It's clear now, she's been aiming for the healer all along. In a game, taking out the healer first is a solid strategy, but it seems her ultimate target is Leon, the supposed hero. Speed Weapon, bracing for the worst, is sure his end is near. However, Kong, still dodging the fish, manages to slash the mermaid's arm. It's another shallow cut, and Kong chastises himself for not dealing a more decisive blow. Furious at losing her arm, the mermaid channels her anger into the severed limb, powering it up. It slams into the ground, unleashing a devastating beam of light that tears through the side of the cave. The homing fish trailing Kong collide with the mermaid, erupting on impact. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a blue-haired student and their alluring instructor notice the power beam. The student remarks on the flash of light and the roaring sound that followed. Rain begins to fall, and the instructor, smiling cryptically, suggests they move quickly and evacuate the wounded. Though she attributes the phenomena to lightning and thunder, her demeanor is suspicious. Back in the cave, the beam attack has caused cracks and a massive opening. The retreating mermen are in disarray, searching for their queen. Rachel notices the shift in their behavior, while Kong, annoyed, reflects on his failed attempts to land a fatal blow. He suspects the mermaid is buried under the debris but doubts she's dead. His suspicions prove correct when a sudden surge of aura emanates from the rubble. Emerging dramatically, the mermaid leaps from the debris, her aura flaring and anger palpable. Kong removes his jacket and tosses it to Rachel, instructing her to protect Speed Weapon and Leon now that the smaller mermen are gone. Rachel acknowledges the order while Speed Weapon, still playing his flute, watches in disbelief. Initially thinking Kong was a madman, He now wonders if he's witnessing the rise of a legend. Kong rolls up his sleeves, finally free to focus on the fight. With only 10 seconds left, he resolves to make up for lost time. The mermaid, enraged and wielding all her power, charges at him with relentless fury. Kong, undeterred, closes his eyes to center himself. When he reopens them, a sinister darkness envelopes his left eye. His demon mode has activated. "I'll cut everything down," Kong declares, dashing toward the mermaid. Chloe bursts out of the cave, her only thought being to run faster and faster. She can't stop, won't stop, even as her legs scream in protest. Her blessing fuels her desperate sprint, slicing through trees in her path with sheer determination. Despite the pain and exhaustion, she pushes forward, Gioma's instructions echoing in her mind. She must find the instructors. Thoughts of Kong flood her mind. To Chloe, he's the strongest person she's ever known, but fighting has never come naturally to him. He only draws his blade when absolutely necessary, and even then, it's with reluctance. She reassures herself that Gioma made the right choice in trusting Kong with this battle, though the mermaid's strength unnerves her. Chloe wishes she were stronger, capable of lending a hand, but her doubts are interrupted by a distant explosion from the cave. She stops briefly, glancing back at the blast, her eyes welling with tears. She whispers a desperate prayer for Gioma's safety, but there's no time to linger. With renewed urgency, she sprints forward, dodging obstacles, sliding through mud and shouting for anyone to help. Her voice cracks as she cries out, rain mixing with her tears, but her sharpened senses detect something, a merman presence to her right. Acting instinctively, she leaps and attacks, only for her strike to be parried. The defender is none other than Abel, the main waifu, who meets Chloe's gaze with equal surprise. As Chloe lands, she gasps out an apology for the attack, relieved beyond belief to have found someone. Exhaustion overtakes her and she collapses to the ground. Abel's group, busy fighting off mermen, accuses Chloe of being insane for ambushing them. They prepare to retaliate, but Abel halts them, recognizing Chloe's face. Barely conscious, Chloe begs for their help, explaining that Gioma is in grave danger. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon is awestruck by Kang's battle against the demonic mermaid. Watching him fight is like witnessing a master chef skillfully handling a live fish on a cutting board. Speed Weapon realizes Kong isn't just holding his own, he's overwhelming the enemy. Each move is precise, each deflection calculated. Using his severing technique, Kong slices the mermaid's tail into perfect sashimi-like cuts, a display so clean it almost makes one hungry. Even Rachel, heir to the Spear clan and no stranger to power, is stunned by Kang's skill. Speed Weapon, noticing her amazement, begins to think the mermaid might actually die at this rate. But their moment of awe is shattered when Rachel spots an attack headed their way. She pushes Speed Weapon aside, angrily scolding him for daydreaming in the middle of a fight. The destruction from the attack reminds them of the stakes. They aren't facing an ordinary fish, but a demonoid mermaid with devastating magic. Kong and Speed Weapon share a moment of doubt, wondering how they'll handle the mermaid if she uses magic too powerful to counter. The mermaid, now infuriated by Kang's resilience, unleashes her needle squall technique, transforming raindrops into acid-tipped spikes. Kong moves swiftly, dodging and parrying as best as he can, but the acid begins corroding one of his knives. Without hesitation, Kong hurls the knife at the mermaid, slicing her cleanly in half. The mermaid freezes, stunned, her expression one of disbelief as she processes what just happened. Kong, looking more like a demonoid himself, steps forward, ready to end her. But before he can land the finishing blow, the mermaid summons a grotesque tower of mashed mermen from the pond, using it as a shield. Kang's slash lands, but instead of striking her, it cuts through the writhing mass of mermen. He stares in shock as the mermaid, still alive, screams in rage and pain. The mermaid grins wickedly and digs her claws into her own stomach, ripping out her demonic core. Without hesitation, she swallows it. The core begins to radiate power, swelling in her throat until it looks like she's got a grotesque goiter. With her glowing throat aimed at Kong, she prepares a devastating magical beam, her desperate all-or-nothing final attack. Speed Weapon, watching in terror, screams at Kong to get out of the way, but it's too late. Kong freezes, unable to evade, and the beam hits him directly. The scene shifts, and we see Kong standing in a vast expanse of water, bewildered and trying to piece together what just happened. He touches the water, realizing he's not alone. Surrounding him is an endless blue ocean under a sinister, demonic red sky. A voice calls out, "It's the system." The system begins to explain something, but Kong cuts it off, declaring, "I already know." Suddenly we're back in the fight. Instead of dodging the mermaid's magical beam, Kong had spun his knife midair, catching it in a reverse grip. With rain pouring in chaotic sheets and death bearing down on him, Kong had calmly severed not just the mermaid, but her magic too. This is the truth of his blessing. Whether it's magic, tangible or intangible, if Kong slices it, it gets cut. The rain pours relentlessly, drenching the battlefield. Kong stands over the lifeless body of the demonic mermaid, his knife and her corpse drenched in blood and rain. The mermaid's twisted, wrinkled form lies motionless, her head at an unnatural angle. Kong looks absolutely monstrous, his expression cold as he gazes down at her. A faint bubbling noise emerges from her body, and Rachel and Wet Pen exchange worried glances. Is it really dead? Wet Pen mutters nervously. Without hesitation, Kong raises his knife and delivers another slash, severing the mermaid's head. He kicks it into a nearby crater without a second thought. Wet Pen stands frozen in disbelief. He did it? Kong Jayama, a freshman, defeated a demonoid on his own, he whispers. Rachel and Wet Pen are still reeling from what they've witnessed when blood suddenly pours from Kang's wounds. His body falters as he drops his knife and collapses to his knees. Rachel rushes to his side, cradling him as she calls out for help. Meanwhile, Wet Pen notices movement near the cave's entrance. His hand instinctively moves to his weapon as he braces for another attack. But instead of the merfolk returning, he spots familiar faces, Abel and her group, carrying an unconscious Chloe. Relief washes over Wet Pen. It's about time they showed up, he mutters. One of Abel's team members shouts, "What the heck is that?" Their eyes land on the wreckage and the mermaid's mutilated body. Rachel clings to Kong, tears streaming down her face. Why is a mermaid here? And why is everything destroyed? Abel demands. The students gather around, taking in the scene. Abel's sharp gaze lands on Kong, her annoyance growing as she notices Rachel holding him close. Jealousy flickers across her face. Abel takes a moment to evaluate the situation. Despite the chaotic battle that left Kang's team battered and bruised, he seems relatively composed, though gravely injured. Abel thinks to herself, how can someone this young achieve so much? When she asks what happened, Wet Pen doesn't hold back. You expect me to believe the Academy scouted this island properly? What a joke, he says bluntly. Abel tries to rein him in. Explain properly, she insists. Wet Pen narrows his eyes. You don't have to believe me, but here's the truth. A demonic mermaid appeared out of nowhere and Kong defeated it, alone. Abel listens intently, but skepticism clouds her expression. A freshman killed a demonoid on his own? That's absurd, she mutters, though the evidence lies before her. As she processes Wet Pen's words, Abel reflects on her own prestigious lineage, descended from legendary heroes. Yet compared to Kong she feels ordinary. The sheer gap in their abilities stirs a mix of admiration and dread within her. Finally, Abel orders her group to start healing Kong. The guy is dying here, Wet Pen grumbles. Rachel continues to hold Kong tenderly, marveling at his strength. He's my age, yet he fought a demonoid alone and won. It's unbelievable. Abel, both impressed and irritated, watches silently. Wet Pen interrupts her thoughts, asking, You contacted the Academy, right? Yeah, Abel replies. Wet Pen hesitates before continuing, Don't tell them everything. Something doesn't add up. What do you mean? Abel asks. Wet Pen explains, if they scouted this island, how did a demonoid just appear in a cave cadets could easily find? It doesn't make sense. Abel stiffens, glancing toward her unconscious teammate. Suspicion creeps into her mind as Leon, standing nearby, speaks coldly. You think there's someone from the demon faction within the Academy, don't you? Wet Pen shakes his head. That's not exactly what I meant. But the uneasy tension lingers, and Abel's sharp gaze suggests she isn't ruling anything out. They can't rule out the possibility of a spy, and it's undeniable that this cave isn't easy for cadets to miss. As Wet Pen points out, if it weren't for Kong Jayama, Leon's group would have been slaughtered by the demonoid. But the question remains, how did this even happen? The story reveals that, despite conflicts during the 700-year truce, demons had never dared to target cadets of the Joaquin Academy. There was even a clause in the truce stating such an act could justify war. Abel begins to comprehend the potential gravity of the situation. This could be a spark for war. Wet Pen notices Abel's frozen expression and snaps her out of it. I know what you're thinking, he says, but we're jumping the gun here. Sure, it's wise to be cautious about the possibility of a spy, but it's way too soon to assume that's the case. Leon nods and adds, if there really is a spy in the Academy, Kong will become their prime target as soon as word gets out that he defeated a demonoid alone. Wet Pen agrees but expresses his concern. I don't think it's fair to keep all of this under wraps after everything Kong did for us. Abel steps forward with a plan. We should talk to my grandfather, the Sword Emperor, she suggests. He's outside the Academy's authority and can keep this confidential. The scene shifts to a sunny day. A light breeze flows through an open window as Kong wakes up in a hospital bed. He stares at his hands in disbelief. I'm alive, he thinks. His mind flashes back to the battle, recalling how the mermaid fired a magical sphere before its death. He couldn't dodge the attack but managed to see it clearly. In a beautifully illustrated moment, Kong remembers how his sashimi knife cut through the sphere like a straight line. It felt as though the magic itself had a thread he could sever. When he slashed, the magic split in two before bursting. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced before, almost as if he had sliced through water itself. Sitting up, Kang wonders about that feeling. After activating the sword god's blessing, he felt things he can't quite describe. As he contemplates the blessing, he opens his stats window. He notices his mental fortitude has increased by 1 point. Reflecting on how he didn't feel fear facing the mermaid, he attributes it to this stat boost. His assimilation rate has also risen from 6.8% to 7.2%, and one of the conditions for something has been met. The next will unlock at 15%. Kang speculates that cutting the mermaid's magic might have triggered the increase. While lost in thought, an ominous figure enters the room. It's the principal, Media. She rushes to Kang, crying and throwing herself at him. Her large chest smothers him as she hugs him tightly. "I was so worried something terrible had happened to you," she exclaims. "I swear I was ready to deal with every one of those damn instructors who explored that area." Kang, flustered, tries to push her back. "Principal, please stop." Media laughs and apologizes, claiming she's just relieved he's awake. Suddenly, she remembers something and begins searching through her magical purse. "Where is it?" "I know I put it near the top," she mutters. "Is that a dimensional pocket?" Kang asks. Finally, Media finds what she was looking for. Pulling out an elegant sword, she presents it to Kang. "Here it is. Your midterm reward," she says, showing off her thick thighs as she hands him the blade. "This is the Morisame." Kang examines his new sword. It's level 25 and scales more with strength. Its name, which means rain shower, reflects its edge, said to glisten like dew. Media hopes Kang likes it and apologizes for giving it to him informally. He should have received it officially. Just then, someone calls for her from outside. Annoyed, Media turns, showing her irritation and her curves. She yells at the old geezer, telling him to hurry up and come in. It's Zeke, who retorts that she shouldn't call him that. Standing next to him, Media rolls her eyes and asks if he thinks she's acting too young. Kang, observing the scene, feels a strange sense of déjà vu. Kang asks why both Media and the Sword Emperor are there. Media apologetically explains they've heard everything from his teammates. On behalf of the Joaquin Academy, she bows her head deeply, with Zeke following suit, asking for Kang's forgiveness. Kang is stunned. He never imagined the principal herself would apologize. Media, still bowing, expresses her shame that the Academy is to blame for everything that happened during the midterms. She vows on her honor as director to uncover the truth. Zeke thanks Kang for saving the cadets. Kang, unsure of how to respond, humbly says he only did what he could. Media smiles but turns serious again, emphasizing that they need to keep the incident under wraps until the full truth is revealed. She admits, as the Academy's director, it's shameful to say this, but the mastermind behind the incident is within the Academy. Media then lightens the mood, telling Kang he should act more like a teenager and throw a tantrum sometimes instead of being so mature. Kang, slightly amused, stays quiet. After the conversation, Media and Zeke prepare to leave but pause by the door. Media reminisces about the day she and Zeke first met. "You were lying on that bench after enrolling," she recalls with a chuckle. "I told you to shove it and you drew your sword without a word. What was it you said? Something like, 'Don't order me around'? Typical 8th grader syndrome." Zeke doesn't remember any of it. Media sighs, stating it feels like just yesterday, even though she's been at the Academy for 60 years. Reflecting on the Academy's ancient history, she marvels at how small her time there feels compared to its legacy. Zeke, deep in thought, agrees. Despite the occasional major or minor incidents, the Academy has nurtured and protected cadets for 700 years. Media, now surging with green aura, becomes furious. The glass around them shatters as she creates a protective barrier for herself and Zeke. Angrily, Media recalls that before the midterms she had received reports that the instructors had completed multiple surveys of Scapula Island. Even though mermaid sightings were rare, every precaution was taken. Yet things still went horribly wrong. Zeke places a calming hand on Media, pulling her out of her anger. Apologizing for losing control, Media shifts back to her more relaxed self, praising Kang for his incredible feat of defeating the mermaid alone. Zeke acknowledges Kang's extraordinary talent. Reflecting on the countless so-called geniuses who burned out, Zeke admits that Kang is different. If anyone deserves the title, it's Kang, whose potential seems limitless. Zeke wonders just how far Kang might go, questioning if he could reach the pinnacle Zeke once dreamed of. As they leave, Zeke seriously advises Media to stay at the Academy for now. Media smiles at him and asks if he's not going to help her clean up. Zeke, clearly confused, doesn't remember agreeing to anything like that, to which Media teasingly asks if he's gone senile. Zeke simply responds, "I don't remember." The scene shifts back to the wolf class where Kang is now back in class. He reflects that the fact he severed the demonoid's head on Scapuli Island seems to have been kept quiet, likely due to the headmaster's instructions. Although it feels a bit awkward to say, he wonders if his classmates are so carefree because of his role in stopping the mermaid. Kang tells us that after his discharge, the first thing he did was visit the school's forge to reshape and enhance his new sword. He muses that his school never had a forge, did anyone else's? Honestly, to Kong, the sword was just a metal rod, given the sword god's blessing, so reforging it was a necessity. The blacksmith, Volander, was full of enthusiasm, especially with it being the 700th anniversary event. Volander didn't charge him anything, instead telling him to come back in a week. Kong feels lucky, hoping for a successful enhancement. Just then, someone calls his name and Kong turns around to see Chloe, now using crutches because of her injured foot. She can't believe Kong has been discharged and asks how he's feeling. Kong asks how she's doing and Chloe smiles, showing her bandaged leg. She explains that her injury happened thanks to Speed, or whatever his name was, and the doctor said she should be able to walk without crutches in a week. Confidently, she adds that as an auditor, she'll recover even faster. Apologizing for getting a bit too excited, she smiles at Kong, who's glad to see she's doing better. He then asks if anything unusual has been happening, to which Chloe tells him she's heard that Director Media and some elders have been at odds. Kong thinks about how, although it's true that he alone defeated the mermaid, it wasn't solely his effort. Everyone had a part to play: Chloe's rescue call, Rachel clearing the merman, Wetman's healing and blessings, and Leon, who did absolutely nothing. Kong wonders how Leon could possibly defeat the Demon King if he was so passive. He considers that maybe it's because Leon got injured first. Suddenly, their instructor enters the class and orders the students to stop what they're doing. He tells them to quiet down and sit, as there are a few announcements before the training assembly. The instructor then informs the class that for the time being, someone will be co-instructing with him, and he introduces them. The whole class wonders who it could be, only to be shocked when the Sword Emperor Zeke walks in. Dressed to impress and looking serious, Zeke walks in front of the class. The students are in awe, and even the instructor bows to him. Zeke, with his glowing eyes, focuses intently on the students, while Kong, now worried, thinks, "What is this old geezer doing here?" The scene shifts to what appears to be an abandoned house, where an old man is being beaten. He tries to apologize but is struck across the face by the sexy pink-haired instructor, who was clearly behind the mermaid attack. The old man is truly sorry and apologizes to Instructor Kim, but she mutters something in demon tongue, her demonic aura radiating as she looks at him. She coldly states, "The 5th Corps commander is enraged." Instructor Kim, holding a worm or perhaps a candy worm, asks the guy she's beating why he didn't cooperate when he had the chance. With a seductive look, she eats the candy worm and comments that he really has a knack for annoying people. The guy attempts to apologize again, but she slaps him across the face. Sucking on the candy worm, she tells him to repeat himself. Annoyed, she mumbles that this is becoming too much. The guy, bleeding, mumbles an apology and Kim kicks him, saying he still isn't taking her seriously. He curses her, calling her a mere instructor and questioning how she dares hurt him. Kim is irritated, disgusted by the blood on her shoes. Cleaning them off, she remarks that it's ridiculous a mermaid was taken down by a group of first-year students, but looking at the new students this year, she wouldn't be surprised if they could do anything. The guy then tries to explain that the mermaid was defeated by just one cadet. Kim asks if it was Leon, but the guy shakes his head. She demands to know who it was, and the bloody guy reluctantly reveals that it was this year's top student, Kong Jiyama. Kim recalls Jiyama, realizing he's the special admission student. Holding and burning the candy wrapper, she understands the situation and finds it exciting. As the wrapper disintegrates, she enters her seductive demon mode. The scene shifts to cadets running and counting after their instructor, signaling the start of training. The instructor yells at them to shout louder since he can't hear them. All the students are running and counting, but one student is sitting on a bench, Chloe, the injured cadet, cheering on the others. Kong looks at her and smiles, feeling jealous. From behind, someone yells at him to pick up the pace. It's the old Sword Emperor Zeke in a tracksuit. He asks Kong if he's still injured from the midterms, and Kong responds that he's fine now. Zeke wonders why the old man is running alongside him, thinking about Zeke's identity. Zeke is a descendant of the first Sword Saint and the right hand of Baylor Wakeen, the Sword Saint Aaron Nebulum. Kong knows that Zeke would later become one of the greatest forces in humanity's coming war, and also Leon's swordsmanship master during the Second Demon War. Kong wonders why Zeke is here now and just wants him to go back to Leon, as the main story is falling apart. Despite his annoyance, he's impressed by how fast Zeke is, realizing that this old man is faster than he is. Kong remembers from the game wiki that Leon never actually received the Sword Saint title, which was a major issue in the game community. He wonders if it matters since Leon could still inherit it, but it still feels uncomfortable. Other students are impressed with Kong and Zeke, with Kong noting that Zeke's speed seems almost poster-worthy, like master and pupil running together. Zeke states that the foundation of any warrior is physical strength and endurance. No matter how talented someone is, it's useless without the body to support it. Conditioning is key to growth. He tells Kong not to cut corners and keep up. Kong, out of breath, shouts back, "Yes, sir." Zeke is pleased and urges him to keep up, dashing forward quickly. Kong struggles to keep up, wondering if Zeke is aging backwards. The cadets are then informed that, unless it's for field training, personal weapons are strictly prohibited. Instead, they must choose from a pile of rusty old farming or training weapons. Zeke tells them to pick one and master it. Some students can't believe it as they have family heirlooms they'd rather use. Kong looks at the pile and notices a sashimi knife. One student raises his hand to ask Zeke if it wouldn't be better in the long run to get used to the weapons passed down by their families. When asked why personal weapons are prohibited, Zeke responds that it's a good question. He explains that mastering the basics is more important than relying on high-grade weapons. The more someone depends on superior equipment, the more they risk neglecting their training. A good warrior shouldn't rely on their weapon alone to make up for shortcomings. A student argues loudly that learning how to use these weapons is even more important. The other students get annoyed, sensing he's just trying to get attention. Zeke responds firmly, saying that no matter how well equipped you are, if your skills are lacking, your weapon will be like a pearl necklace on a pig. A true master never blames their equipment. These words hit Kong like a truck and he agrees, saying it's 100% true. Zeke taps his cane on the ground, stating that once they master the basics, they'll become comfortable with any weapon. He adds that cadets who handle basic weapons well are likely to receive higher scores in the class promotion evaluation at the end of the year. Hearing this, all the students rush to grab their weapons. Kong thinks Zeke knows how to motivate people, and the other students are completely inspired. He had always thought of Zeke as a punching bag for the media, but now he's seeing a different side of him. Kong notices the sashimi knife among the fallen weapons and knew this would happen. Quickly he grabs it. Zeke immediately locks eyes with him and Kong senses something is up. Zeke tells the students that today, they only need to get accustomed to their weapons. He announces a one-on-one sparring session for training. Some students worry they might get hurt without the subspace, but Zeke reassures them. They enrolled in this academy to become warriors worthy of carrying on the legacy of their ancestors. A warrior can only truly grow through combat and the risk of being defeated. However, if they fight recklessly, they might accidentally harm or kill each other. Therefore, before pairing off, Zeke will demonstrate proper sparring. The students are excited to see Zeke's skills as they've only ever watched him on YouTube. The instructor yells for them to quiet down, reminding them that no talking is allowed during lessons. Even the instructor is trembling, thinking that this is the biggest crisis of his life. He fears facing the Sword Emperor, even in a demonstration. He apologizes to his mother, fearing this is the end for him. As he stands there, Zeke stops him and calls out Kong. Everyone moves aside as the two lock eyes, and Zeke orders Kong to come forward. The situation unfolds with the Sword Master, standing tall and serious, calling Kong Jayama to step forward. The background students are amazed, whispering among themselves about how sharp Zeke's sword looks and how intense his demeanor is. More importantly, they are buzzing with excitement because they will be witnessing a demonstration from the Sword Emperor himself. However, the students have no idea who this Jayama person is, and the fact that Zeke personally called him out makes them even more curious. Kong Jayama can hear all the chatter around him, but he keeps his focus. Zeke addresses him directly, asking if Jayama's bones have healed completely. A little hesitant, Jayama replies that he is fine now. Hearing this, Zeke gives a curt nod, takes a fighting stance and instructs Jayama to pick up his sword. Now the two stand face to face, creating a tense atmosphere. Kong Jayama feels a wave of unease. He wonders to himself if this is really just a sparring match. He acknowledges that while his body might be in perfect condition after a long rest, his opponent is none other than the Sword Emperor. If the two of them cross swords, it's clear that things won't end easily. Someone might lose a hand, or, if fate is cruel, a head might even roll. Jayama ponders whether this overwhelming situation could be the influence of divine power. His instincts scream for a fight, but this feels entirely different from what he's used to. When he considers the disparity between himself and the Sword Emperor, he realizes just how much weaker he is. Weighing the consequences, he speaks up and asks Zeke to lower his sword. The background students begin to mock Jayama. Some laugh, saying they knew he would say something like that. Others sneer, calling him a coward. Yet, Kong Jayama pays no attention to their ridicule and stands firm. Zeke, however, doesn't take this lightly. His expression darkens as he demands to know if Jayama has any pride as a swordsman. Zeke questions how long Jayama thinks he can live while suppressing his power. He scolds Jayama further, pointing out that extraordinary talent is wasted on someone cowardly. The words cut deep into Jayama. Pride is not a foreign concept to him. It's something he has carried in his heart ever since he earned the title of the greatest swordsman in his homeland. It's a title he gained alongside those who had been his rivals and his motivation. He realizes Zeke's provocative words are not just insults but a deliberate test of his resolve. Even the class instructor and Chloe are taken aback by Zeke's approach. They watch as Jayama processes the situation. Jayama understands that if he falls for Zeke's provocation, he might regret it for the rest of his life. However, the fire within him refuses to be extinguished, and the craving for a fight intensifies. The class instructor rushes forward, intending to stop Jayama. Before he can intervene, Zeke steps in, blocking the instructor's path. Zeke confidently declares that Jayama has already made up his mind. Jayama steps forward, equipping his sashimi blade. The act summons the blessing of the sword god, manifesting a faint divine aura. This marks the start of a clash between the sword god and the sword emperor. Zeke observes Jayama's movements closely while his mind drifts to memories of his youth. He recalls an encounter with a one-armed wandering knight, whose swordsmanship left an unforgettable impression on him. Even now, Zeke feels the same clarity and determination as he did when he first witnessed that knight's skills. Returning his focus to the present, Zeke initiates the fight with a powerful slash. Jayama reacts swiftly, dodging the attack and moving to counter. Zeke anticipates the move, changing the trajectory of his strike mid-swing to target Jayama's new position. Despite the shift, Jayama's reflexes allow him to evade the attack once again. The fight intensifies as Jayama boldly charges forward, displaying a sword style reminiscent of a swallow in flight. Zeke notes the peculiar nature of Jayama's techniques while parrying each strike with precision. Jayama doesn't let up, launching a series of attacks in quick succession. Zeke eventually lands a counterattack, disarming Jayama and sending the sashimi blade flying from his grip. But Jayama reacts immediately, catching the blade mid-air and slashing at Zeke once more. Zeke blocks the attack, though it forces him to take a step back. The Sword Emperor acknowledges that Jayama's physical strength has significantly improved. Deciding to end the fight decisively, Zeke unleashes his full power, summoning a blue demon-like aura that radiates throughout the room. The students around exchanged uncertain glances, their faces filled with confusion. None of them seemed to understand what was happening. One student observed the two combatants standing still, their gaze locked in intensity. He questioned quietly why there was no movement, no action. Another student muttered his frustration aloud, questioning why the Sword Emperor wasn't taking the opportunity to humiliate Kong Jayama with a clear and decisive lesson. The murmurs spread among the rest, who eagerly anticipated a crushing victory for Zeke. Their expectations for an overwhelming triumph grew with each passing second. Amid the chaos of speculation, the instructor remained silent but attentive. His expression betrayed an understanding of the situation that others had failed to grasp. The instructor had already deduced the truth. He recognized that the confrontation was not unfolding in the physical realm but in a far more dangerous place, the mental realm. He recalled Zeke's prior words, explaining that there would be no real crossing of swords. This battle would be fought in an entirely different arena, one where only those with exceptional mastery could enter. Zeke stood amidst the confrontation, his gaze sharp as he observed Jayama. His initial doubts had dissipated, replaced by a sense of amazement. The rapid development of Kong Jayama's skills had surpassed all expectations. Determined to bring the duel to an end, Zeke unleashed his power. A brilliant blue aura burst forth from his form, materializing into the shape of a demonic entity. The sheer pressure radiating from the aura bore down on Kong, who struggled visibly to maintain his footing under the immense weight. The intensity of the aura rippled outward, penetrating even beyond the confines of the mental realm. Those watching from the physical world felt its presence, their faces marked with disbelief. None could comprehend the magnitude of what they were witnessing. Without warning, the mental realm shattered. The boundaries of the ethereal plane dissolved as the two combatants returned to reality, standing face to face. The instructor's expression changed instantly, his calm composure replaced by alarm. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. Realizing the danger, the instructor moved in haste to intervene. However, before he could act, both Zeke and Kong launched forward with unrelenting speed. Their strikes were set to collide, the air charged with the promise of an unstoppable clash. Before their blades meet, a massive surge of energy disrupts the battle. The ground trembles as media poison arrives, her fury palpable. Her veins bulge with anger and her glasses fly off her face. She shouts at Zeke, demanding to know what he's doing to his student. "Have you completely lost your mind?" she yells, her voice echoing through the battlefield. Hours later, in Media's office, Zeke stood with a deeply remorseful expression, apologizing for his actions. Media, still visibly irritated, found his behavior unusual. Her annoyance grew as she recalled the effort it took to place Zeke as an instructor in Kang's class, only for him to take such reckless action. The outcome of the battle could have been disastrous had Media not intervened. Zeke, reflecting on the events, admitted that causing such chaos was never his intention. He acknowledged losing complete control during the battle, leading him to unleash his aura to its maximum. Medea, recalling her arrival at the battlefield, muttered in frustration, trying to regain Sieg's attention. Lost in thought, Sieg apologized once more, surprising Medea. She emphasized how uncharacteristic it was for the emperor to express regret. In 50 years she had never seen him apologize, and now it had happened twice. Medea pressed for an explanation as to why Sieg used his aura against the student. Sieg explained that without doing so, he would never have gained the upper hand in the battle. Medea, taken aback, realized the gravity of his words. For someone as proud as Sieg to admit inadequacy against a student was a rare show of vulnerability. Sieg then revealed that Kang had achieved control over the mental realm. Medea was struck with disbelief. A young man of only 17 years mastering such a skill seemed unfathomable. Sieg had no answer for how this was possible. Medea recalled her brief encounter with Kang at the conclusion of the battle. His gaze had emanated an intimidating aura. His resolute expression exuded an unshakable determination that left her unsettled. The fear she felt mirrored an encounter from her youth with a commander named Vaesen. Yet the source of her apprehension toward Kang remained unclear. Composing herself, Medea questioned whether Sieg considered himself defeated. Sieg, incensed, rejected the idea outright. Despite Kang's exceptional talent, he could never compare to Sieg. Medea chuckled at Sieg's exaggerated reaction and teased him, remarking that it was unlike him to make excuses. She joked about the emperor blaming his equipment, finding the notion almost comical. Sieg responded with playful irritation, masking his fondness for his old friend. The exchange ended with an affectionate reconciliation between the two. The scene transitioned to a flashback of the battle. The intensity of their clash replayed in Kang's mind. He woke suddenly in his room, relieved the battle had concluded without catastrophic consequences. Despite Sieg's hot-headed nature, the presence of Medea had clearly prevented things from escalating further. As he tossed in bed, Kang pondered whether what he experienced during the battle truly was the mental realm. The sensation was peculiar. The mental realm could only be accessed by mastering a weapon and required specific conditions to activate. Only those with unique weapons and mastery could enter it. Even heroes struggled to use the mental realm freely. Kang reflected on Leon, who had spent 3 years training as a hero to achieve access to this skill. This thought gave Kang pause. How had he managed to achieve it so quickly? The answer was clear. It was the knife. In his previous life, Kang had spent over 2 decades perfecting its use. Each time the spirit of the blade was unleashed, Kang reached new heights. He contemplated how events in this world intertwined with those of his past life. Realizing the futility of avoiding challenges, Kang resolved to address his problems head-on. Rising from his bed, he decided to strengthen his control over the mental realm. With his knife in hand, Kang focused intently, attempting to enter the mental realm. As he succeeded, an unfamiliar energy began to draw closer. The force intensified until it collided with him, causing the realm to shatter along with his knife. Dazed, Kang struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Meanwhile, a heated discussion unfolded at a grand table. Members of a clandestine group deliberated their next move. Some proposed dispatching demons, sworn enemies, to handle a certain individual. One member, resembling an elderly woman with green hair, questioned if Leon, the aspiring hero, was the real issue. Another member, appearing like a vagrant, dismissed the notion. He argued that Leon barely managed to manifest his blessings and insisted the true threat was the student ranked first in the academy. This was the one who had defeated the twins during the entrance exams. This student had garnered Medea's protection, which only confirmed his importance. The group agreed this individual posed a significant threat. They concluded that Kang, the very student who had drawn the emperor to the academy, needed to be eliminated. The vagrant muttered that Medea's leadership as director had weakened their influence. He worried that the emergence of a hero could spell disaster for their plans. A hero capable of challenging the Demon King must not be allowed to exist. Privately, the vagrant reflected on the urgency of his argument. He dreaded the consequences of meeting the fifth commander again without satisfactory results. The meeting concluded with the family auditor tasked with hunting Kang. Elsewhere, in a weapon artisan's shop, Kang stood seething with anger while the craftsman cowered on the floor, pleading for mercy. The reason behind the heated argument quickly becomes clear. It was about Murasame, which had now dropped to rank E. Kang glared furiously at the blacksmith, who scrambled to explain himself as if his life depended on it. He confessed that in over 30 years of his craft, he had never encountered such an issue. It seemed like the blade outright refused to be forged. With utmost care and technique, he did everything possible to shape the weapon, but with a single strike of the hammer, everything fell apart. Kang, recognizing the blacksmith still managed to deliver decent results, tried to maintain an air of strictness. The blade met the blessing's requirements perfectly, but Kang didn't want to lose his upper hand in the negotiation. The blacksmith then revealed that, despite its low rank, the weapon had the potential to grow to rank A. With future reinforcements, it could become exceptional. He even offered to perform these enhancements free of charge. Kang, however, remained stern, questioning whether the weapon would break again during the process. Desperately, the blacksmith explained that reaching rank A enhancements would require an unbreakable material, a resource that never fails. However, obtaining such material required battling dangerous monsters from the demon army. These rank A monsters were equivalent to the ones Kang fought during his examination, making him weigh the risks. After all, lower-ranking monsters could also yield upgrade materials, and his funds were limited. Kang ultimately struck a deal with the blacksmith, who promised the plan would succeed. Nevertheless, Kang demanded compensation for the loss caused by the weapon's degradation, 10 million won. Shocked, the blacksmith protested that he had delivered precisely what Kang had requested and even promised not to charge for future improvements. But Kang emphasized that a rank B weapon had been reduced to scraps, and in market value, it was now severely devalued. The blacksmith wondered how Kang dared to outwit an adult like this. Threateningly, Kang hinted at testing the weapon's usability if the merchant kept hesitating. In desperation, with nowhere to turn, negotiations began. The blacksmith countered with 500. Then 1,000. Finally, they settled on 800, acknowledging that even scraps of a rank B weapon held significant market value. With the deal closed, a wave of relief filled the room. The scene shifted to Kang, seated on a bench, checking his current stats. While savoring his meal, he noticed increases in his weapon points and the unlocking of additional options. Reflecting on the intense pain caused by using the blessing, he realized the pain had lessened and acknowledged the need to improve this stat further. He recalled how unbearable the pain had been when he first tested the blessing. If he could significantly enhance this stat, perhaps he could use the blessing without suffering. Moreover, by mastering his weaponry, he hoped to grasp the full extent of the power granted to him. As he enjoyed his anchovies and pondered who might have sent him to this world, someone approached him. Chloe startled him by calling his attention. After calming down, they greeted each other. Chloe asked why he hadn't finished his meal, and Kang claimed he had lost his appetite. Kang noticed Chloe had removed her cast, prompting him to question whether she was fully recovered. Chloe assured him she felt much better, though she still needed crutches. She even joked, asking if her bones had strengthened after healing. Kang thought to himself that bones don't work like muscles. Out of nowhere, he removed something from Chloe's face, catching her off guard. It turned out to be a grain of rice. But this small gesture was a critical hit to Chloe's heart. She was so overwhelmed that she fell. Kang helped her up, and during the process, Chloe noticed the blade on the bench. Observing its simplicity, she enthusiastically remarked that it looked cool. She added that even though it was ranky, it seemed pretty good. Kang recalled that detail and began to reflect. Chloe, thinking her comment might have sounded offensive, tried to apologize, but Kang was preoccupied. He responded that the blacksmith would compensate him for leaving the weapon in this condition through refunds and free services. Chloe praised Kang, saying he was already strong without an exceptional weapon and would become even more formidable with one. But Kang, deep in thought, saw no reason to become stronger. He already handled powerful monsters. What he truly desired was to eliminate the pain caused by the blessing. Chloe, once again apologizing, assumed Kang's silence was due to her words. Kang reassured her it wasn't the case and told her to relax. Chloe then began to radiate her Yandere tendencies. Anyone who wronged Gioma or his precious weapon would face her wrath. She declared she would kill them all. Kang snapped her out of it and she regained composure. Suddenly, he felt something strange and turned his gaze toward a tree. Chloe, however, seemed unaware of anything unusual. Both moved toward the tree, and Kang delivered a powerful kick to the trunk, revealing the source of his concern. Nox fell to the ground, exposing that he had been spying on them. Kang looked at him in disappointment, while Nox, now on alert, lamented being caught. Simultaneously, Chloe recognized her brother and Kang armed himself. Both stood ready, anticipating trouble with Nox's arrival. Kang observed that Nox's behavior lacked any intent to fight and demanded to know the reason behind his actions. After a brief silence, Kang reminded Nox of the consequences he faced if he reappeared. Knox admitted his intentions were different this time. Kang insisted on knowing what it was about. Knox revealed that he could have informed Chloe, who would in turn tell Gioma, but he chose to deliver the message personally. It was a matter directly concerning Gioma. The Academy elders wanted to get rid of him. Kang acknowledged the existence of this organization and was shocked they were targeting him. Chloe asked why Knox had come for this. Knox pointed out that she had been away for so long and lost her privileges. Alerted, Chloe demanded Gioma stay behind her for protection, but neither Kang nor Knox felt it was necessary. Knox joked that she was still as feisty as ever. To conclude, Knox stated he had no interest in Kang's actions but found the elders' obsession peculiar. He added that it wasn't just him but the entire auditor family that decided to delay the extermination request. This request had been made secretly without anyone at the Academy knowing. Eliminating a student was, above all, against the auditor principles. However, it was hard to ignore for long as the demand came from the elders. If pressured, they wouldn't have a choice. Knox also told Chloe she needed to know since in any case she was family. Kang realized Knox's actions were driven by principles, though his true concern was for his sister. As Knox bid farewell, Kang stopped him to ask about his final remark. Without hesitation, Knox said Chloe was happier in Kang's company. Not even he, as her brother, had ever seen her like this. This left both Kang and Chloe deeply moved. Knox concluded that Kang must not let her get hurt, leaving Kang stunned. Facing one another, Kang tried to discern the meaning behind Knox's words. His request for Kang to ensure he wouldn't allow her to get hurt puzzled Kang. Seeking clarity, Kang asked why Knox would make such a request, noting that the only time Chloe had been hurt, it hadn't been Kang's direct fault. Knox studied Kang for a moment, realizing he hadn't grasped the true intent behind the statement. This left Kang even more confused as he observed both Knox and Chloe, trying to piece together what he might have missed. Deciding to change the subject, Knox prepared to ask a question that seemed important to him. Looking at Kang, he asked how Kang had managed to become strong. The question shifted Kang's demeanor. Instead of answering directly, Kang replied with a question of his own. Could he truly be considered strong? The question led Kang into a moment of reflection. He thought about the concept of strength and the Emperor, whose immense power served as his standard. To Kang, true strength meant being capable of handling any threat, no matter the situation. By this measure, Kang saw himself as lacking. With his limitations, he could only act effectively for less than a minute each day. Despite his past accomplishments, he didn't see himself as truly strong. As these thoughts passed, Kang also realized that Knox had used Chloe as an excuse to share something personal with him. This made Kang wary, as he considered it risky to share anything too significant about himself with someone who might misuse the information. Redirecting his attention to Knox, Kang decided to turn the question back on him. Instead of explaining how he had become strong, Kang asked how Knox planned to grow stronger, adding that he lacked a sense of desperation. Knox, clearly caught off guard, asked what Kang meant by that. Kang explained that Knox's experiences as a member of the auditor family and a student at the academy were too limited, confined to those controlled environments. If Knox wanted to grow stronger, he would need to push himself beyond them and face the challenges of the real world. With that, Kang turned and walked away, leaving Knox standing in confusion. His words lingered, unsettling Knox, while Kang questioned whether he had expressed himself correctly. Still, he believed there was truth in what he had said. Later, in the classroom, the instructor began a lecture about the many gods that ruled over creation. Despite the detailed discussion, Kang's mind wandered, preoccupied with the ongoing pursuit of the elders that loomed over him. The elders are direct descendants of 5 out of Baylor Hogan's 7 disciples, an elite group celebrated for their enormous influence not just within the academy's halls but across the entire world. Their legacy casts a long shadow, shaping history and power structures for generations. Kang recalls their notorious role in the game, where these elders earned infamy for constantly hindering the protagonist. Their actions, driven by a ruthless desire to preserve their own authority and status, earned them the grim moniker Corrupt Remnants among players. Yet, despite their notoriety, Kang cannot grasp why they seem to have turned their attention toward him. Seeking clarity, Kang begins listing the pivotal events he has been part of since arriving at the academy. He jots down the academy's rigorous admission exam, where he emerged victorious over the twins, showcasing his skill and resilience. Next, he notes the subspace training session, where his confrontation and triumph over Knox stood as a defining moment. Lastly, he recalls the midterm exams during which he saved Leon, an act of courage that further distinguished him. As he examines his notes, Kang is struck by the realization that his actions have been far from ordinary. Time and again he has found himself at the center of significant events, inadvertently attracting attention. However, this self-awareness only deepens his confusion. None of his actions fully explain why the elders would single him out. His thoughts drift to Scupley Island, replaying the events following his victory over the mermaid and his rescue of Leon. A troubling pattern begins to emerge. Kang comes to a chilling conclusion: the elders aren't truly after him. Their real target is Leon. Kang was simply an obstacle in their path, a nuisance they were forced to deal with. Despite efforts by the media to suppress the Scupley Island incident, Kang knows that news of his defeat of the mermaid must have reached the ears of the noble elite. This realization leads to an even more disturbing thought. The elders' actions suggest a sinister motive. By targeting Leon, a hero candidate, they reveal their willingness to conspire against humanity's future. Kang cannot ignore the implications. Someone among the elders, or perhaps all of them, may be colluding with demons. The betrayal shocks him to his core. For these elders, individuals entrusted with safeguarding humanity and guiding the academy, to prioritize their power over the survival of the world crosses every conceivable line. The fact that they would go so far as to try to eliminate Leon, a mere student, is beyond reprehensible. Kang's anger simmers. He briefly entertains the idea of barging into the elders' chambers and confronting them head-on. But he reins in his impulse. The time to act hasn't come yet, and he knows he must bide his time. When the moment arrives, Kang resolves to ensure the elders face justice for their treachery. A sharp voice cuts through his thoughts as the teacher instructs the class to take notes. Kang blinks, realizing he has been distracted. Refocusing, he reminds himself of his immediate goal: acquiring a weapon enhancement. For this, he knows he will need to venture into a dungeon. However, he understands that clearing a dungeon solo is a near impossible task. He needs a party. Kang considers his options. Chloe comes to mind as someone who would undoubtedly assist him. Yet, instead of relying on someone with overwhelming power like Rachel, he decides a more strategic approach is preferable. This train of thought brings Speed Weapon to the forefront of his mind, and Kang resolves to seek him out for help. The scene shifts to the bustling dragon class. Kang's presence immediately draws attention, with a student stepping forward to confront him. "This isn't a place for someone like you to come and go as they please," the student sneers. Kang eyes him, unbothered, and thinks to himself, who is this two-bit extra with an overinflated ego? With 2 decades of experience in the food industry, dealing with all sorts of difficult customers, Kang finds the situation almost laughably familiar. He calmly warns the student, "Don't waste my time or I'll deal with you myself." Enraged, the student lunges at Kang. To Kang, the attack feels sluggish, almost comical. He notes how easily he could counter it, but before he needs to act, a figure intervenes. Speed Weapon steps in, delivering a decisive punch that sends the aggressor sprawling. The commotion draws a crowd, with students gathering to witness the scene unfold. Kang's confidence remains unshaken as he exchanges a glance with Speed Weapon, silently acknowledging the start of their next collaboration. Kang reflected on the situation, considering the unique abilities he had encountered. The thought of a strength healer struck him as unusual, something beyond the norm of strength mages. As he pondered this, Speed Weapon interrupted his thoughts, asking if Kang had come to find him. Without waiting for an answer, Speed Weapon suggested they move their conversation outside, and the two stepped out to talk in private. Kang outlined his plan, explaining the need to form a party as quickly as possible. Speed Weapon agreed, emphasizing the importance of teamwork in tackling the challenges ahead. He proposed a straightforward deal: the rewards from the dungeon would be shared among the team, while Kang would have sole claim to the magical beast materials. After explaining the arrangement, Speed Weapon turned to Kang, seeking confirmation with the question, "Did I get that right?" Kang responded honestly, stating that if he were to attempt to recruit a party on his own, the only person who might agree to join him would be Chloe. He added that Speed Weapon's connections to the Dragon class could make the process significantly easier, or so he thought. Speed Weapon quickly corrected him, pointing out that Academy rules required a party to have at least 4 members to secure dungeon clearance permits. He went on to remark that if not for these restrictions, someone like Kang could easily handle 5 or 6 dungeons alone. Kang countered immediately, denying Speed Weapon's claim with, "I can't even clear 1 dungeon by myself." Speed Weapon smirked, accusing Kang of downplaying his abilities. He reminded him of his solo victory against a mermaid, a feat that was far from ordinary. "Your false humility is starting to get annoying," Speed Weapon added with a hint of exasperation. As Kong listened, he realized that Speed Weapon genuinely believed he was being modest. Before he could say anything further, Speed Weapon observed that Kong seemed to be recovering well. Kong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the rest and care he had received had significantly improved his condition. After some deliberation, Speed Weapon accepted Kang's offer. He saw no reason to decline and was intrigued by the prospect of working alongside him, anticipating it would be a unique experience. Grateful for his support, Kong shifted his focus to selecting an appropriate dungeon for their team. The C-rank Buffalo Dungeon in Chilwon stood out in his mind, a classic challenge that seemed fitting for their current composition. Speed Weapon immediately recognized the dungeon Kong had in mind and noted their existing lineup of three: himself, Kong, and Chloe. However, he reminded Kong that they still needed a fourth member to comply with Academy regulations. Kong expressed his preference to avoid including either Rachel or Leon in their group. Speed Weapon reassured him, explaining that Rachel was currently in seclusion, recovering from injuries sustained during intense training, while Leon was occupied with preparations for upper-grade dungeon raids alongside senior students. Relieved by this information, Kong agreed to proceed with Speed Weapon's plan. Speed Weapon then mentioned having someone in mind for the fourth slot on their team. As their conversation progressed, Speed Weapon suggested they take a detour to the cafeteria to pick up something before heading to the person he had in mind. Later that evening, they arrived at a modest house nestled within the academy grounds. Kong surveyed the area, noting how unfamiliar the location felt to him. Despite his extensive experiences, even as a Japanese cuisine chef in his previous life, this hidden corner of the academy struck him as something unique. Inside, the house was cluttered with archery equipment, arrows scattered haphazardly across the space. It was clear the resident had an affinity for precision and skill, though the disorganization suggested a more carefree attitude. Speed Weapon navigated the clutter with ease, locating a young woman fast asleep in the middle of the room. Approaching her, Speed Weapon attempted to rouse her by gently shaking her shoulder. When that failed, he leaned closer and mentioned her favorite treat from the cafeteria. At the mere mention of it, the girl's eyes snapped open, and she bolted upright with startling speed. She spotted Kong holding a bag and rushed toward him, her movements so swift that she collided with him, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Kong found himself momentarily stunned as the blue-haired girl hovered over him, clutching the bag with a triumphant expression. Inside, as she eagerly opened it, she discovered chocolate. Her face lit up with delight, and she immediately began enjoying the treat, oblivious to the awkward position they were in. As Kong tried to process what had just happened, the girl looked up at him with sparkling eyes, her expression filled with anticipation. It was clear she was already hoping for more chocolate, her joy at the moment seemingly boundless. Kong, still on the floor and taken aback by her energy, realized this was the person Speed Weapon had in mind for their team. Kong then recalls the time when he was at work and rushed to hide in the bathroom to check the game. Excited, after spending his hard-earned money, he smiled at the possibility of obtaining the heroine in the game. Kong, tired of being surrounded by men everywhere, thought he would finally find some relief right after making the game's payment. However, the RNG betrayed him and reality was far from joyful. Instead of Abel, the character who was supposed to be one of the game's main leads and the reason he became obsessed with it, the system rewarded him with Saki. Yes, the oddball who threw herself at him for chocolate. The cursed Yangang. Kong was in shock at the outcome. Reflecting on the game's narrative, where Leon was the protagonist surrounded by waifus, there was one standout among them, Abel, highlighted as the primary heroine. While various heroines possessed and demonstrated their unique abilities throughout the game, Abel was the one who, in addition to her skills, also embodied the overcoming of adversities and challenges. Such a bond could only result in a romance. This story left Kong so captivated that it drove him to invest 149,000 won in an attempt to obtain Abel. Her prominence also rendered the other waifus less significant when it came to relationships, reducing them to mere weapons. Among these lesser-valued waifus, there was one who was the ultimate champion of failure, the strong contender for diabetes. Now, inside the game, Kong once again found himself face-to-face with the chocolate fanatic. His first-rank Kong was still deep in thought as she asked for more chocolate. When she didn't receive a response, she became frustrated at how lost in his thoughts Kong seemed. Kong then realized why Speed Weapon was so confident about choosing the fourth member. Knowing the character, she was in fact one of the best DPS characters with long-range capabilities, thanks to her skill-based attacks, which differed from Leon's. Finally, one very important point stood out. Since she was a failure in terms of narrative importance, her participation in the group wouldn't heavily impact the story's plot. Or would it? Kang then wondered if everything would work out. Shifting focus to the scene, the future diabetic approached Speed, asking why they had come to her house. He stuttered and she, impatient, demanded he spit it out. Speed then introduced Kang, asking if she remembered him. She ate a piece of chocolate again as if to activate the part of her brain responsible for memory, and only then responded that she did. Speed explained that they had gathered that afternoon. He stammered again and she once more urged him to hurry up. Speed continued explaining, this time recounting how he had arrived in class and been approached by the big guy. Once again she hurried him along. Finally, Speed declared that they had come to recruit her for the group that would be tackling the Buffalo Dungeon the following week. Perplexed by Speed's absurd lack of clarity, Kang reflected on how fitting his nickname was. He explained a story at the same speed as a turtle. Speed continued detailing the mission, explaining there would be a division of spoils except for the horns. As soon as he finished, she shifted her gaze to Kang. It didn't take long before she began walking toward him with a determined look. She then asked if it was Kang who had fought him in training. Kang, hesitant, responded that it was. She observed him with a suspicious gaze. Meanwhile, Kang, apprehensive, waited for Saki's next move. She then turned and remarked that although she had no reason to refuse, given that the rewards would be divided, she wouldn't accept because of the lack of determination she had expected. Kang was surprised by her lack of sense in judging someone who had just woken up. He watched as she added that she didn't want to work with such unmotivated people. Speed then tried to argue that it wasn't possible for her to make such a decision after seeing Kang's duel against Nox. She then suggested that his victory was only possible because the opponent was weak. Speed became irritated and emphasized that the opponent was none other than an auditora. In his moment of heightened emotion, he almost let slip a situation that not everyone was supposed to know about from the island. Realizing this, he immediately held himself back, leaving Saki confused. Meanwhile, Kang observes with a look of someone who has completely lost patience for all this back and forth. Speed, somewhat composed but still shaky, tries to explain himself, using the chocolates he brought as leverage. Saki counters, retorting that she's not his pet and questioning why she would be obligated to accept his request. Kang watches the argument between the two, trying to decipher what kind of deal Speed imagines in his head. Simultaneously, he's amazed at how someone can be both greedy and rude at the same time. In his view, the worst-case scenario should only allow for one of those traits, not both. There's no plausible reason to keep insisting on this pre-diabetic individual. Deciding enough is enough, Kang interrupts Speed, declaring there's no need to waste time on someone unwilling to cooperate, as it would harm the team's performance. The priority now is finding someone better. Hearing this, Saki challenges Kang, questioning whether the urgency of the raid justifies his attitude. Kang, without saying a single word, looks at her calmly before opening his vest and pulling out a knife. Both Speed and Saki are stunned, unable to figure out what Kang plans to do. Then, with the knife in hand, he swings it laterally, not to attack but to throw it. The blade flies swiftly toward its target, landing precisely in the center. This surprises Saki, but she has no time to process the feat before being caught off guard by a second throw. The second knife lands so quickly that she barely has time to track it. Before she realizes it, the second blade is lodged right in the same spot as the first. Her morale now hits rock bottom. Recognizing her shaken state, Kang delivers an ultimatum, asking if she will join the team or not. Perplexed and struggling to comprehend the situation, Saki remains deep in thought. The scene transitions to a Starbucks, spelled with 2 S's. The first to arrive, waiting for the others, is none other than the troublemaker herself. Now her demeanor is entirely different. Speed, surprised, comments on how early she arrived, while Chloe greets her warmly. Kang, as usual, simply observes as Saki takes the initiative to greet him. He responds while internally reflecting on how persuasive a sashimi knife can be. Speed, astonished at how quickly Saki prepared for the meeting, hears her nonchalantly say it was easy to manage before she formally declares the start of the meeting. Speed rises and begins explaining the mission details, preparing a precise drawing to illustrate the task. He elaborates that the enemies are rank C monsters known as water buffaloes. They have the ability to charge long-range attacks, making close combat risky. Thus, the best strategy is to attack from a distance. Kang and Chloe marvel at the impressive drawing, while Saki focuses intently on the explanation. Speed then outlines a critical rule: there's a gate at the dungeon's center that must not be opened. Curious, Chloe asks what happens if the gate is opened. Speed admits he doesn't know the exact consequences, mentioning only that there appears to be a seal, though it's merely a hypothesis. Saki, however, emphasizes that the academy mandates the gate remain closed, and there's no reason to disobey that order. Kang listens and agrees aloud not to disobey, but his expression betrays his true thoughts. Everyone notices his reaction, and it doesn't take long for Kang to realize he's let slip his curiosity about opening the seal. He finds himself the center of attention, with everyone staring at him in confusion. Speed Weapon, unable to contain his curiosity, presses Kang for an explanation, asking if he knows anything about the seal. Kang denies it, but deep down he knows something. He silently concludes there's undoubtedly a boss behind that gate. While outwardly stating it's obvious no one should touch the seal, he begins contemplating the conditions necessary to open the gate. Satisfied with Kang's answer, Speed relaxes, relieved he misunderstood Kang's earlier reaction. Kang's mind, however, remains occupied, analyzing the dungeon's potential scenarios for unlocking the gate. Meanwhile, Saki watches him with curiosity while indulging in her favorite pastime. Kang is baffled by how much she enjoys those sweets, and she responds that intelligent people need them. Kang jokes about her barely being able to talk while eating until he notices something strange. Chloe is on high alert, her knife in hand, prompting him to become vigilant as well. They are being watched. Chloe is confused and asks what is wrong. Kang then tells her to stay calm and wait. The observers will reveal themselves at the right time. After the meeting ended, sometime later, the team prepared to face the dungeon. On the way to Chorwan, Kang seemed already familiar with the place. As he reflected on his time in the military, he remembered swearing never to set foot near that place again. Yet, despite his personal vow, he had no choice but to press forward. His mission was clear. He needed to collect the necessary materials. But that didn't stop the weight of his broken promise from settling heavily on his mind. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, the bus came to an abrupt stop, pulling him back into reality. A conversation began at the front of the vehicle. It was the local guards conducting their routine inspections. The guards scrutinized the passengers carefully, ensuring that they were indeed academy students. After a brief exchange, their identities were confirmed, and the group was permitted to pass through the checkpoint. As the bus continued its journey, Kang silently observed the operation, paying attention to the movement of the guards and the way they monitored incoming travelers. It didn't take long for him to piece things together. This was likely a civilian access checkpoint meant to regulate entry into the dungeon. The security was strict, reinforcing his growing awareness that he and his team were being watched. And not just by these guards, Kang was all too aware of the watchful eyes of the elders, ever present, ever scrutinizing. His thoughts were interrupted by Speed Weapon, who approached and asked if he wanted to eat an egg. Caught off guard, Kang hesitated, and Speed quickly mentioned that it was a traditional practice in Korea. Kang thanked him while thinking that it was a somewhat outdated tradition. Kang's observations about security and the surveillance on him made his interaction with Speed appear more cautious. Speed noticed this and reassured him that the dungeon was only rank C, so there was no need to worry. He assumed that was what troubled Kang. Kang didn't explain much and simply agreed with Speed Weapon's statement. Speed then decided to offer his egg to Saki, emphasizing how delicious it was. However, Saki refused. Her eyes then shifted toward Kang, observing him as he resumed his conversation with Speed Weapon. While Kang silently hoped he wouldn't be forced into action inside the dungeon, Speed was clearly looking forward to seeing him go all out again. Kang, sensing her gaze, glanced in her direction. The moment their eyes met, Saki quickly averted her gaze, pretending to be more interested in the passing scenery outside the bus window. Kang, however, was unsettled by Saki's suspicious gaze, as being marked by the elders was already bad enough. Finally, the bus stopped and Chloe took the lead, stepping out first and celebrating their arrival, enjoying the local atmosphere. As the group disembarked, Kang realized that this was a place where demonic beasts had once nested, but now it was nothing more than a simple dungeon. Restless, Speed Weapon asked what Kang was carrying in his bag, given that his backpack looked quite bulky. Kang asked if Speed really wanted to know, while Saki observed and Chloe was preoccupied with admiring the view. Kang then decided to open the bag to reveal its contents. Unsurprisingly, it was knives. Lots of knives. A huge amount, in fact. With this quantity, one could make a good profit selling knives, and Speed immediately pointed that out. Kang simply replied that excessive caution never hurt anyone. This made Speed compare Kang to an old man in the way he spoke, but he understood that Kang must have his reasons for being so prepared. Chloe interrupted the conversation, urging them to move forward and leading the way, while Kang placed his trust in her leadership. The group then proceeded to the dungeon's entrance area, and as they approached the gate, they encountered 2 guards. The guards noticed the group and, analyzing their appearance and clothing, concluded that they were students, requiring each of them to write their names in a logbook. Chloe, Speed, and Saki wrote their names, and when it was Kang's turn, one of the guards seemed surprised, his expression carrying a hint of malice upon recognizing him. Kang noticed his behavior and immediately became more aware of the atmosphere forming around them. Speed, noticing Kang's delay in writing his name, called his attention. Kang responded that he was on his way. They then proceeded into the dungeon, which had a rather unpleasant smell, while Speed reminded everyone to be cautious. Kang entered last, still thinking about the guard's trembling gaze. As they advanced and the doors closed behind them, he declared that nothing bad could happen. As they walked, the scenery caught Kang's attention, as some inscriptions on the walls suggested that the dungeon was actually a tourist site for nobles. Suddenly, a hand tugged at Kang's jacket sleeve. When he turned around, he realized it was Saki, complaining about being tired. So soon, and this diabetic was already exhausted. Kang replied that her fatigue was quite noticeable, and she asked if he had something sweet to give her energy. Without responding immediately, Kang opened his backpack and started rummaging through his belongings, searching for something that would suffice. As she waited, Saki began to sway slightly back and forth, humming softly, as if she were about to receive a precious gift. Her expression was so exaggerated for someone who was merely expecting candy. He finally found a small piece of candy and offered it to her. However, she frowned, saying it wasn't to her taste, and asked if he had that chocolate instead. Losing patience, Kang bluntly stated that he wasn't some kind of storage unit to always have what she wanted on hand and was sure she had brought something herself. She admitted that he was right but argued that she was saving it for later. As they argued, something caught everyone's attention. Chloe suddenly announced the presence of enemies, 4 of them heading toward the group. Speed quickly reminded everyone to follow the plan to avoid any problems. He then called out to Chloe and Saki, informing them that he would grant them buffs and wish them luck. They were already in position to start the battle. Saki immediately drew her bow, catching Kang's attention. He noticed that her weapon was an S-rank item, which meant dealing with the dungeon's monsters wouldn't be difficult. Saki, analyzing her weapon more closely, admitted that she hadn't used it in a while and that the equipment felt a bit stiff. This revelation made Kang doubt whether he could trust its effectiveness. Suddenly, she announced that she had something to help. To everyone's surprise, or perhaps not, it was one of the chocolates she had been saving for later. After satisfying her sugar craving, even the bow seemed to have loosened up. She smiled confidently, but her attitude didn't convince Kang that she was reliable. With that commotion over, everyone focused on the approaching monsters. As they advanced rapidly, the team prepared for the attack, with Speed weapon granting buffs to everyone while Chloe charged toward the monsters. Chloe moved ahead alone, leaving the others in the rear, with Saki ready to use her bow and observing the monsters' reactions. Then, Chloe leaped into the air, hoping to get a better view of their enemies, and unleashed a volley of arrows. One monster was struck in the eye by an oddly different grain of sand and collapsed, but the remaining 3 continued advancing unfazed. Chloe's attacks weren't enough to halt their charge. Frustrated, she decided to launch more attacks, this time using her sword. Speed weapon immediately warned her to fall back as per the plan. She ignored him and pressed on, but before she could reach the monsters, Saki stepped in and began her attack, aiming between their eyes. She fired 3 arrows simultaneously at the monsters that were already dangerously close to Chloe. Upon impact, all of them turned to ash, such was the power of her arrows. Chloe stared in shock, while Saki sarcastically lamented that the monsters had exploded. Saki resumed eating her chocolate, while Kang internally regretted that such powerful attacks could also destroy the materials he needed. Though this was a concerning issue, Kang acknowledged that Saki's class was truly impressive and unstoppable. But he quickly returned to worrying about his enhancement materials when Chloe urged the group to move deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, the monster that had been hit by the strange grain of sand stirred. With an oddly pitiful groan, it got back on its feet and without hesitation, charged straight toward Saki, who was caught off guard. Realizing it was the first monster she had hit, she tried to reposition herself but tripped and started falling, leaving her defenseless against the creature's attack. Her only option was to protect herself with her arms and shut her eyes, an obviously effective defense strategy, capable of stopping even nuclear bombs. Noticing the delay in being struck, she opened one eye and saw Kang standing in front of her, holding her up with one arm, a knife in his other hand pointed upward, and the bowl that was once one now split into 2. She stared in shock at the knife, processing the fact that Kong had just protected her, remaining motionless for a moment as she absorbed the situation. The creature, or rather its halves, collapsed to the ground and Kong, a small smirk on his lips, turned to her and asked if she was okay. Then, a faint flush crept up her cheeks as the weight of the situation settled in. Her heart pounded slightly, her mind replaying the scene of Kong effortlessly stepping in to protect her. She had no words, only a lingering sense of awe at his heroism. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the scene shifted to a ringing phone, its screen devoid of any identification. The guard with the strange gaze picks up the phone and positions it. As soon as he answers, he addresses the caller as Master. Kong firmly grasps the horns of the defeated bull monster, focusing on the real reason he entered this dungeon. Buffalo horns, classified as a C-rank reinforcement material, hold significant value for weapon upgrades and other practical uses. With this in mind, he decides to gather as many as possible. As he collects them, Saki approaches and hands him a piece of chocolate, a silent gesture of gratitude for saving her earlier. Meanwhile, Chloe's gaze sharpens, her demeanor shifting into something more intense. Kong quickly catches on and turns to her, snapping her out of it. Lowering his voice, Kong leans in and whispers something to Chloe about the guard they had encountered. Her expression shifts and she responds with a brief nod. Nearby, Speed Weapon observes their interaction and wonders aloud if they are a couple, suggesting that it would make sense. Chloe's face immediately flushes red, while Kong dismisses the assumption, stating that assuming every male-female relationship is romantic is a narrow perspective. Chloe's reaction remains frozen in surprise and Speed Weapon, caught off guard, questions if he had been mistaken all along. Saki watches the exchange with a quiet smile. Kong, however, remains puzzled by Chloe's lingering stare. Before he can dwell on it, she shifts the conversation, questioning whether buffalo monsters are always this scarce. The group's attention turns forward as Speed Weapon notes that, regardless of the dungeon's popularity, it should not be this empty. Looking to Saki for insight, he prompts her for an opinion. After a brief pause, she points out something odd. The buffaloes had been running away from something. Their behavior was unnatural, raising concerns. Speed Weapon agrees, recalling that buffaloes are typically docile and even used for farming by the locals. Kong momentarily processes this information, internally questioning the absurdity of using demonic creatures for agriculture. Despite the unusual circumstances, Speed Weapon reassures the group that they have received signals ahead, implying that there is no immediate danger. Kong turns his attention to Speed Weapon and Saki, curious about how they know each other. With confidence, Saki proudly explains that she secured the top position in the written exam, while Speed Weapon came in second. She adds that he bragged about it for weeks. Frustrated, Speed Weapon attempts to dismiss her words, but Saki continues, revealing that she also ranked third in the placement tests. Hearing this, Kong is surprised to learn that Speed Weapon ranked second, as he had assumed the guy was just a loudmouth. Noticing Kang's reaction, Speed Weapon quickly clarifies that he should not be compared to Rachel, revealing that she is his cousin. This revelation takes Kong by surprise, as he finally understands why, as a player, he never knew about Speed Weapon's connection to the main characters. The answer lies in their familial ties. Speed Weapon elaborates further, explaining that his family is a branch of the Changxian clan, while Rachel's family belongs to the main lineage, creating a distinction between them. However, he quickly brushes off the topic, questioning why they are even discussing this. Kong fixes his gaze on Speed Weapon, prompting him to take a step forward and demand that he stop staring. With a grin, Speed Weapon declares that he is living the dream, emphasizing that Kong is the most impressive one. Jokingly, he reminds Kong not to forget about him once he becomes famous. Kong, smiling, reassures him that such a thing will not happen. As the group continues moving forward, Speed Weapon casually remarks that no one can predict the future, suggesting that Kong might even join the Seven Heroes one day. Chloe agrees, pointing out that Speed Weapon has a valid point and that Kong undeniably has the potential. At that moment, Saki steps ahead of them, suddenly turning to face the group with a serious expression. Without hesitation, she declares her hatred for the Seven Heroes. Despite the weight of her words, the trio remains unbothered, though Speed Weapon briefly wonders what her issue with them might be. Choosing to set aside his curiosity, he urges the group to keep moving, reminding them of their objective, defeating 20 buffalo monsters to clear the dungeon. As they proceed, Kang's attention is drawn to a crystal lying on the dungeon floor, surrounded by a faint purple aura. Before he can examine it further, Speed Weapon calls out, urging him to keep moving and questioning what he is waiting for. Hesitating for a brief moment, Kong ultimately steps forward, dismissing the crystal as nothing. Outside the dungeon, a guard speaks on the phone, confirming that everything has been arranged. The academy students should have already encountered the enraged buffaloes by now, leaving no cause for concern. However, the person on the other end remains skeptical, dismissing the guard's confidence. Pressing for further details, the caller asks if there is anything else to report. The guard affirms that he followed the given instructions precisely, though he personally believes the buffaloes will handle the students on their own. It is then revealed that the person on the phone is the commander of the Demonoids. She warns the guard not to grow overconfident, reminding him that failure is not an option. With a cold tone, she questions whether he is prepared to take responsibility should things not go as planned. At this, the guard falls silent. Sensing his hesitation, the commander reassures him, expressing trust that the task has been properly executed. She instructs him to report back with the results once the situation is resolved. Acknowledging the order, the guard ends the call. Staring at the dungeon entrance, he mutters to himself, recognizing that his fate is already sealed regardless of the outcome. Just then, an ominous aura begins radiating from the dungeon gate. Reflecting on his actions, he recalls that he had forcibly opened the gate as an extra measure, ensuring that survival for the students is now impossible. Yet, something about Kong unsettles him, those eyes as if they see through everything. Unable to shake his unease, he decides to enter the dungeon and witness the situation firsthand. Inside the dungeon, Chloe turns to Kong, alerting him to the presence of magical beasts approaching from behind. Kong immediately asks for a count, and through her blessing, Chloe detects roughly 50 creatures. The group is stunned by the revelation. At that very moment, another presence rushes toward them from the opposite side of the dungeon. When they turn to look, their eyes widen in shock. A massive horde of buffaloes is stampeding directly at them. Speed Weapon, dumbfounded, struggles to understand the situation. Buffaloes don't normally swarm like this, yet these creatures appear completely enraged, charging at full speed. Still in shock, he questions Kong, recalling that these buffaloes were supposed to be harmless. In response, Kong remembers a lesson from his past life, where his master once taught him that every blade has its purpose, just as a sashimi knife is meant for handling fish. Snapping back to the present, he smiles at the thought and declares that it looks like he will be using the fish knife to handle the buffaloes. According to Chloe, Kong instructs her to distract the herd, warning her not to charge in directly. Instead, she should move unpredictably to disrupt their formation without engaging in combat. Chloe acknowledges the strategy, nodding in understanding. Next, Kong turns to Speed Weapon, ensuring he is prepared. With a grin, Speed Weapon confidently responds, showing no hesitation. Meanwhile, Saki struggles to understand why Kong remains so composed despite the overwhelming odds. He assigns her to hold the front, ensuring that nothing gets too close. Though she acknowledges the command, she remains puzzled and turns to Speed Weapon, questioning Kang's unwavering confidence. Speed Weapon, wearing a knowing smile, advises her not to be surprised. Still, Saki remains confused, unable to grasp Kang's plan. With his resolve unwavering, Kong steadies himself, refusing to overthink the situation. He came prepared. No matter how many enemies stand before him, he will take them all down. With that determination, he draws his weapons and activates the blessing of the sword god. As one of the buffaloes charges at him, ready to attack, Kong makes his move. Without hesitation, he surges forward, swiftly launching his daggers at the oncoming beast. Meanwhile, Saki remains in shock, unable to comprehend how Kong intends to handle the horde alone. Saki, stunned, lets the chocolate bar slip from her hands as she struggles to process Kang's overwhelming efficiency in combat. Perched atop a pile of defeated buffalo-like creatures, Kong remains unshaken, scanning for any remaining threats. In mere moments, he had effortlessly neutralized the ferocious charge of the monsters. Meanwhile, Chloe refuses to be outdone. Activating her ability, she charges into the horde targeting her, executing her signature move, Schrodinger's cat. With fluid precision, she takes down multiple enemies at once, delivering her attacks with the style and flair of a Power Ranger. As Kong readies himself for the next wave, he leaps forward, slashing through his opponents with a flurry of strikes, reducing them to mere fragments. However, as his assault concludes, he finds himself surrounded. Saki and Speed Weapon watch as the creatures swarm him, forming a towering mass of flesh over his position. Saki tenses, preparing to intervene, but before she can act, Kong retaliates with a single spinning strike, obliterating every enemy around him. Once again, Saki is left speechless at his prowess, while Kong remains as composed as ever. Yet this time something does concern him: resources. Without hesitation he begins collecting horns, intent on using them to upgrade his weapon. He reflects on how useful his ability upgrade has been, increasing from 30 to 40 seconds, allowing him to dispatch 50 creatures with ease. Chloe approaches, praising his performance. Kang acknowledges the teamwork involved, reciprocating the compliment before running a hand through her hair in a rare display of warmth. From a distance, Speed Weapon and Saki observe their interaction, as if already expecting such an exchange. Still, Saki finds herself bewildered by the turn of events, a frenzied battle concluding with an affectionate conversation. Speed Weapon, however, remains unfazed, teasing Saki for her reaction. She defends herself, questioning how anyone could remain indifferent to such an overwhelming display. Speed Weapon simply remarks that he always knew Kang would find a way to triumph spectacularly and leave everyone impressed. As Saki struggles to grasp how he could be so powerful, Speed Weapon admits he has no clue either. While they continue watching Kang and Chloe atop the remains of their enemies, Speed Weapon daydreams about how incredible it would be to livestream Kang's feats, leaving Saki perplexed by his remark. Snapping back to the moment, Speed Weapon calls Kang over so the group can regroup and move forward. As they walk, he points out that their goal was to collect 20 buffalo, yet they have far exceeded that number. He jokingly accuses Kang of showing off. Kang dismisses the concern, claiming that numbers don't matter. It's simply his way of making up for staying neutral and doing nothing during the exam. In truth, he had saved everyone from the siren, though that detail was meant to remain a secret. Speed Weapon nearly blurts it out before catching himself, remembering the need for discretion. Continuing the discussion, he recalls the terror they felt upon seeing the massive stampede charging toward them, even comparing it to the way the Lion King met his end. As a man of culture, he appreciates the reference, though Saki remains completely clueless, interpreting Lion King as some kind of dominant species. Suddenly, Chloe notes the eerie silence that has overtaken the dungeon. Saki, sensing something amiss, attempts to articulate her suspicion when a deafening rumble interrupts them. Their attention shifts to a strange disturbance emanating from what appears to be a gate. Turning to face it, they are met with the sight of the very thing mentioned during the briefing: the chained gate. The group is left in shock as Kang immediately realizes the gravity of their situation. The scene shifts to the corrupt vigilante as he continues advancing through the dungeon, coming across the traces left behind by the team. Their ability to handle such a large number of monsters surprises him. He recalls the deal he made in pursuit of 20 billion, an agreement offered by a self-proclaimed instructor. The mission itself is simple to understand. When questioned about his role, she explained that he needed to tame the dungeon's monsters and, at the right moment, drive them into a frenzy using a demonic stone. The exact moment would be when Kang entered the dungeon. Additionally, she instructed him to unlock the chained stone gate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he questioned whether the goal was to sacrifice the group. Rather than answering directly, she simply remarked that she would find someone else for the task, given his apparent reluctance. In response, he quickly grabbed her hand, taking the stone and proving his willingness to comply. Without much thought, he submitted to her orders, and she warned him to stay alert for calls from unknown numbers, through which she would provide further instructions. He, now entirely obedient, agreed without hesitation. As he continued walking through the dungeon, he displayed no remorse. His motivation remained clear: using the mission's payment to escape his gambling debts and continue playing. Trying to justify his actions to himself, he pressed forward, convincing himself that the targets were nothing more than helpless kids with no chance of survival. The focus then returns to the gate, where the group questions whether they are on the right path. Kang quickly realizes that their journey had been surprisingly smooth because they were being led into a trap. Recalling the vigilante's gaze, he regrets not trusting his instincts. However, he remembers that the gate can only be opened in the presence of a demonic stone. He had previously seen its fragments but never expected the gate to be left wide open. Though he briefly considers the dungeon's reward, he dismisses the thought, prioritizing survival above all else. His attention shifts to the red line crossing the gate, and he reminds himself that he has already used his blessing. However, he believes Murasame will hold out for some time if a fight breaks out. His only option is to shatter the gate before it fully breaks apart. A sudden, thunderous sound erupts through the dungeon, drawing everyone's attention. Chloe panics, questioning what is happening, while Speed Weapon finds himself equally unsettled. At last, the colossal figure reveals itself, wielding a massive twin-bladed axe. The group immediately recognizes it as a buffalo, yet unlike the others, its overwhelming presence radiates an energy powerful enough to instill fear. Kang realizes that there is no more time for preventive measures. The dungeon's ultimate reward is the Blessing of Transition, an ability that allows a blessing to be transferred from one person to another, but it can only be used once. The creature before them is none other than the Minotaur, known as the Buffalo King. Inside the stone gate, two buffalo-like monsters stand in an alert position, scanning their surroundings, while the main boss monster sits between them. The group stands in front of the trio, trying to comprehend where they have found themselves. Chloe is taken aback by the realization that monsters are inside the gate, while Kang struggles to comprehend how even those two buffalo monsters seem beyond what he can handle alone. Kang quickly assesses the situation, understanding that even if he manages to break through the gate and try to escape, the moment the Buffalo King awakens, it will be nearly impossible for everyone to leave unharmed. Unlike the midterm exam where there was no prior information about the mermaid, the boy has encountered the Minotaur in gameplay before. If he were in peak condition, Kang could have handled all three buffalo monsters by himself. However, at this moment, the 40-second duration of Speed Weapon's immunity blessing has already been exhausted, leaving Kang with no room for error. Kang accesses his knife thinking to act in the most possible way to succeed. Kang grips the knife tightly as he turns to Speed Weapon, asking if the pain-reducing blessing is still available. Speed Weapon confirms that it is, and when asked how long he can maintain it, he responds that the maximum duration is about 2 minutes. Kang then determines that this will be enough and instructs Speed Weapon to keep applying the blessing while Kang engages the Buffalo King. Kang knows that even a momentary lapse in focus could lead to severe injury or even death. Speed Weapon reassures him, promising to do his best. Kang then shifts his attention to Saki and Chloe, assigning them to handle the wounded buffalo monsters on the side while warning them to stay away from the boss, as it is far too dangerous. Saki, observing Kang's composed demeanor and decisive leadership, appears genuinely impressed. With the team prepared, Kang instructs them to follow the same strategy they had used earlier against the horde of buffalo monsters. When he said that, I couldn't hold back the urge to sing the Linkin Park song. Back to the scene. As the creatures charge forward, Kang activates the blessing of the sword god. Instantly, unbearable pain surges through his body. Fortunately, thanks to Speed Weapon's pain-reducing blessing, he is able to move despite the agony. He steadies himself, reinforcing his resolve. At that moment, the Buffalo King launches a charge straight at him. Without hesitation, Kang rushes forward to meet it head-on. The monster swings its massive axe in a devastating strike, but Kang reacts just in time, narrowly dodging the attack. The axe crashes into the wall, shattering it upon impact. The pain from the blessing of the sword god remains overwhelming, but Kang endures it, retaliating with a swift slash of his sword against the Buffalo King. The Buffalo King swiftly blocks the attack with its axe and immediately counters. Kang evades the strike, attempting to create distance, but to his surprise the monster suddenly kicks from behind. He barely manages to block the kick with his knife, preventing a direct hit. In that instant, he realizes that all the senses dulled under the pain immunity blessing have now fully awakened. Instead of feeling overwhelmed, he experiences an unexpected sense of freedom. The monster swings its axe from the front, but Kang dodges by moving in closer. However, the boss monster anticipates this maneuver and abruptly redirects its axe toward him. As the weapon is about to strike, he reacts instantly, ducking just in time to avoid the blow. The axe crashes into the dungeon wall, sending debris flying. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly moves behind the monster, but relying on its sharp instincts, the beast quickly turns and delivers a powerful strike at the exact spot where he had been standing. The impact sends a cloud of dust billowing through the air, covering the battlefield. As it settles, the monster is momentarily stunned, finding Kang sitting on the blade of its axe. Saki watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend his movements, which seem beyond human capability. At that moment, one of the buffalo monsters charges at her, but she dodges with effortless grace. As she moves, she analyzes the battle, considering precise muscle control, posture, striking angles, and energy positioning. A combat sense designed to disrupt the enemy's center of gravity with minimal movement. Yet, she understands that the gap between theory and actual combat remains vast. Even in the face of life-threatening danger, Kang remains completely unwavering. His presence on the battlefield reminds her of the legendary sword Emperor Siegfried. Seizing an opening, Saki draws her bow and releases a perfectly aimed arrow, striking the buffalo monster with flawless precision and taking it down in a single shot. As she secures her victory, she recalls rumors about the Sword Emperor unleashing his aura against the special trainees. Piecing everything together, she deduces that Kang must be that very special trainee. Meanwhile, Kang's aura intensifies, fully enveloping him in its blessing. However, the Buffalo King remains unfazed. Instead of showing fear, it discards its axe and lunges forward, aiming a powerful punch. In an instant, he counters with a precise strike, severely injuring the monster's right arm. The beast lets out a deafening roar of pain as he slices a bull steak chunk from its arm. At the same time, Speed Weapon continues applying his blessing while Chloe engages another buffalo. With swift and precise movements, she easily defeats her opponent. Despite her victory, she acknowledges her lack of experience in fighting monsters. She notes that the closer a monster's form is to that of a human, the more dangerous it becomes. While the level of threat varies, a monster that exhibits human-like behavior is particularly formidable. In her assessment, the Buffalo King is not just a beast, it resembles a true demonic sword master. Just then, the boss lets out a thunderous roar, grabbing the axe with its left hand and channeling magic into it, gathering its aura around the weapon. Saki is shocked. The idea of a monster using magic seems impossible, but upon closer observation, she notices something even more disturbing. The creature is burning its own life force to generate mana. The realization leaves her in disbelief. A mere monster should not be capable of such a feat. Moreover, the surge of mana emanating from it creates an overwhelming pressure, making it nearly impossible to approach. Despite the immense danger, Speed Weapon remains steadfast, convinced that no matter what, he believes in Kang. At that moment, the Buffalo King, having completed its spell, charges forward and swings its axe with full force, aiming directly at him. The Buffalo Monster boss, swinging its massive axe with its infused magic, aiming directly at Kang. Without hesitation, Kang meets the attack head-on, charging against the axe with an unwavering gaze, his sword clashing against the boss's weapon. A powerful and dense aura erupts from the impact, engulfing the battlefield as both weapons meet each other's edge. As he locks blades with the monster, he exchanges gazes with the monster and then quickly realizes that the density of its magic is overwhelming. His sword alone will not be enough to win this battle. However, after taking a look, he also realizes that dodging is not an option. Chloe, Saki, and Speed Weapon are in danger, and retreating would leave them vulnerable. And sensing an opportunity, the Buffalo Monster boss intensifies the aura around its axe before launching another devastating strike. The sheer force sends Kang staggering backward. He struggles to hold the attack while the monster keeps pushing forward. Before the monster can press its advantage, Kang noticed an attack that came from the back. It was Saki who swiftly drew her bow and fired an arrow, striking the buffalo face. The attack momentarily distracts the beast, buying precious time. Kang hesitates, confused by the situation for a brief moment, caught off guard, but Saki's urgent shout brings him back to the fight, asking what he is doing and urges him to cut the monster. Pushing himself beyond his limits, after that call, he unleashes 100% of the sword god's blessing. One of his pupils turns black, a familiar sign, meaning that the blessing has been successfully activated. His sword begins to glow with a brilliant blue aura, radiating immense power. With renewed strength, Kang swings his sword once more, delivering his full force strike. The overwhelming force of his attack finally starts to slowly cut through the boss monster's giant axe. The once impenetrable massive weapon with infused mana begins to crack, unable to withstand the sheer energy surging through Kang's blade. Chloe watches in shock as the brilliant blue light intensifies, remembering the fight between Kang and Professor Zeke, the first time she saw the blue light. Kang, channeling his aura to its peak, presses forward his attack, leaving the boss unarmed, creating now the final opportunity to put an end to this fight. He then delivers a decisive final strike. The Buffalo Monster boss falls instantly, defeated in a single blow. Silence fills the battlefield as everyone stares in disbelief. The demonic beast, once an unstoppable force, has been vanquished in minutes. It's now turned into pieces. Exhausted, Kang remains standing, his breath coming in heavy, uneven bursts. Lifting his gaze toward the ceiling, he acknowledges something significant. This is the first time he has ever fully unleashed the sword god's blessing. Every muscle in his body protests from the strain, but he stands firm, absorbing the weight of what just transpired. Saki observing him intently. Kang takes mental notes. This time he measures, Kang sustained the blessing for precisely 12.7 seconds. The number lingers in his mind, a benchmark that speaks volumes about his rapid progression. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon, utterly drained from the intensity of the battle, collapses onto the ground with a weary sigh. His body feels heavy, but his mind is even more burdened by what he has just witnessed. As his gaze fixes on Kang, a thought escapes him in a muttered breath. Kang continues to defy all logic. His mind replays the pivotal moment when Kang's aura erupted, flooding the entire cave with its overwhelming brilliance. The sheer presence, the raw force, was something beyond comprehension. The fact that someone his age is already capable of manifesting such power seems almost absurd. It is not simply talent, it is something far greater, something that should not be possible. Just then Saki approaches him, her steps measured. Her voice, though calm, carries an unusual note of concern as she instructs him to control his breathing, slow, deep inhales to steady himself. The unexpected kindness catches him off guard. His instincts bristle at the gesture, prompting him to question her sudden interest in his well-being. For a brief moment she remains silent, as if weighing her words carefully. Then, with a certain finality, she states that she finally understands what he meant earlier. Her words pique his curiosity, and his eyes sharpen as he silently urges her to elaborate. Without hesitation, she references a legendary event, an incident that had long been a mystery to her. The pieces click into place in his mind, and with a knowing nod, he acknowledges the connection. But before the weight of the revelation can settle, she pivots the conversation, shifting the focus to Kang's current position at the academy. Her expression remains composed as she brings up a crucial fact. According to the academy's regulations, Kang is not eligible to transfer to their class this year. Speed Weapon blinks, slightly thrown off by the sudden change in topic. His confusion is evident as he asks why she even brings it up. Unfazed by his reaction, a smirk tugs at the corner of her lips. If Kang cannot transfer to their class, then there is only one alternative. The academy rules may prevent him from joining them, but nowhere does it say that they cannot transfer to his class instead. Her proposal hangs in the air, challenging, almost daring him to refute it. Speed Weapon hesitates, mind racing as he searches for any loophole, any contradiction that would invalidate her logic. But no matter how he looks at it, the rules do not forbid it. Begrudgingly he concedes the point. Saki, satisfied, lets a grin spread across her face. The idea takes root in her mind, unfolding possibilities she had not considered before. If the path to Kang is blocked, they will simply carve a new one. The thought alone is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Kang reflects on the battle. Even with Speed Weapon's blessing, the toll on his body is undeniable. However, the progress is clear. Fighting without the blessing of painlessness is a step forward. Before he can dwell further on his thoughts, Chloe rushes toward him, embracing him tightly. Tears stream down her face as she desperately checks for any injuries. Still recovering, Kang struggles to respond, prompting Chloe to step back, embarrassment flashing across her face. With a deep blush, she quickly apologizes. At that moment, a system window appears before Kang, congratulating him on acquiring a new blessing. As he reads the details, he immediately recognizes it as one originally meant for Leo. Its rank is Spirit Rank, the rarest blessing in existence. A unique ability that only reveals its full potential when combined with another. The specifics of the blessing materialize before him. Blessing of Transition. This power grants him the ability to transfer any of his own blessings to a living being or object. But, as a requirement, he needs to make direct physical contact with the target for activation. Realizing the potential of this new ability, Kang immediately sees its significance in mastering the dual-natured Baemon. Determined, he resolves to make full use of this rare blessing. Just then, a heavy creaking sound echoes through the stone gate as someone steps inside. Turning his attention to Chloe, Kang reminds her of the favor he had asked earlier. Without hesitation, Chloe acknowledges his request. The figure entering the room is none other than the security guard from before. Before he can react, Chloe swiftly moves in, landing a precise strike to his leg. The guard stumbles, attempting to regain his footing, but her piercing gaze stops him in his tracks. With an unwavering voice, she warns him to remain still or face the consequences. Speed Weapon, caught completely off guard, demands an explanation. Kang, calm as ever, simply replies that he had asked Chloe for a favor earlier. The injured guard winces in pain, his glare fixed on Kang, demanding to know the reason behind the sudden attack. His voice carries both frustration and disbelief as he questions what he had done to deserve this. Kang, unfazed, responds coldly, making it clear that he intends to uncover the truth. He shifts his attention to Saki and Speed Weapon, pointing out the suspicious timing of the rampaging buffalo monsters and the unexpected opening of the stone gate. Every event seems to trace back to the guard before them. Saki, exuding confidence, crosses her arms as she assesses the situation. The lack of surveillance cameras within the dungeon makes it highly unlikely that the guard's arrival at such a crucial moment was mere coincidence. Speed Weapon, still struggling to piece everything together, questions the motive behind the guard's actions. Saki, growing impatient, dismisses his confusion and presses forward. There is no way the guard orchestrated everything alone, and she demands to know who is truly behind the scheme. The guard remains silent, his defiance evident. However, Saki's sharp gaze remains locked onto him, her stance unwavering. If he refuses to speak, she is prepared to make him talk by any means necessary. Before she can act, Kong steps forward, his calm yet firm tone leaving no room for negotiation. He makes it clear that if the guard does not reveal the identity of his superior, there will be consequences. Fear flickers in the guard's eyes as he begins to tremble. Realizing he has no way out, he finally gives in, his voice tense as he confesses. A few days prior, an instructor from Hawken Academy had approached him with an offer to have his debts erased in exchange for his cooperation. The revelation ignites fury in Speed Weapon, who clenches his fists, barely containing his anger. Saki, quick to regain control, orders him to stay calm before demanding a description of the instructor. The guard hesitates momentarily before revealing what he remembers. The instructor was a tall woman with purple hair and sharp eyes. At this, Saki's expression darkens. The details match someone she recognizes, a familiar face that immediately stands out in her memory. She turns to Kong, her voice steady yet grim. If her guess is correct, the instructor being described is none other than the assistant instructor from her own class. Speed Weapon's eyes widen in realization. If this instructor was involved, then she was likely responsible for the incident during the midterm exams as well. His words catch Saki off guard, and she quickly demands further clarification. Kong, his tone serious, confirms what Speed Weapon suggests. During the midterm exams, his team had encountered a demonoid mermaid. Saki, visibly shocked, processes the new information. Leon, who had ended up hospitalized, had fought against a demon? Speed Weapon wastes no time in setting the record straight. It was not Leon who had taken down the demonoid mermaid, it was Kong. Kong remains composed, neither denying nor elaborating further, simply confirming what Speed Weapon has stated. With all the pieces in place, Kong reveals that he had been recording the guard's confession the entire time. Saki, impressed by his foresight, watches as Kong connects the final dots. As the recording ends, Chloe pulls her sword out of the guard's leg, causing more pain, leading him to scream. Kong then elaborates on how the plan was supposed to be perfect. A dungeon that was never meant to open had done so at the perfect moment to eliminate someone. The realization dawns on the guard, his shock evident as he demands clarification. Kong, however, does not acknowledge his question. Instead, he turns to Chloe. With a calm and decisive demeanor, Kong entrusts Chloe with the next course of action. As an assassin, the choice is hers. Without hesitation, Chloe nods in understanding. Activating her blessing, she moves with precise efficiency, striking down the guard in a single motion. As the group exits the dungeon, Kang's mind remains preoccupied with the greater conspiracy at play. The elders and instructors of Hawken Academy are the ones targeting him. His expression hardens at the realization. If those elders wish to eliminate him, they should come at him directly. And when they do, he will ensure they are erased from existence. He will cut them down. Kong approached the blacksmith, presenting the Cow King's horn, an exceptional material obtained from the Minotaur, the formidable boss of the Buffalo Hidden Dungeon. This rare and precious horn was known to guarantee a 100% success rate when enhancing weapons below a rank. As he placed it before the blacksmith, the seasoned craftsman was momentarily speechless. His gaze locked onto the horn, his hands pausing mid-motion as disbelief washed over him. It was not just any material, it was an A-rank item, the kind that only the strongest hunters could acquire. The notion that a student from Hawken Academy had brought it to him was almost unfathomable. Staring at Kong, the blacksmith could not contain his shock and immediately sought confirmation. He needed to hear it from Kong himself. Had he truly acquired this high-grade material, and if so, had he done it alone? Though Kong was skilled, the idea of a student single-handedly felling an A-rank dungeon boss seemed ludicrous. Kong clarified that it had been a team effort, dismissing any absurd notion that he had defeated the Minotaur alone. Without further ado, Kong placed his weapon, a Musarame, onto the table. The blade was in deplorable condition, its edge dulled, its structure battered from intense battle. There were nicks and cracks along the surface, evidence of the overwhelming force it had endured. Since it was already so damaged, he figured he might as well have it repaired alongside the enhancement process. The blacksmith, however, did not take kindly to the state of the weapon. His irritation was immediate, and his eyes darkened with frustration as he examined the ruined blade. Demanding an explanation, he wanted to know what Kang had done to reduce the weapon to such a pitiful state. Kang, maintaining his usual composure, responded without concern, questioning why the blacksmith was acting as if it was his fault. The blacksmith, clearly displeased but unwilling to push further, forced an uneasy smile. He hesitated before commenting that Kang could have taken better care of the weapon. Though his words were restrained, his concern was genuine. If Kang continued to push himself recklessly, the blacksmith feared he would not last long. But Kang reassured him, reminding him of their agreement. He would do everything as promised, and in return the blacksmith needed to do his part. With that, Kang turned away, leaving his Muzurame in the blacksmith's care. However, as he walked toward the exit, the blacksmith's expression twisted in frustration. His irritation with Kang was evident, and he silently resolved that this time, he would shorten the blade even further. But just as he was contemplating his petty revenge, Kang suddenly stopped in his tracks. The abrupt pause caught the blacksmith off guard. Turning back around, Kang casually instructed him to sell the leftover materials for himself. The blacksmith's anger melted away in an instant. He had no reason to shorten the blade any further now. The scene shifted to the classroom, where Kang reflected on his recovery. The wounds he had sustained during the fight against the buffalo boss monster had healed significantly. His body, which had been battered and bruised, was now in a much better state. However, he knew his recovery was not yet complete. He would have to ask Speed Weapon for his healing blessing once more to ensure a full recovery. Leaning back in his chair, he let out a deep sigh, allowing his eyes to drift toward his status window. His physical rank had risen from 8 to 9, loosening the restrictions placed on his sword. His mental rank had also climbed from 4 to 5, and several of his other skills had shown slight improvements. The most striking change, however, was his synchronization rate. It had now reached 12.7%, a substantial jump that only occurred after significant events. He knew that if he were to clear another dungeon, this rate would likely surge again, possibly unlocking another blessing in the process. Despite the rapid growth in his stats, there had been no severe side effects since the day his hair first turned gray. Of course, the gray strands had been increasing little by little, a reminder of the transformations taking place within him. Jokingly, he considered the possibility that strength and baldness were somehow connected. If his hair continued graying at this rate, would it eventually all fall out? The thought lingered for a moment before he pushed it aside. He had more pressing matters to focus on. With enemies actively targeting him, he needed to be prepared for whatever was coming. His survival depended on it. He had come too far to meet a meaningless end now. More than that, he needed to understand the full potential of the blessing of transfer. The gap between those with blessings and those without was immense, and if he wanted to survive, he had to grasp its intricacies. As he pondered his next steps, his thoughts briefly turned to Leon. A small pang of sympathy arose, but it was fleeting. Leon, as the protagonist, would inevitably amass an absurd number of blessings. His skill window would be overflowing in no time, so there was no need to feel bad for him. Kang had his own battles to fight. For now, his immediate priority was to ensure his complete recovery. As if on cue, a gift was placed before him, a small package seemingly from Chloe. It was a subtle yet significant gesture. This was the first time Kang had formed his own party and successfully cleared a dungeon together. Though being targeted had become a part of his daily life, it was not without its silver linings. He had gained 2 classmates whom he could genuinely call friends, Speed Weapon and Chloe. Neither of them had played a major role in the main story, and he was not even sure if Chloe considered him a friend. His eyes fell on the chocolate inside the package, triggering a memory. Chloe had been hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon raid. He had not checked in on her since then, but perhaps he should visit her when he had the time. At that moment, the classroom door opened, and the instructor walked in, accompanied by Siegfried. The instructor's commanding presence settled the murmurs in the room, and he instructed the students to return to their seats. Kang watched the scene unfold, his mind shifting from his own musings to the impending lesson. His attention turned to Siegfried, the Sword Emperor. How long was he planning to make them wait? Kang's phone suddenly vibrated, displaying a message from an unknown number. The sender's question seemed ordinary, asking what he was doing. Assuming it was a mistake, Kong ignored it, but the next message immediately followed, instructing him to look forward. Lifting his gaze, he was met with a startling sight: Saki Ryoso standing at the front of the room beside Siegfried. Before Kong could fully process her presence, Instructor Lee addressed the class with an unexpected announcement. As of that day, Saki Ryoso had been officially assigned to their class. The room erupted in whispers and murmurs of disbelief. Few could comprehend why someone like Saki would request a transfer to their class. However, Instructor Lee quickly silenced the commotion, expressing his hope that everyone would get along with the new student before giving instructions for the students to change and assemble at the training hall within 30 minutes. With Siegfried and Instructor Lee leaving the room, the class remained in stunned silence. The revelation that Saki Ryoso, one of the most promising cadets of their generation, had personally requested the transfer left them bewildered. Among the current first years, often referred to as the generation of miracles, she ranked fourth. Not only had she achieved the highest score on the written exams, but her combat skills were formidable as well. She was a master of the Kyushu style, an elite discipline that only a handful could execute proficiently. Yet, beyond her personal accomplishments, her lineage commanded even greater awe. Saki was the daughter of Daki Kojima, one of the revered seven-star heroes and the individual known as the Absolute Bao. Furthermore, Daki Kojima was not just a legendary warrior but also the Prime Minister of Japan, making Saki nothing short of a princess in her own right. In this world, Japan remained a dominant superpower, and to the students, meeting someone of her status felt akin to encountering a celebrity. Kong found himself unable to shake off an uneasy feeling. She shouldn't be here. Her presence alone was bound to cause trouble, and trouble was something he did not need. As Saki walked through the classroom, all eyes remained on her, observing her every step. Kong held on to the faint hope that she would simply take a seat elsewhere. However, much to his dismay, her path led directly toward him. Stopping beside him, she nonchalantly remarked about the chocolate, revealing that she had been the one who had given it to him. Until that moment, he had assumed the gift was from Chloe, but now the truth was laid bare. Kong was momentarily stunned. He had not expected this, nor did he know how to respond. Before he could react, Saki continued, asking if she could sit beside him. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she extended her phone toward him, insisting that he save her number. Internally, Kong could only sigh. His instincts had been correct once again. This was going to be a problem. Meanwhile, in a dungeon far from the classroom, an investigation was underway. Leo, an officer assigned to the case, stood in front of a guard, pressing him for details regarding the people who had entered the dungeon earlier. The guard recounted that they had expressed deep concern for the cadets and had insisted on entering. Leo's expression remained unreadable as he continued his questioning, asking if anything about the individuals had seemed strange before they went inside. The guard hesitated before answering. Now that he thought about it, there had been something unusual. Their faces had appeared pale, almost unnaturally so. Leo took in the information carefully, then dismissed the guard after thanking him for his cooperation. However, the unease in his mind did not fade. Outside the dungeon, another officer approached Leo, questioning the necessity of the investigation. Wasn't death in a dungeon just a common accident? Leo acknowledged the statement but pointed out a troubling detail. No matter how dangerous a dungeon was, there was always a body left behind. In this case, however, the staff member who had entered out of concern had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The true horror, however, lay deeper inside the dungeon. When Leo had first entered the site, he had been met with an overwhelming sight: a battlefield littered with the corpses of buffalo monsters. The sheer scale of destruction was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. While the cadets from Joaquin Academy had indeed been there, the devastation was far beyond what a group of students should have been capable of. Something was off. The cadets had returned safely, yet the missing staff member remained unaccounted for. The more Leo pieced together the information, the more unsettling the situation became. Something had happened in that dungeon, something beyond the understanding of an ordinary investigation. The officer accompanying Leo raised a question, speculating whether the missing individual could be inside the stone gate. Leo hesitated before responding, carefully weighing the possibility. The likelihood was slim. The stone gate had never opened before, and there was no indication that it would now. However, the situation was anything but ordinary. Something about this entire case felt deeply unsettling. Further contemplating the matter, Leo admitted another complication. He had no means of interrogating the cadets from Joaquin Academy who had been present at the scene. The academy was not just any institution. It was an elite school attended almost exclusively by nobles, individuals beyond the reach of routine investigations. The other officer acknowledged this reality, musing about whether the higher-ups would ever issue a warrant to question them. The answer was uncertain, but Leo doubted it. People with power and influence rarely had to answer for anything. As their discussion reached an impasse, the officer excused himself for a brief bathroom break, leaving Leo alone in his thoughts. Frustration gnawed at him. The entire situation was maddening. No bodies, no evidence, just a mountain of questions without answers. Something was missing, something crucial that he couldn't yet grasp. Lost in contemplation, he barely registered the sudden commotion. A sharp thud echoed through the space, snapping him back to reality. His head jerked up just in time to see his fellow officer being thrown violently to the ground by an unknown assailant. The attack had come out of nowhere, swift and brutal. Leo's instincts kicked in, but as he turned to face the threat, his breath caught in his throat. Before him stood something beyond human comprehension. A figure exuding a menacing aura, its very presence radiating an unnatural energy. It was human in form, yet something about it was fundamentally wrong. Magic crackled in the air around it, raw and potent. Realization hit Leo like a crashing wave. This was not an ordinary person. This was someone who had forged a pact with demons, an existence neither fully human nor entirely demonic. A hybrid, an entity standing between two worlds. His body tensed, preparing to react, but he never got the chance. The creature moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion that defied human limits. In an instant, Leo felt the impact, unrelenting, overwhelming. His world tilted and darkness swallowed his vision. His life ended by the hands of a villain. This is how these creatures are called in this game. Saki's happiness becomes evident as she enjoys the chocolate, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Kang, seated nearby, looks confused and curious about Saki's presence. The unexpected sight of her in his class leaves him uneasy. Saki questions Kang about not eating the chocolate, expressing disappointment since she went out of her way to share it. Kang explains that Chloe typically occupies the seat Saki is in. Saki dismisses the concern, questioning if the class has assigned seats and suggesting it should be a first-come, first-served system. Kang reluctantly agrees, still processing the unexpected situation. Saki compliments the chocolate's flavor, prompting Kang to ask why she transferred into the class. Before she can respond, the instructor's voice resonates, announcing an assembly in 5 minutes. The students groan but comply, gathering their belongings and preparing to head out. Kang informs Saki about the class's routine morning training and asks if she's joining. Instead, Saki puts on a sleeping mask and states she will engage in mental training for the day, casually wishing Kang good luck before quickly falling asleep. Kang watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend her behavior. The contrast between Saki's nonchalance and the class's eagerness to attend the assembly leaves him bewildered. After a moment, Saki peeks through her mask, requesting Kang to call her by her first name from now on, explaining that it's customary in her country for close friends to address each other this way. Kang hesitates, surprised by the sudden familiarity. When Kang notes that Speed Weapon still refers to her by her surname, Saki dismisses the point, reaffirming her wish for Kang to have a good training session before dozing off again. Kang, still baffled, heads off for the assembly, wondering what could have led to Saki's peculiar behavior. Later in class, Rachel stretches after a lengthy lecture, relieved to have a brief break. She comments to Abel about the noisy atmosphere, the hum of chatter and laughter filling the room. She then brings up the rumor that Saki was reassigned to a different class, adding that Saki was often idle and did as she pleased. Rachel speculates on what may have driven Saki to make the change, her curiosity evident. Abel listens indifferently, responding with a simple acknowledgement, unwilling to engage in gossip. Rachel, ever playful, teases Abel, suggesting she might be disappointed about the transfer. Abel denies any feelings of disappointment, her expression unreadable. Rachel, however, presses on, determined to provoke a reaction. She reminds Abel that class reassignments only happen when a vacancy opens, noting that Class Tiger had one available spot. Rachel questions how Saki knew about the vacancy and managed to transfer before anyone else. She recalls that Saki frequently napped in the archery hall, making her sudden motivation all the more surprising. Abel remains skeptical, but Rachel's grin widens as she shares what she heard from Speed Weapon. Apparently, Saki and Kang had recently teamed up to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Abel's eyes widen in disbelief at the revelation. Rachel adds with a teasing tone, that even if Saki liked Kang that much, it was well known that Kang was already reserved by Abel. Flustered, Abel protests the absurdity of the claim, denying any relationship with Kang. Her attempts to refute Rachel's playful accusations grow more desperate, but Rachel remains amused. She insists that Abel's denial only makes her theory more believable. Abel, frustrated, warns Rachel to stop making baseless assumptions. Rachel, unfazed by the response, remarks that only time will reveal the truth. With a satisfied smile, she leans back in her seat, enjoying Abel's discomfort. The air between them remains lighthearted, though Abel's lingering frustration is evident. Despite her protests, Rachel's teasing words echo in her mind, leaving Abel to wonder if others might also share the same thoughts. Her tone then shifts and she directly addresses Abel, cautioning her against deceiving herself. Lying to others may be one thing, Rachel remarks, but self-deception always leads to trouble. Abel, visibly shaken, is left in silence, reflecting on the comment. The narrative transitions to a memory from earlier that day, depicting Abel's interaction with her grandfather, Siegfried. He informs her that he will be temporarily taking on a position as an instructor at the academy. Shocked, Abel immediately protests, concerned that his presence will draw even more attention to her. Siegfried, remaining composed, calmly states that he will be responsible for teaching the first-year special class. Abel, confused by Siegfried's statement, questions his meaning. Siegfried reminds her that she was the one who made this request after the events of the midterm exams. The memory returns to Abel, recalling her own words. Siegfried assures her that they won't run into each other too often, implying she doesn't need to worry. Despite his words, Abel senses the excitement in her grandfather's expression. The once bored sword emperor now seems unusually invested, and it's all because of Kang. The thought of this fills Abel with frustration and anger. Her thoughts continue to dwell on Kang, someone she perceives as absurdly gifted, possessing undeniable talent that seems unfair. A once-in-a-lifetime genius who disregards status and noble lineage, relying solely on his strength to solve problems. As a special trainee, Kang stands apart from the rest. Abel remembers the first time she saw him, recalling a scrawny boy who avoided effort at every opportunity. But now that boy has grown into a well-built, sharp-featured young man exuding masculine charm, surpassing even Leon van Reinhardt, a so-called hero candidate. Kang's path as a hero remains unwavering. He doesn't boast or seek recognition, enduring his burdens in silence. Abel finds herself wishing that he would act arrogant, giving her a reason to hate him. But he never does. The realization that she may be envious strikes her deeply, especially when she considers how Siegfried now acknowledges Kang in a way he never did with her. Embarrassed, Abel clenches her fists. Returning to the present, Rachel suddenly appears behind Abel, grinning mischievously. Startled, Abel reacts instinctively, pushing Rachel away, causing her to stumble and fall. Rachel, rubbing her elbow, questions Abel's aggressive response. Blushing, Abel defensively insists that she has no feelings for Kang, denying any romantic involvement. Rachel, amused, comments on Abel's strong denial, suggesting that it's a relief for her. If Abel truly has no feelings for Kang, Rachel jokes that it's one less competitor to worry about. She even claims that while she could handle rivals like Saki and Chloe, competing with Abel would be impossible. Abel, visibly flustered, grows irritated as Rachel continues to tease her. The scene then shifts to Kang's classroom, where the instructor is delivering a lecture. He explains that the rank of a blessing is determined by the nature of the entity that resides within it. A guardian spirit leads to a guardian class blessing, while a spirit within results in a spirit class blessing. One student raises a hand, humorously inquiring if dreaming of a deceased grandfather would classify his blessing as an ancestor class. The instructor laughs it off, explaining that ancestors don't inhabit blessings, joking that perhaps the student's grandfather is just motivating him at the gym. During the lecture, Saki momentarily wakes up from her nap, only to fall asleep again moments later. The instructor, though noticing her behavior, chooses to ignore it. Kang observes this, wondering if Saki somehow possesses immunity from consequences, even from the professors. The class eventually concludes and Kang's thoughts linger on Saki. It has been 2 days since Saki transferred into the class, yet she has given no explanation for her arrival and has spent most of her time sleeping. Kang can't understand why she would bother coming to class just to nap, especially when a corner seat would be much less conspicuous. Still, a part of him feels relieved that Chloe is currently hospitalized. He imagines the chaos that might ensue if Chloe saw Saki sitting next to him. Despite his frustration, Kang acknowledges the undeniable truth. Saki's competence is unquestionable. After the Buffalo Dungeon incident, she efficiently handled all the post-dungeon cleanup, ensuring a smooth resolution. Compared to even experienced individuals like Speed Weapon, Saki's abilities are clearly on another level. Kang sits in the classroom, his gaze fixed on the blackboard where the instructor has outlined the classifications of blessings. The professor explains that most cadets likely possess personal class blessings, encouraging them not to feel disheartened. Despite their lower rank, these blessings can still rival the performance of Guardian class ones with the right skills. He also remarks on the rarity of Spirit class blessings, noting how uncommon they are in the world. As Kang listens, he can't help but reflect on his own situation. Just a few days ago, he unexpectedly obtained one of those exceptionally rare Spirit class blessings, the Blessing of Transfer. A student raises a hand, inquiring about Heroic class blessings. The professor acknowledges the question, referring to them as hero-grade blessings. He admits his reluctance to discuss them, given their near-mythical nature. Since the first known manifestation of blessings in human history, only one person has ever awakened a heroic class blessing, the legendary founding hero Baylor Joaquin. The class buzzes with admiration at the mention of this historical figure. The professor continues, suggesting there may be one more such figure in modern times. However, before he can elaborate, the bell abruptly rings, signaling the end of the lecture. With a sigh, he announces that the topic will resume in the next class. Just as the instructor prepares to leave, Kang raises his hand, seizing the moment. He asks the professor if he knows anything about the phrase, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." The question causes a noticeable shift in the professor's demeanor, and even Saki, who had been peacefully napping through the lecture, stirs awake upon hearing it. After a brief pause, the professor responds, suggesting he doesn't fully grasp Kang's intent but points out a contradiction in the statement. Kang, confused, waits for clarification. The instructor calmly explains that the contradiction lies in the absence of gods in the world. His words linger in the air, leaving a strange silence in the room. Some students exchange uncertain glances, while others remain deep in thought. The instructor acknowledges Kang's curiosity, commending his thirst for knowledge. He invites Kang to visit his research lab if he wishes to explore the subject further before exiting the classroom. The rhythmic sound of students packing their belongings fills the space as conversations about the lecture ripple through the air. As the door closes, Kang notices Saki smirking at him before she casually returns to her nap, as if amused by the exchange. Kang, feeling somewhat defeated, decides he might as well follow her example. He lowers his head onto the desk, allowing his eyes to close. The residual murmurs from his classmates fade into the background, and a fleeting sense of calm washes over him. However, as soon as he drifts off, he finds himself abruptly transported elsewhere. The scene before him is surreal. Shattered remnants of train cars hover in midair, fragments suspended as though gravity has ceased to exist. The twisted metal and broken glass reflect a distorted, motionless sky. A strange stillness pervades the scene, making it unclear whether time has truly stopped or if he has been plunged into a realm beyond understanding. Confused, Kang takes in the eerie surroundings until a glowing window materializes before him. The text reads, "GM is requesting a conversation with Kang." Kang remains astonished by what he is experiencing. Surrounded by chaos, facing a giant sphere trying to communicate with him in some sort of subspace, he remains silent. The system sphere asks Kang to confirm the dialogue request. He hesitates for a moment but eventually accepts it. The system then informs him that GM is interfering with the world line code, apparently loading some kind of information. Kang finds the term strange and murmurs that everything happening is unknown to him until now. Suddenly, something catches Kang's attention. A red light seems to form near the system sphere, and he watches closely as everything around him appears turbulent. Moments later, things seem to calm down, but he remains on guard. After a brief pause, the system verifies that the opponent's level is extremely high. Kang is surprised by this information, even more so when the system states that his own level is very low, making it evident that there is a vast disparity between the entities of this world. Additionally, the system notes that Kang has not met the minimum requirements for something unspecified in the message. It then asks if, despite this, he wishes to proceed, ignoring the level gap. Kang takes a moment to think, realizing that what he is experiencing does not seem to be a dream. He considers that this might actually be the reason he entered this world, an opportunity to learn more about the blessing of the sword god that was given to him. Determined, he chooses to continue and selects the yes option. The system then announces that GM has accepted the proposal and is using a supposed suppression to establish contact while undergoing some form of mutation in the sphere. Quickly, the sphere dissolves, almost like an electronic signal fading away. Suddenly, the subspace shatters, revealing another layer behind the initial chaotic one. Kang immediately recognizes it as the same dimension he encountered the first time he wielded his knife, the day he first activated the blessing. The coincidences do not end there. He also notices the presence of a red light, something that is not new to him. Resolute, he extends his hand as if trying to reach the light, unwavering in his desire to uncover more about this dimension. Step by step, he approaches the light, which as he nears takes the shape of a sinister eye. Slowly reaching out for the energy, Kang proceeds until something unexpected happens. A voice calls out for him to wake up. Someone is calling him and he suddenly feels a hand on his shoulder. Frustrated, he realizes this has severed his communication with the system. Confused, he pleads for the light to return so he can pursue the answers he seeks, but the system fades away entirely, leaving behind one final message. Cut and slice whatever it is. May the blessing of the gods be with you. Back in the classroom, Kang wakes up, realizing that it was Saki who had roused him, pulling him out of the subspace. She teases him, reminding him that he had previously complained about her oversleeping, yet he was doing the exact same thing. Smiling, Saki tells Kang he should be grateful because if not for her, he would have kept sleeping in class. Noticing his lack of reaction, she looks at him and is surprised to see his eyes filled with tears, though his expression is not one of sadness but frustration and despair. Outside, Kang now sits alone on a bench. He recalls the moment he woke up, confronted by Saki, who felt guilty upon seeing him cry and asked if he had been having a nightmare or something similar. Kang is unsure if what he experienced was a dream, though he cannot remember many details. But what troubles him the most is being caught by Saki in tears, unable to understand why he was in that state. Kang looks to the side and sees Speed Weapon approaching with Saki and Chloe. They announce their arrival and quickly gather to discuss Kang being someone's target. A discussion sparks as Saki, irritated, complains that Speed Weapon repeats things too much and takes forever to get to the point, which is why he's not the best in class. She says her ears are going to bleed from his endless rambling. Kang wonders if it was a good idea to have Speed Weapon explain the situation to Saki before the meeting, as it clearly led to an argument. Speed Weapon argues that maintaining the top position forever is difficult, but he's confident he'll do well in the written exams. Saki, mocking her friend's attempt to explain himself, jokes that her ears have already bled and that she's administering medicine. Meanwhile, Chloe, standing slightly behind, sneezes, drawing Kang's attention. He approaches her, asking if she's feeling any better. Chloe responds that she's much better but prefers to keep her distance to avoid spreading her cold. Turning back to the discussion, Kang points out that Saki must have already heard the explanation. He adds that he's been racking his brain alone, but it hasn't helped at all in the end. Saki, however, ignores everything he said after calling her Saki, glaring at him threateningly and demanding that he refer to her as Ryojo. Kang simply agrees, avoiding any argument, knowing that any friction could lead to an overreaction from Chloe. Saki smirks and says it'll be a pleasure to keep working with Kang. Speed Weapon steps forward, officially starting the group meeting. He places a book on the ground containing notes to organize everything that has happened and what they know so far. He reports that the Academy's elders have put a target on Kang and that, secondly, a mysterious woman with the appearance of an instructor has surfaced. Looking at the notes, Chloe praises the drawing, while Speed Weapon claims they might find the person soon with this. However, he admits that what they have so far might not be that important. After all, the elders' request is vague. It could simply be an order to exile Kang regarding the auditor. Chloe confirms the possibility. Saki states that the person in the drawing resembles someone she came across in her research. She investigated the Academy's records, sifting through 546 professors and assistants until she found a woman whose identity was inaccessible, something highly unusual. Surprised by Saki's effort, Kang curiously asks how she's able to do things like this. Saki replies that, in today's world, having this kind of technological knowledge is essential. She further explains that this world has extremely advanced security technology, which required her to research in the early morning hours, the time when defenses are vulnerable. That's why she hasn't slept yet and is exhausted. She claims that these things are routine for her, which is why she sleeps in random places. Kang jokes that she's like a ghost. Then he realizes that's probably how she got his number, since he never gave it to her. Speed Weapon regains control of the conversation, concluding that nothing is clear for now, so they can't take drastic actions like breaking into the Elder's domain and making threats in retaliation. He adds that Kang could easily resolve everything but believes that would likely make things worse. Saki and Chloe agree with Speed Weapon. Speed Weapon then presents his idea to the group. He believes the solution lies in forming a club. Kang is surprised by the suggestion, not understanding the purpose. Saki steps in to explain that clubs are well regarded in the academy, enjoy free movement and receive funding. The academy promotes cooperation among cadets, which is why these benefits exist. Additionally, clubs are considered affiliated organizations within the academy. Just as Saki is about to conclude, Speed Weapon abruptly interrupts her, saying that a club provides protection, something a mere cadet cannot have. Saki, now composed, concludes that, conveniently, this is the best way to ensure safety both inside and outside the academy. Kang then recalls this feature from the game, which allowed players to create a decorated space for members to gather. In clubs, it was possible to invite members and build bonds. These features and cosmetics were responsible for emptying the wallets of many players. Kang admits he never paid attention to these features since he had little time. However, now that he understands the housing system better, it seems quite useful. Kang then asks what the specific requirements are for starting a club. Speed Weapon responds that, first, they need at least 5 people and must submit a proposal to the relevant department. Kang reflects that, since the minimum requirement is 5 people, they are 1 person short. Before anything else, he decides to check if everyone present is willing to join the club. Speed Weapon answers yes and adds that he wouldn't have suggested creating a club if he weren't willing to follow through from the start. Chloe also confirms, saying she will do everything to help Kang. Saki also agrees, claiming she owes a debt for what happened in the dungeon and that someone as brilliant as her couldn't be left out. Kang then starts reflecting on his life before the game, where, as he got older, his relationships were nothing more than a cycle of give and take. However, now, these people who barely know him trust him completely and are willing to follow him, even in a world where social class is everything. He thanks everyone, and Speed Weapon points out that this would be a good time to think about the club's name. Chloe is the first to give her opinion, suggesting Memories of Assassination, considering they are a group determined to assassinate corrupt powers. Everyone gets frustrated with the idea, and Speed Weapon mentions that such a name probably wouldn't work well. Chloe feels disappointed, and Saki then shares her opinion. She says it would be best to pick a generic name since in the end the name doesn't matter much. They could just choose one randomly. Speed Weapon gets irritated and asks her once again to be quiet. His suggestion for the name is Fight Club. Chloe ignores his suggestion and insists on something like Assassination Memories, or similar variations. Everyone falls silent for a moment until Kang decides to contribute. He thinks of something like Travel Club, where the purpose would be to clear dungeons and explore the outside world as well. To validate the idea, he asks everyone if they think it's a bad choice. To his surprise, everyone is in favor of his club name suggestion, and Speed Weapon follows up by saying that the next step is to find an advisor. He mentions that the written test is next week, so they should sort this out as soon as possible. Saki comments that this will be the biggest challenge since advisors must be professors or someone of a higher rank. Chloe suggests they try the professors of blessing studies, mentioning that one of them is popular in kind. Speed Weapon immediately realizes she's talking about Professor Damien, but he is too busy, and Speed Weapon doubts inviting him would work, though he acknowledges that finding someone like him will be difficult. Saki then reflects on the challenge of finding an advisor, noting that out of 500 school staff members, only 30 are professors, and only 10 of those teach first-year students. She points out the contradiction of the academy encouraging club activities without a system capable of providing proper support. Saki then turns to Kang and asks if he has anyone in mind. Kang confirms that it has to be a professor or someone of a higher rank. Saki acknowledges this but reminds him that there's no one above a professor likely to accept their request. Kang then says he has someone in mind and pulls out his phone. He shows them the screen with the image of the person he intends to be their advisor. Everyone is shocked upon seeing the image, stunned and in disbelief. The setting shifts to the administrative office of the academy, where a staff member informs Kang that any new club must be registered in person by its founder. Kang, calm and composed, confirms he is the founder. The young woman behind the desk, clearly unimpressed, scans him with a condescending expression and enters his name into the system. Despite trying to maintain a professional demeanor, she can't suppress a mocking laugh. Her dismissive attitude irritates Kang, who questions internally whether someone so rude could truly represent the academy's staff. The triviality of judging someone based solely on their grade strikes him as absurd. Despite her tone, Kang keeps his composure and insists that as long as he follows the procedure, the application should be processed without issue. In response, the yellow-haired staffer rises from her seat, putting on a false air of authority. She declares that first-year cadets must secure a faculty advisor in order to create a club and goes further, suggesting no professor would ever consider advising someone like him. Her words are laced with disdain, targeting his background as a special admissions student. She implies he should know his place. Kang listens in silence, his fists clenched. Deep down he's not surprised. He senses that even the smallest shred of justice within the academy is fading. Though tempted to respond harshly, his years in the restaurant business have taught him that restraint is often more powerful than words. Still, this time, something inside him wants to make sure she remembers this moment. Without arguing, Kang takes out his phone and makes a call. His composed demeanor unnerves the yellow-haired girl. The call is brief, but the voice on the other end says she's nearby and will arrive shortly. Kang ends the call with a calm assurance, which confuses and rattles the staffer further. She demands to know who he thinks he is to act so boldly. Kang replies with steady confidence, insisting they proceed according to the rules. Her composure begins to slip. Visibly shaken, she questions who could possibly be backing him. Desperate to reassert control, she blurts out that she's the cousin of the principal's close friend and threatens to ruin him with a word. Kang says nothing in return, only offering a quiet smile that enrages her even more. He takes a step closer and in a low voice, tells her she's being too loud. Stunned and visibly furious, she lashes out again, but his gaze grows colder. He declares that her hypocrisy is now fully exposed, exactly as he intended. Suddenly the door to the office is blown off its hinges. The room falls into stunned silence as Media, a powerful presence radiating authority, enters with force. Every eye turns to her. Kang addresses the stunned yellow-haired staffer, reminding her to show respect. Media is his club advisor. The girl's face goes pale as realization sets in. She is too shocked to speak. Media steps inside with a warm expression, clearly pleased to see Kang in person. He bows slightly and politely apologizes for the inconvenience, acknowledging how busy she must be. Media reassures him that any request from him is worth her immediate attention. It becomes clear to the yellow-haired girl that Kang is not just any student. He is the academy's top incoming cadet. Media turns to him, requesting the registration paperwork and reminding him of his upcoming written exam. Kang hands her the documents, expresses his thanks, and exits the office confidently. As soon as he leaves, another staffer rushes to bring a chair for Media. She sits and casts a sharp glare at the yellow-haired girl, whose earlier arrogance has completely vanished. In a panicked attempt to recover, the girl stammers that the situation was simply a misunderstanding. Inside the administrative office, the yellow-haired staff member tries to explain herself, claiming she didn't mean what she said to Kang. Media, cold and assertive, cuts her off without hesitation. She makes it clear that she does not require blessings or permission to see the truth. Her words are sharp, pointing out the staff member's prejudice, which was based entirely on Kang's background. Media emphasizes that both she and Siegfried have personally acknowledged Kang as a cadet worthy of being a successor. With a flick of her hand, she casts a wind spell that sends the registration form flying toward the girl. She gives a strict order: the form must be completed within 5 minutes. Without giving any room for protest, she tells her to begin. The focus then shifts back to Kang. He checks his device and sees a message from Media confirming that the club registration is officially complete. A smirk forms on his face. He suspects the staff member likely got fired. He sends a polite message of thanks to Media and promises to visit her soon. In response, Media instructs him to stop by the headmaster's office after classes. Later, Kang arrives at the blacksmith's shop. The heat inside the workshop is stifling, and sweat starts to form on his brow. The blacksmith, whose name is Violent, informs him that he'll need to wait a few minutes if he's come to collect his gear. Hearing this, Kang internally notes that for once, Violent actually sounds like a proper shopkeeper. He's unsure of Violent's true opinion of him, but given his memories from the game, Kang remembers this character with mixed emotions. As a former player, Kang recalls Violent as one of the key NPCs for weapon services, and his presence was infamous. In the original mobile game, Violent had a reputation for draining resources without remorse. Light spenders like Kang didn't suffer too much, but heavier spenders used to practically beg before upgrades. The name Violent became synonymous with scams. Kang remembers a particularly bitter moment when Violent downgraded his mirror same from B rank to A rank, a sting he hasn't forgotten. Violet notices Kang's silence and asks what he's thinking about. Kang responds vaguely, saying the blacksmith reminds him of someone he once knew. Violet laughs and takes it as a compliment. With a sense of pride, he presents the upgraded weapon to Kang, claiming the work is not only perfect but might even include a special option. Kang examines the weapon and notices a definite improvement. The mirror same's active time has increased from 40 to 50 seconds, which is a significant boost, especially considering the upcoming dungeon challenges. Kang reflects on how 10 extra seconds might seem minor but can be game-changing in combat. He considers the potential of combining this upgrade with his transfer blessing during future enhancements. Despite his past frustrations, he acknowledges that the blessing of painlessness, his unique commander-class blessing, is surprisingly adaptable. Following Violet's advice, Kang checks the weapon's rank. It's now at D rank with the potential to reach A rank. For a weapon made with A rank beast materials from Kayaking, Kang had expected at least a C rank outcome. Still, the increase in the weapon's hardness by 2 levels is encouraging. It will no longer shatter on contact, which is vital for aura infusion down the line. Suddenly, a new window appears in front of him. He hesitates, sensing that something is off. Clicking on it, a message appears, revealing that due to the successful enhancement and the weapon's growth potential, it can now hold up to 3 special abilities. These will activate randomly and require mana stones. This is unexpected. Kang's eyes widen, and he immediately begins to think about his supply of mana stones, only to remember that he had already handed most of them over to Violet. In a dimly lit room within the academy, one of its elders lies on the floor, eyes fixed on a photograph of his deceased father. That man, Lyman von Bienhark, was once known as the Mad Tiger, a figure of legend among the 7-star heroes. Revered by the public, Lyman's life came to an end 40 years earlier during the 6th Legion's campaign in Bauman. His death, however, marked not just the fall of a hero but the beginning of a relentless assault on the Bienhark family. Rival factions, hungry for dominance, pounced on the perceived weakness. Left behind in the aftermath, the elder bore the weight of his family's survival. Consumed by vengeance and necessity, he navigated a bloody path, using internal betrayal to eliminate his own kin. Only through ruthlessness did he restore the Bienhark legacy. By the time he turned 30, he had secured his place as an elder of Joaquin Academy, embracing his role as a guide for humanity which he deemed foolish. He devoted himself to enforcing the supremacy of the chosen, believing that the masses could only be controlled by rallying them against a common foe. Demons served that role perfectly. With their terrifying presence, the elders could justify their rule, tightening control under the guise of protection. Yet unpredictability remained a constant threat. Lyman, with his destiny to challenge the Demon King, had been one such disruption, selected by the heavens themselves. The elder knew all too well the staggering power gap between humans and demons, and he doubted Leon's chances of success. Still, ancient tales, like that of the hero Joaquin sealing the 1st Legion commander, kept hope alive among the people. That sort of myth had no place in the elder's carefully constructed world. His thoughts drift to a more recent memory, the day a humanoid demon entered his chambers. Mistaken for a mere instructor at first glance, the truth became clear the moment their eyes met. She had already passed the threshold. She had bound herself to a Legion-class demon, abandoning her humanity. Beings like her, half human, half demon, were labeled only one way: villains. Her presence was a grim reminder of the chaos rising beyond the elder's control. Faced with Leon's defiance and now Kang's unsettling influence, the elder mutters about the growing complications. Even the auditor seems reluctant to act without a clear cause. Rising from the floor, he calls for his butler, who answers from the shadows. Without hesitation, Clady von Bienhark issues a cold command: summon the Undertaker squad. There is work to be done. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a classroom, where Kang sits scribbling notes in a notebook. His thoughts remain fixed on mana stones. Ever since acquiring one had turned his world upside down. Having 3 open slots available to embed them felt surreal, like striking gold. In a game setting, such stones would drop only from A-rank beasts or dungeon bosses, extremely rare and high-risk materials. These magical creatures, despite sounding impressive, posed threats on par with demons. Kang glances towards Saki, fast asleep at her desk. He assumed she had another long night. It's been a week since they cleared the Water Buffalo dungeon as a club. Through that experience, Kang learned that mana stones were the key to unlocking the Stone Gate, which held the Cow King. The stone he now possessed came from Behemoth Gigant, a creature of immense power. Someone had managed to defeat it and claim the prize. In the game's lore, even a single step from Gigant could cause the terrain to tremble. But even Gigant was nothing next to the titans introduced in later updates. Tainted Knight, Basilisk, Manticore, Lich King, Drogue, monsters of S-class caliber, equivalent to cataclysmic forces. As these thoughts swirl in his head, Kang questions whether the risk of hunting such beasts simply to enhance his gear is even worth it. That kind of grind was supposed to be Leon's responsibility, not his. Chloe arrives and asks if the seat beside him is taken. Kang greets her casually. She spots the sleeping Saki and pauses, observing her for a moment. Kang remarks that Chloe seems fully recovered from her previous injuries. She confirms it, smiling, but reminds him that it was Kang who had been seriously wounded during their last battle. She also recalls something peculiar from that day. His weapon had glowed a brilliant blue during the fight. Kang, hearing news about Leon's recent progress, silently reaffirms that farming mana stones is worth the danger. Despite abandoning dreams of peace or stability, his core objective remains survival. However, survival now seems more elusive than ever. Unlike when he was merely a player following a scripted path, the presence of unpredictable variables throws everything off balance. The world appears to be actively rewriting itself, subtly but unmistakably shifting the plot Kang once knew. A full month has already passed since his arrival at the academy, and the secrets surrounding the Second Demonic War, set to erupt in 3 years, are gradually approaching the surface. In light of this, strengthening King's physical prowess and enhancing his gear has shifted from strategic decision to absolute necessity. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon takes notice of Saki sleeping through class again. Chloe voices her annoyance, pointing out that if Saki intends to sleep, she should find a more suitable place. Speed Weapon, attempting to wake her, is promptly rewarded with a punch to the face from the still slumbering Saki. Back at his desk, Kang reflects with a mix of concern and irritation. Just then, Kang notices Speed Weapon standing beside him and questions when he arrived. Speed Weapon complains about being hit by Saki, prompting Saki to grumble in her sleep that he's still a decade too early. Speed Weapon shifts the conversation to club matters, checking on their progress. Kang informs him that the principal has already given the green light. All that remains is to recruit one final member. Satisfied, Speed Weapon brings up Leon's latest accomplishments, noting how the supposed protagonist has cleared a high-ranked dungeon recently. Kang thinks to himself that Leon might finally be stepping into his destined role. Saki casually adds that Leon managed to clear an A-ranked dungeon just yesterday, and with a small team. In contrast, their own squad barely handled a C-ranked dungeon. Speed Weapon teases her for keeping such close tabs on Leon, suggesting she might like him. Saki, however, says nothing. Her silence fuels Speed Weapon's confidence in his theory until she glances at Kang, turns away, and declares she's no longer interested. She then drifts back to sleep, leaving Speed Weapon confused and visibly thrown off. Kang, however, is still lost in thought. He recognizes that Leon's growth is real. If things continue like this, Leon will likely be the one to obtain Bamong during the upcoming survival training on the deserted island. But something else gnaws at him. The existence of Tsushima, a character with 0 notable traits, continuing to survive this long seems almost unnatural. Kang suspects that Tsushima might be absorbing misfortunes originally intended for Leon, acting like a lightning rod for bad fate. The possibility unsettles him. Speed Weapon checks in on Chloe, asking if she's feeling better. She nods in affirmation. Kang returns to his inner resolve. Even if Leon's path is beginning to align with that of a traditional protagonist, it changes nothing for him. Should King's life be threatened, Kang won't hesitate to draw his sword. He has neither the inclination nor the obligation to follow a heroic script. He is not the main character of this tale. He is Kang, the sword demon, a man determined to carve his own fate. Elsewhere, the setting shifts to an ornate palace. A maid escorts 3 individuals through a grand corridor. Among them, a man enthusiastically tells his boss that they've succeeded in being summoned by one of Joaquin Academy's elders. He sees this as a massive opportunity. The woman leading them, clearly the boss, immediately scolds him, warning that another outburst will cost him. Nervous, the man attempts to calm her down, trying to dispel the tension. Another man, brown-haired and clearly more familiar with their boss, tells the blue-haired newcomer that she harbors a deep dislike for the Academy's leadership. The new guy, puzzled, asks why she accepted the mission in that case. The answer is simple: the money. The brown-haired man reminds him of the enormous payout, 100 million won up front and double that upon completion. Hearing that, the blue-haired man agrees. To him, this is nothing more than business. Their boss, growing tired of the chatter, coldly orders them both to be quiet. As tension fills the air, the group of men falls into silence out of fear. Approaching an elaborately designed room, the maid addresses Clady, announcing the arrival of the visitors. Clady instructs her to let them in. Inside, the boss of the group is revealed to be Rei Shun, a known villain. Accompanying her are two subordinates, the brown-haired Jang Taepeng serving as vice-captain and the blue-haired Parak. All three are members of a notorious assassin-villain organization known as Undertaker. Clady formally acknowledges Shun's presence but receives no response. Without delay, he hands over a file containing the next target, a student named Kong. Upon seeing the photo, Parak reacts dismissively, making assumptions based on appearance. Clady outlines the assignment: eliminate Kong during the upcoming survival training exercise on the deserted island. The job comes with an upfront payment of 100 million won, along with a bonus to be paid upon completion. When asked about the post-mission cleanup, Clady responds curtly, leaving the responsibility to Shun. He remarks that the island is isolated, surrounded entirely by sea. The narrative then transitions to exam day. Kong sits alone, eating lunch while reviewing material about the emergence of divine blessings, which began nearly 700 years ago following a major revolution. Feeling somewhat reassured by his strong midterm performance, he doesn't feel particularly anxious. Still, with final rankings displayed publicly on the Academy's board, he knows he can't afford to be careless. Without the pressure of rankings, he would have simply scribbled random answers, but now the competition, especially with his clubmates ranking first and second, pushes him to maintain his pride. Lacking answers during the test, he has already decided to stick with the third option by default. Just then his phone vibrates. Curious about the early message, Kong sees it's from Saki. She reminds him about the exam and checks if he's eaten. Although he doesn't see her as his mother, he responds that he had a sandwich. Saki follows up with a detailed recommendation to consume red bean jelly, citing its benefits for brain function, metabolism, weight management, anti-aging, and circulation. Bewildered by the flood of health tips so early in the morning, Kong offers a cultural reply. In Korea, sweet snacks are traditionally eaten before tests. Saki, surprised by his quick reply, asks for specifics. He answers with a local snack, yote. Saki grows annoyed at what she perceives as a joke and demands a serious response, but Kong ends the conversation there. Placing his phone down, he mentally prepares to conquer the exam, determined not to be outshined by someone obsessed with jelly. Later that day, after the test concludes, Kong reflects with dismay. His confidence from earlier has evaporated. This time he truly feels like the fool. Meanwhile, Saki and Speed Weapon argue over specific questions, while Chloe checks in with Kong to ask about his performance. He admits to selecting option 3 across the board. Chloe laughs, teasing him for his consistent simplicity. Kong internally admits that relying on his past gaming knowledge is no longer a viable strategy. Chloe playfully remarks that he can be quite the schemer when he wants to be. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon considers his own performance, silently estimating that he likely outperformed Chloe. Kong brings up the topic of Nox, asking Chloe whether she has heard from him lately, since there has been no recent contact. Chloe responds that her brother did try to call the day before, but she missed it because she went to bed earlier than usual. She mentions that the call came in around 7 p.m., though she's been keeping late nights lately, making her unusually sleepy that evening. This explanation causes Kong to grow slightly suspicious. He quietly considers the possibility that Chloe may have intentionally avoided the call. Given that the contact information of auditorium members is restricted, Kong realizes that unless Nox appears in person, there is no straightforward way for him to confront Chloe or dig deeper. Nonetheless, he assumes Nox must have a personal reason for staying silent. Even with the emotional distance between Chloe and her brother, Kong sincerely hopes they will eventually find common ground and reconnect. Across the room, Speed Weapon suddenly erupts in distress over the exam results, lamenting his decision to stay up late the night before. Saki wastes no time in teasing him, suggesting the problem lies less with his sleep schedule and more with his intelligence. Her teasing then turns toward Kong. With a playful smirk, she asks what he and Chloe were whispering about moments earlier. She adds a lighthearted question about whether the two of them are secretly dating. The comment immediately causes Chloe to flush with embarrassment, and Kong internally rolls his eyes at how obsessed the student body seems to be with romance. He firmly repeats the same explanation he has given before, that there is nothing going on between him and Chloe. Upon hearing this, Chloe's face calms down and her usual demeanor returns. However, Saki leans in close, challenging Kang more directly. She wants to know why he has been ignoring her messages lately. The question catches Kang off guard. He asks her to clarify what she means by lately, pointing out that he only ignored her one time. In that exact instant, something shifts in Chloe. The mood darkens as she enters a jealous state, her aura changing sharply. A flare of intensity surrounds her, and her expression turns serious. The moment she realizes that Saki has been messaging Kang, Chloe's entire posture stiffens. With a low, threatening energy, she demands to know whether Kang and Saki have been secretly talking to each other. The two lock eyes and the tension in the air is undeniable. Saki is confused. She wonders why Chloe didn't react when she sat near Kang but is now blowing up over a simple exchange of messages. Speed Weapon, surprised by Chloe's reaction, tries to grasp what is going on. With a provocative smile, Saki directs the question to Kang, asking him to explain what's wrong with Chloe. Kang, however, only asks Saki to move away from him, visibly irritated by her provocation. Saki doesn't back down. She keeps pushing, trying to understand why Kang can't answer, even after knowing Chloe for such a long time. Kang grows more irritated but doesn't respond. He just thinks to himself, wondering what goes on in Saki's head for her to act like a spoiled child. Chloe interrupts Kang's thoughts, demanding to know why he never gave her his phone number. Kang tries to reply, but Chloe doesn't give him room. She's upset over a supposed promise that Kang would be her prince, and only hers. Seeing that this is all turning into a storm in a teacup, Saki adds more fuel to the fire. She laughs shamelessly and moves even closer to Kang, just as Kang asks her if she even knows what the word Yandere means. Saki doesn't take it seriously and says she doesn't understand such apparently English terms. Before she can escalate things further, Speed Weapon steps in abruptly, grabbing her face and asking if she has any idea what's happening. Saki is more concerned about retaliating for the slap to her face, but Speed Weapon's attention is locked on Chloe's insanity. Seeing Chloe holding a small blade in her hand, Kang starts wondering what he can do to de-escalate the situation, realizing it's already gone beyond anything they've faced before. He had even looked up videos on how to deal with yanderes but ended up forgetting everything. Chloe begins walking with a threatening posture and starts her bizarre speech. She declares that from now on she will make sure he sees no one but her. Before she gets any closer, Kang tries to reason with her. But suddenly she lunges with a quick strike and Kang barely dodges in time, nearly getting slashed across the neck. Witnessing the attack, Speed Weapon panics, worried about Kang's safety, while Saki simply observes. Chloe keeps attacking, accusing Kang of always finding ways to make her sad. Completely furious, she launches a direct strike, stating that Kang is always surrounded by others, never her, and even spends time with other girls. Kang realizes the attack isn't directed at him, it's meant for Saki. He reacts quickly, countering the blow and destabilizing Chloe. Saki, ignoring the danger, mocks the situation. Still inconsolable, Chloe tries to press her attack again, but Kang has had enough. With a fast and awkward move, he pins Chloe down onto the table, immobilizing her. He tells her to drop the blade while holding her arm. Ordering her to calm down, Kang asks her to listen. Chloe insists he has no right to ask that, since he didn't give her the attention she believed she deserved. The atmosphere shifts completely when Kang says that between the two of them, he prefers face-to-face contact. He finds phone contact too cold, a phone should never come between them. Chloe completely lowers her guard, enchanted by Kang's words. Getting closer, leaving her totally defenseless, Kang thanks her for always thinking about him. Speed Weapon becomes emotional from the scene, while Saki shows her frustration that the show is over. Kang finishes by reminding Chloe that he stayed by her side the whole time in the Buffalo Dungeon, ending with a request, "Don't be upset." Chloe pulls herself together, her rage turning into passion, while Kang turns his back, relieved to have resolved the situation. Speed Weapon checks to see if Kang is okay and Kang confirms that he is. Chloe then asks what the next topic of the meeting will be, but Kang says they need to clean up the mess first. Meanwhile, Saki turns her back to the group and walks toward the door. Kang notices her leaving but has no idea what might be going through her head. Sometime later, as the sun sets, Saki and Speed Weapon walk together, both sharing the same thought, Kang Jiyama. In Speed Weapon's thoughts, he reflects that Chloe's murderous behavior toward Kang is driven by a twisted kind of love. However, in that situation, what remained most in mind was the fact that Kang, despite showing a welcoming smile, was ready for serious combat, holding his knife. It became clear that Kang operates using persuasion, negotiation, and also force. By achieving a balance between these points, his relationships are like those of a commander, a ruler. Such qualities will, without a shadow of a doubt, make Kong great. Looking at Saki, who is totally focused on her cell phone, Speed Weapon asks why she's been in a bad mood the whole time, leading Saki to promptly deny it. When he asks what's so important on the phone, Saki replies that she's about to delete a video because the subscribers are not interacting properly. Speed Weapon jokes that the video must be about how to deal with Yanderas. Saki then shows the phone, clearly upset. Speed Weapon is surprised by the 210,000 views, saying it's a very popular video to delete. I certainly wouldn't delete it. I'm counting on your help to reach 210,000 views on this video. Back to the scene, Saki replies that she doesn't need the video anymore, and Speed Weapon doesn't argue. Speed Weapon then asks why the channel is called Saki-chan's Japanese. Saki answers that she just typed the first thing that came to mind. The scene shifts to the library, where Kong reflects on an upcoming event. He notes that, although the event is described like a survival game, it's actually conducted almost like a summer camp. The tasks of the event are to survive, identify poisonous plants, and follow the instructor's tips. To prepare, Kong lists all the books related to the subjects. Kong reconsiders his judgment when he sees the word survival on the book cover, pondering the relevance given by the Academy. After all, it's 3 days of evaluation. Remembering the story of the game, Kong, as a former player, knows that during this event Leon obtains the fist of his legendary weapon, Bamung. Not only that, but it's also during this period that emotions between Leon and Abel emerge. While playing, Kong was deeply immersed in this stage of the game, but being a character now, he doesn't care as much. The truth is, as he observes a book with the events, the chaos surrounding Kong has made him simply not care at all about any kind of romance. There's already enough to worry about, considering that the elders are against him, there's a mysterious, malicious instructor, and he still needs to recruit members. No matter how beautiful someone is, romance simply won't be a priority. What interests him most as a swordsman is just one thing: Bamung, a sacred and demonic sword. As a former player, he knows exactly the power of this weapon and where it is. However, this weapon is fragmented, and collecting all the pieces is part of the main storyline. That makes it impossible for Kong to collect it. The requirement to acquire the sword is to ascend to the Blessing of Miracle. This weapon was made exclusively for the protagonist, whereas all Kong has is a Sashimi knife. Following the possible paths, Kong is determined to make the most of the event. He then begins to map the locations, starting with Avalon Island, which has no monsters, but there is the possibility of yet another ambush. To prevent that from happening, a high-level instructor will accompany the group to ensure safety. While looking for books about Avalon, Kong reflects on the conveniences that make it possible for him to achieve his goals safely. Kong reflects on his preference for books over the internet, because in them lies ancestral knowledge. After finding a book about the history of Avalon, Kong returns to his table. The island is described as uninhabited, characterized by shifting terrains and a central lake. These things were already known to Kong. Frustrated, Kong considers the possibility of an endless search for a specific piece of information about the island. Meanwhile, Leon approaches. Kong is caught off guard by the encounter, and as he turns around, Leon greets Kong, emphasizing how long it's been since they last met. Some of Leon's fans tend him from afar as he puts his hand on Kang's shoulder and then greets him, emphasizing how long they haven't seen each other. Kong was taken aback when he noticed Leon reading a book titled Introduction to Magic. Observing him, Kong reflected that this doesn't seem appropriate because, as the game's protagonist, Leon shouldn't be studying magic in the library. But apparently the incident at the midterms had him worried enough. Kong stared at him, reflecting internally whether he could trust what he was seeing while Leon remained in silence. So then, Leon showed interest in what Kong was doing, asking what he was reading. Kong explained that he was reviewing material about Avalon Island, the site of their upcoming training, and was researching its characteristics. As they exchanged glances, Leon remarked on Kang's commitment, which Kong silently admitted was true. His recent days had been consumed by training, dungeon exploration, and monster studies. Knowing what disasters awaited 3 years into the future, Kong felt a heavy pressure to prepare. After a while, Kong answered Leon by saying that he needs to take care of the future. Leon then responded that they were different individuals, implying that Kong and he were fundamentally unlike each other. The comment left Kong puzzled. Though Leon's general path still mirrored the one he followed in the original game, something about him had undeniably changed. A sadness lingered in Leon's demeanor, hinting at an inner struggle. Leon encouraged Kong to keep working hard and reminded him that the library would soon close, wishing him a safe return. Kong thanked him and offered the same. As Leon departed, Kong wondered if this melancholy was the burden borne by a hero responsible for humanity's survival. It felt as though both light and darkness weighed heavily on Leon's shoulders. Yet Kong returned his focus to the book, determined to extract the necessary information before the library closed. The scene shifts to the training grounds on a remote deserted island where all the students had gathered for their survival exercises. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the instructors made final preparations. Among the crowd, Rachel and Abel spotted Saki approaching and immediately commented on how elusive she had been lately. It had been quite some time since they had last seen her, and her sudden appearance caught them slightly off guard. Saki was accompanied by Chloe, who stayed quietly by her side. Offering only a brief hi, Saki greeted them with her usual calm demeanor. Facing her directly, Abel asked if she was prepared for the training ahead. Saki replied in a composed tone that she would proceed as she always did, and then turned the question back, asking if Abel was ready as well. Watching the exchange unfold, Rachel couldn't help but smile mischievously. Leaning in slightly, she teased Saki, suggesting that she had quietly managed to advance to the higher class without anyone even noticing. Rachel joked that school life must have been quite entertaining for her lately. In response, Saki clarified with her usual bluntness that everything had been handled properly and there was no reason to inform them about it. Rachel cast a sideways glance toward Abel and muttered under her breath about having to sit back and watch Kong be taken away. Abel immediately dismissed the comment as nonsense, brushing it off with a scowl. But Rachel only smirked and insisted she was simply stating the truth as she saw it. Rachel pointed out with a sly grin that Saki had already explored the Buffalo Dungeon with Kong, participated in various club activities alongside him, and now would once again be near him throughout the entire 3-day survival training trip. Her tone was light but carried a teasing edge, as if she were gently accusing Saki of monopolizing his time. In response, Saki calmly explained that Kong had made it clear he intended to undergo the training independently without forming any teams. Chloe, who had been quietly listening, nodded in agreement. She added that Kong had specifically mentioned having personal goals he wanted to pursue alone and needed space to focus on them. At this revelation, Rachel's eyes lit up with sudden excitement. A mischievous glint appeared as she realized that technically no one had been officially paired with Kong Jayama for the training. This left an opening and opportunity. Saki raised an eyebrow at Rachel's obvious shift in mood, immediately suspicious of her intentions. Abel too narrowed his eyes and asked pointedly what Rachel was scheming now. Rachel merely shrugged, acting innocent. She argued that while Kong had indeed said he wanted to go alone, he had never outright forbidden anyone from following him if they happened to cross paths. There was, after all, no formal rule against it. Saki couldn't help but admire the way Rachel twisted the situation to her advantage, finding a loophole so easily. It was a kind of bold cleverness that Saki herself would never have thought to use. Rachel smiled even wider, sensing their attention. She suggested that deep down everyone probably shared the same unspoken thoughts about wanting to stick close to Kong. Building on the moment, Rachel proposed a solution that would make things fair for all of them, what she proudly called the Rachel game. Both Saki and Abel were caught off guard, visibly startled by the sudden proposal. The atmosphere between them shifted, filled now with a mix of curiosity and wariness as they waited to hear exactly what kind of crazy idea Rachel had just unleashed. Rachel elaborated that Avalon Island's terrain and environment were constantly shifting, making it difficult even with the use of warp gates, as students would arrive at random locations. Each of them would have to find a way to navigate the island independently, facing a challenge designed to test their survival skills. Saki, characteristically direct, urged Rachel to get to the point. Rachel declared that during the 3-day survival training, whoever found Kong first would claim him. The others would then have to back off, granting exclusive rights to the winner. The proposal left the trio stunned. Rachel eagerly asked for their thoughts. Chloe declared her enthusiasm, vowing to win this time. Saki found the idea amusing and decided to prove her resolve by planning to send a verification photo. Rachel grinned, encouraging Saki to show how much she had grown. Abel became flustered at the mention of exclusive rights and briefly thought about her grandfather before declining to participate in Rachel's proposed challenge. She apologized and said she had no time for such trivial games, stating she would not join. Rachel accepted her decision with a nod and confirmed that the rest would continue without her. As Abel walked away, Rachel observed that Abel had been occupied with special training recently, a comment that Chloe supported by noting Abel's dedication. Meanwhile, Kong appeared, feeling fatigued after spending the entire night in the library. Fortunately, he had already recorded all necessary notes on his phone. Among the details was a reminder from the headmaster that Avalon Island was not considered an official monster zone, though students were still advised to bring light equipment. Kang had prepared his own unique gear, including 24 sashimi knives from Daeso, which he considered his secret weapon. At that moment, Kang received a message from Media, checking if he had packed medicine and clothes. Smiling, Kang reflected that Media felt more like a mother, or even a grandmother, than a friend. As the instructor began calling names to organize departures, Kang realized it was time to move. A sudden memory surfaced, the academy security guard's warning about a dangerous female instructor, one with purple hair, purple eyes, and notable height. Kang suspected that the instructor might use the chaotic environment of the island as a chance to act. However, he also realized that the conditions could work to his advantage if needed. Kang recalled that Speed Weapon had sketched a picture of the suspicious instructor, but when he compared the drawing to the women present, he noticed that many female instructors had purple hair, rendering the sketch useless. Feeling frustrated, he wondered how he was supposed to identify anyone with such vague information. Sieg then arrived, dressed casually in a vacation shirt, accompanied by Abel. Sieg complimented Kang on his recent dedication to training, observing that when talent combined with effort, results did not just add up but multiplied. He also reminded Kang about the importance of rest and encouraged him to enjoy the training exercise. Kang thanked Sieg and wished him good fortune as well. Amused, Sieg laughed, praised Kang's cleverness and walked away. Watching Sieg leave, Kang thought he seemed genuinely cool. Abel, on the other hand, stared silently at Kang before turning and walking away without a word. Kang mused that Abel needed to relax more and predicted she would probably have a boyfriend soon anyway. Suddenly, Saki attempted to sneak up on Kang, intending to startle him. However, Kang's instincts reacted automatically, and he flicked her forehead before she could succeed. Caught off guard and annoyed, Saki complained that she had only wanted to joke around because she was bored, and now he had hurt her. Kang smiled apologetically, explaining that he had sensed a presence and reacted out of reflex. Despite his apology, Saki remained upset, insisting that her forehead was not a punching bag. She explained that she had come to wish him luck before sadly walking away. Watching her retreat, Kang found himself unable to understand Saki's behavior. She seemed to lack sleep and constantly lingered around him. Ignoring her made her even more persistent, and Kang remained uncertain about what exactly she found so interesting in him. Although she was officially recognized as a heroine now, Kang was determined not to form any unnecessary attachments. An announcement then interrupted his thoughts, informing all students that the dimensional gate to Avalon Island was activating. The voice encouraged everyone to be cautious and enjoy the experience. Kang steeled himself, deciding that he would focus solely on finding what he needed without getting entangled in needless trouble. In a flash, he was teleported to a random location on Avalon Island. Stunned by the breathtaking scenery, Kang reflected that although it had been a year since he fell into this world, this was the first moment it truly felt like he was living in a fantasy. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he stood before one of Avalon's sacred sites, the apple tree of beginning, which he identified with awe as Yggdrasil. A loudspeaker then echoed across the landscape, announcing the official start of the deserted island survival training. Kang resolved to postpone any sightseeing, focusing instead on the opportunity to find a new blessing.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, it really helps. And for more content like this, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see another part. I'd love to hear your thoughts. See you next time. Bye-bye.